The observance of these customs, and also of others which will now be described, were the old ceremonies in use prior to the time of Henry VIII, and which Anne for some time attempted to revive. There is nothing like it in existence now. Nevertheless, the House of Lords thinks that it is unchangeable, and if conservatism exists anywhere, it is there. It changes, nevertheless, per se move. For instance, what has become of the Maypole, which the citizens of London erected on the 1st of May when the peers went down to the House? The last one was erected in 1713. Since then the Maypole has disappeared, disuse. Outwardly unchangeable, inwardly mutable. Take, for example, the title of Albemarle. It sounds eternal, yet it has been through 6 different families: Ode, Mandeville, Bethune, Plantagenet, Beauchamp, Monk. Under the title of Leicester 5 different names have been merged: Beaumont, Brios, Dudley, Sidney, Coke. Under Lincoln 6, under Pembroke 7. The families change under unchanging titles. A superficial historian believes in immutability. In reality, it does not exist. Man can never be more than a wave. Humanity is the ocean. Aristocracy is proud of what women consider a reproach: age, yet both cherish the same illusion that they do not change. It is probable the House of Lords will not recognize itself in the foregoing description, nor yet in that which follows, thus resembling the once pretty woman who objects to having any wrinkles. The mirror is ever a scapegoat, yet its truths cannot be contested. To portray exactly constitutes the duty of a historian. The King at Arms, turning to Gwynplaine, said, "Be pleased to follow me, my lord," and added, "You will be saluted. Your lordship, in returning the salute, will be pleased merely to raise the brim of your hat." They moved off in procession towards a door at the far side of the room. The usher of the black rod walked in front, then Blue Mantle, carrying the cushion, then the King at Arms, and after him came Gwynplaine, wearing his hat. The rest, kings at arms, heralds, and pursuivants, remained in the circular room. Gwynplaine, preceded by the usher of the black rod, and escorted by the King at Arms, passed from room to room, in a direction which it would now be impossible to trace, the old Houses of Parliament having been pulled down. Amongst others, he crossed that Gothic state chamber in which took place the last meeting of James II and Monmouth, and whose walls witnessed the useless debasement of the cowardly nephew at the feet of his vindictive uncle. On the walls of this chamber hung, in chronological order, 9 fell-length portraits of former peers with their dates: Lord Nansladren, 1305, Lord Balliol, 1306, Lord Benestead, 1314, Lord Cantilupe, 1356, Lord Montbegin, 1357, Lord Tibetot, 1373, Lord Zouch of Codner, 1615, Lord Bellaaqua with no date, Lord Harron and Surrey, Count of Blois, also without date. It being now dark, lamps were burning at intervals in the galleries. Brass chandeliers with wax candles illuminated the rooms, lighting them like the side aisles of a church. None but officials were present. In one room which the procession crossed stood, with heads respectfully lowered, the 4 clerks of the signet and the clerk of the council. In another room stood the distinguished Knight Banneret, Philip Sydenham of Brimpton in Somersetshire. The Knight Banneret is a title conferred in time of war, under the unfurled royal standard. In another room was the senior baronet of England, Sir Edmund Bacon of Suffolk, heir of Sir Nicholas Bacon, styled Primus Barontorum Anglicae. Behind Sir Edmund was an armour-bearer with an arquebus, and an esquire carrying the arms of Ulster, the baronets being the hereditary defenders of the province of Ulster in Ireland. In another room was the Chancellor of the Exchequer, with his 4 accountants, and the 2 deputies of the Lord Chamberlain, appointed to cleave the tallies. At the entrance of a corridor covered with matting, which was the communication between the lower and the upper house, Gwynplaine was saluted by Sir Thomas Mansell of Margam, controller of the Queen's household and member for Glamorgan, and at the exit from the corridor by a deputation of 1 for every 2 of the barons of the Cinque Ports, 4 on the right and 4 on the left, the Cinque Ports being 8 in number. William Hastings did obeisance for Hastings, Matthew Aylmer for Dover, Josias Burchett for Sandwich, Sir Philip Boteler for Hythe, John Brewer for New Rumney, Edward Southwell for the town of Rye, James Hayes for Winchelsea, George Naylor for Seaford. As Gwynplaine was about to return the salute, the King at Arms reminded him in a low voice of the etiquette: "Only the brim of your hat, my lord." Gwynplaine did as directed. He now entered the so-called painted chamber, in which there was no painting except a few of saints, and amongst them St. Edward in the high arches of the long and deep-pointed windows, which were divided by what formed the ceiling of Westminster Hall and the floor of the painted chamber. On the far side of the wooden barrier which divided the room from end to end stood the 3 secretaries of state, men of mark. The functions of the first of these officials comprised the supervision of all affairs relating to the south of England, Ireland, the colonies, France, Switzerland, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Turkey. The second had charge of the north of England and watched affairs in the Low Countries, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Poland, and Russia. The third, a Scot, had charge of Scotland. The 2 first mentioned were English, one of them being the Honourable Robert Harley, member for the borough of New Radnor. A Scotch member, Mungo Graham, Esquire, a relation of the Duke of Montrose, was present. All bowed without speaking to Gwynplaine, who returned the salute by touching his hat. The barrier-keeper lifted the wooden arm which, pivoting on a hinge, formed the entrance to the far side of the painted chamber, where stood the long table, covered with green cloth, reserved for peers. A branch of lighted candles stood on the table. Gwynplaine, preceded by the usher of the black rod, garter king-at-arms, and blue mantle, penetrated into this privileged compartment. The barrier-keeper closed the opening immediately Gwynplaine had passed. The king-at-arms, having entered the precincts of the privileged compartment, halted. The painted chamber was a spacious apartment. At the farther end, upright, beneath the royal escutcheon which was placed between the 2 windows, stood 2 old men in red velvet robes, with 2 rows of ermine trimmed with gold lace on their shoulders, and wearing wigs and hats with white plumes. Through the openings of their robes might be detected silk garments and sword hilts. Motionless behind them stood a man dressed in black silk, holding on high a great mace of gold surmounted by a crowned lion. It was the mace-bearer of the peers of England. The lion is their crest. Et les lions si sont les barons et les peurs, runs the manuscript chronicle of Bertrand du Guesclin. The king-at-arms pointed out the 2 persons in velvet and whispered to Gwynplaine, "My lord, these are your equals. Be pleased to return their salute exactly as they make it. These 2 peers are barons and have been named by the Lord Chancellor as your sponsors. They are very old and almost blind. They will, themselves, introduce you to the House of Lords. The first is Charles Mildmay, Lord Fitzwalter, 6th on the roll of barons. The second is Augustus Arundel, Lord Arundel of Trerris, 38th on the roll of barons." The king-at-arms, having advanced a step towards the 2 old men, proclaimed Fermain Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie, Baron Hunkerville, Marquis of Corleone in Sicily, greets your lordships. The 2 peers raised their hats to the full extent of the arm, and then replaced them. Gwynplaine did the same. The usher of the black rod stepped forward, followed by Blue Mantle and Garter King-at-Arms. The mace-bearer took up his post in front of Gwynplaine, the 2 peers at his side, Lord Fitzwalter on the right, and Lord Arundel of Trerris on the left. Lord Arundel, the elder of the 2, was very feeble. He died the following year, bequeathing to his grandson John, a minor, the title which became extinct in 1768. The procession, leaving the painted chamber, entered a gallery in which were rows of pilasters, and between the spaces were sentinels, alternately pikemen of England and halberdiers of Scotland. The Scotch halberdiers were magnificent kilted soldiers, worthy to encounter later on at Fontenoy the French cavalry and the royal cuirassiers, whom their colonel thus addressed: "Messieurs les maîtres, assures vos chapeaux, nous allons avoir l'honneur de charger." The captain of these soldiers saluted Gwynplaine and the peers, his sponsors, with their swords. The men saluted with their pikes and halberds. At the end of the gallery shone a large door, so magnificent that its 2 folds seemed to be masses of gold. On each side of the door there stood, upright and motionless, men who were called doorkeepers. Just before you came to this door, the gallery widened out into a circular space. In this space was an armchair with an immense back, and on it, judging by his wig and from the amplitude of his robes, was a distinguished person. It was William Cowper, Lord Chancellor of England. To be able to cap a royal infirmity with a similar one has its advantages. William Cowper was short-sighted. Anne had also defective sight, but in a lesser degree. The nearsightedness of William Cowper found favor in the eyes of the short-sighted Queen and induced her to appoint him Lord Chancellor and keeper of the royal conscience. William Cowper's upper lip was thin, and his lower one thick, a sign of semi-good nature. This circular space was lighted by a lamp hung from the ceiling. The Lord Chancellor was sitting gravely in his large armchair. At his right was the Clerk of the Crown, and at his left the Clerk of the Parliaments. Each of the clerks had before him an open register and an inkhorn. Behind the Lord Chancellor was his mace-bearer, holding the mace with the crown on the top, besides the train-bearer and purse-bearer in large wigs. All these officers are still in existence. On a little stand near the woolsack was a sword with a gold hilt and sheath and belt of crimson velvet. Behind the Clerk of the Crown was an officer holding in his hands the coronation robe. Behind the Clerk of the Parliaments, another officer held a second robe, which was that of a peer. The robes, both of scarlet velvet, lined with white silk, and having bands of ermine trimmed with gold lace over the shoulders, were similar, except that the ermine band was wider on the coronation robe. The third officer, who was the librarian, carried on a square of Flanders leather the Red Book, a little volume, bound in red morocco, containing a list of the peers and commons, besides a few blank leaves and a pencil, which it was the custom to present to each new member on his entering the House. Gwynplaine, between the two peers, his sponsors, brought up the procession, which stopped before the woolsack. The two peers, who introduced him, uncovered their heads, and Gwynplaine did likewise. The King-at-Arms received from the hands of Blue Mantle the cushion of silver cloth, knelt down, and presented the black portfolio on the cushion to the Lord Chancellor. The Lord Chancellor took the black portfolio and handed it to the Clerk of the Parliament. The clerk received it ceremoniously and then sat down. The Clerk of the Parliament opened the portfolio and arose. The portfolio contained the two usual messages, the royal patent addressed to the House of Lords and the writ of summons. The clerk read aloud these two messages with respectful deliberation, standing. The writ of summons, addressed to Firmin Lord Clancharlie, concluded with the accustomed formalities. We strictly enjoin you, on the faith and allegiance that you owe, to come and take your place in person among the prelates and peers sitting in our Parliament at Westminster, for the purpose of giving your advice, in all honor and conscience, on the business of the kingdom and of the Church. The reading of the messages being concluded, the Lord Chancellor raised his voice. The message of the Crown has been read. Lord Clancharlie, does your lordship renounce transubstantiation, adoration of saints, and the Mass? Gwynplaine bowed. The test has been administered, said the Lord Chancellor. And the Clerk of the Parliament resumed. His lordship has taken the test. The Lord Chancellor added, My Lord Clancharlie, you can take your seat. So be it, said the two sponsors. The King-at-Arms rose, took the sword from the stand, and buckled it round Gwynplaine's waist. Si facte, says the old Norman charter, le père prend son épée, et monte aux hautes sièges, et assiste à l'audience. Gwynplaine heard a voice behind him which said, I array your lordship in a peer's robe. At the same time, the officer who spoke to him, who was holding the robe, placed it on him, and tied the black strings of the ermine cape round his neck. Gwynplaine, the scarlet robe on his shoulders, and the golden sword by his side, was attired like the peers on his right and left. The librarian presented to him the Red Book, and put it in the pocket of his waistcoat. The King-at-Arms murmured in his ear, My lord, on entering, will bow to the royal chair. The royal chair is the throne. Meanwhile the two clerks were writing, each at his table, one on the register of the Crown, the other on the register of the House. Then both, the Clerk of the Crown preceding the other, brought their books to the Lord Chancellor, who signed them. Having signed the two registers, the Lord Chancellor rose. Firmin Lord Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie, Baron Hunkerville, Marquis of Corleone in Sicily, be you welcome among your peers, the lords spiritual and temporal of Great Britain. Gwynplaine's sponsors touched his shoulder. He turned round. The folds of the great gilded door at the end of the gallery opened. It was the door of the House of Lords. 36 hours only had elapsed since Gwynplaine, surrounded by a different procession, had entered the iron door of Southwark Jail. What shadowy chimeras had passed, with terrible rapidity through his brain, chimeras which were hard facts, rapidity which was a capture by assault. Chapter 2. Chapter 999, Partiality. The creation of an equality with the king, called peerage, was in barbarous epochs a useful fiction. This rudimentary political expedient produced in France and England different results. In France, the peer was a mock king. In England, a real prince, less grand than in France, but more genuine, we might say less, but worse. Peerage was born in France. The date is uncertain. Under Charlemagne, says the legend. Under Robert Le Sage, says history, and history is not more to be relied on than legend. Favin writes, "The king of France wished to attach to himself the great of his kingdom by the magnificent title of peers, as if they were his equals." Peerage soon thrust forth branches, and from France passed over to England. The English peerage has been a great fact, and almost a mighty institution. It had for precedent the Saxon wittenagemote. The Danish thane and the Norman vavasor commingled in the baron. Baron is the same as ver, which is translated into Spanish by varon, and which signifies, par excellence, man. As early as 1075, the barons made themselves felt by the king, and by what a king? By William the Conqueror. In 1086, they laid the foundation of feudality, and its basis was the Domesday Book. Under John Lackland came conflict. The French peerage took the high hand with Great Britain and demanded that the King of England should appear at their bar. Great was the indignation of the English barons. At the coronation of Philip Augustus, the King of England, as Duke of Normandy, carried the first square banner, and the Duke of Guyenne the second. Against this king, a vassal of the foreigner, the war of the barons burst forth. The barons imposed on the weak-minded King John Magna Charta, from which sprang the House of Lords. The Pope took part with the king and excommunicated the Lords. The date was 1215, and the Pope was Innocent III, who wrote the Veni Sancte Spiritus, and who sent to John Lackland the 4 cardinal virtues in the shape of 4 gold rings. The Lords persisted. The duel continued through many generations. Pembroke's struggle was the year of the provisions of Oxford. 24 barons limited the king's powers, discussed him, and called a knight from each county to take part in the widened breach. Here was the dawn of the Commons. Later on, the Lords added 2 citizens from each city and 2 burgesses from each borough. It arose from this, that up to the time of Elizabeth, the peers were judges of the validity of elections to the House of Commons. From their jurisdiction sprang the proverb that the members returned ought to be without the 3 Ps, sine pris, sine pretio, sine peculo. This did not obviate rotten boroughs. In 1293, the Court of Peers in France had still the King of England under their jurisdiction, and Philippe le Bel cited Edward I to appear before him. Edward I was the king who ordered his son to bowl him down after death, and to carry his bones to the wars. Under the follies of their kings, the Lords felt the necessity of fortifying Parliament. They divided it into 2 chambers, the upper and the lower. The Lords arrogantly kept the supremacy. If it happens that any member of the Commons should be so bold as to speak to the prejudice of the House of Lords, he is called to the bar of the House to be reprimanded, and occasionally to be sent to the Tower. There is the same distinction in voting. In the House of Lords they vote one by one, beginning with the junior, called the puny baron. Each peer answers content or non-content. In the Commons they vote together by aye or no in a crowd. The Commons accuse, the peers judge. The peers, in their disdain of figures, delegated to the Commons, who were to profit by it, the superintendents of the Exchequer, thus named, according to some, after the table cover, which was like a chessboard, and according to others, from the drawers of the old safe, where was kept behind an iron grating the treasure of the kings of England. The yearbook dates from the end of the 13th century. In the War of the Roses, the weight of the Lords was thrown, now on the side of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, now on the side of Edmund, Duke of York. Wat Tyler, the Lollards, Warwick the Kingmaker, all that anarchy from which freedom is to spring, had for foundation, avowed or secret, the English feudal system. The lords were usefully jealous of the crown, for to be jealous is to be watchful. They circumscribed the royal initiative, diminished the category of cases of high treason, raised up pretended Richards against Henry IV, appointed themselves arbitrators, judged the question of the three crowns between the Duke of York and Margaret of Anjou, and at need levied armies, and fought their battles of Shrewsbury, Tewkesbury, and St. Albans, sometimes winning, sometimes losing. Before this, in the 13th century, they had gained the Battle of Lewes, and had driven from the kingdom the four brothers of the king, bastards of Queen Isabella by the Count de la Marque, all four usurers, who extorted money from Christians by means of the Jews, half princes, half sharpers, a thing common enough in more recent times, but not held in good odor in those days. Up to the 15th century, the Norman Duke peeped out in the King of England, and the Acts of Parliament were written in French. From the reign of Henry VII, by the will of the Lords, these were written in English. England, British under other Pendragon, Roman under Caesar, Saxon under the Heptarchy, Danish under Harold, Norman after William, then became, thanks to the Lords, English. After that she became Anglican. To have one's religion at home is a great power. A foreign pope drags down the national life. A Mecca is an octopus and devours it. In 1534, London bowed out Rome. The peerage adopted the reformed religion, and the Lords accepted Luther. Here we have the answer to the excommunication of 1215. It was agreeable to Henry VIII, but in other respects, the Lords were a trouble to him. As a bulldog to a bear, so was the House of Lords to Henry VIII. When Wolsey robbed the nation of Whitehall, and when Henry robbed Wolsey of it, who complained? 4 lords, Darcy of Chichester, St. John of Bletchow, and 2 Norman names, Mountay and Mounteagle. The king usurped, the peerage encroached. There is something in hereditary power which is incorruptible, hence the insubordination of the lords. Even in Elizabeth's reign, the barons were restless. From this resulted the tortures at Durham. Elizabeth was as a farthingale over an executioner's block. Elizabeth assembled Parliament as seldom as possible and reduced the House of Lords to 65 members, amongst whom there was but one Marquis, Winchester, and not a single duke. In France, the kings felt the same jealousy and carried out the same elimination. Under Henry III, there were no more than 8 dukedoms in the peerage, and it was to the great vexation of the king that the Baron de Mance, the Baron de Courcy, the Baron de Coulommiers, the Baron de Châteauneuf-en-Thymerais, the Baron de la Firennes-Lardenois, the Baron de Mortagny, and some others besides, maintained themselves as barons, peers of France. In England, the crown saw the peerage diminish with pleasure. Under Anne, to quote but one example, the peerages become extinct since the 12th century amounted to 565. The War of the Roses had begun the extermination of dukes, which the Acts of Mary Tudor completed. This was, indeed, the decapitation of the nobility. To prune away the dukes was to cut off its head. Good policy, perhaps, but it is better to corrupt than to decapitate. James I was of this opinion. He restored dukedoms. He made a duke of his favorite Villiers, who had made him a pig, a transformation from the duke feudal to the duke courtier. This sowing was to bring forth a rank harvest. Charles II was to make 2 of his mistresses duchesses, Barbara of Southampton and Louise de la Querole of Portsmouth. Under Anne there were to be 25 dukes, of whom 3 were to be foreigners, Cumberland, Cambridge, and Skarmurg. Did this court policy, invented by James I, succeed? No. The House of Peers was irritated by the effort to shackle it by intrigue. It was irritated against James I. It was irritated against Charles I, who, we may observe, may have had something to do with the death of his father, just as Marie de Medicis may have had something to do with the death of her husband. There was a rupture between Charles I and the peerage. The lords who, under James I, had tried at their bar extortion, in the person of Bacon, under Charles I tried treason, in the person of Stratford. They had condemned Bacon, they condemned Stratford. One had lost his honor, the other lost his life. Charles I was first beheaded in the person of Stratford. The lords lent their aid to the commons. The king convokes Parliament to Oxford. The revolution convokes it to London. 44 peers side with the king, 22 with the republic. From this combination of the people with the lords arose the Bill of Rights, a sketch of the French droits de l'homme, a vague shadow flung back from the depths of futurity by the Revolution of France on the Revolution of England. Such were the services of the peerage, involuntary ones, we admit, and dearly purchased, because the said peerage is a huge parasite, but considerable services nevertheless. The despotic work of Louis XI, of Richelieu, and of Louis XIV, the creation of a sultan, leveling taken for true equality, the bastinado given by the scepter, the common abasement of the people, all these Turkish tricks in France the peers prevented in England. The aristocracy was a wall, banking up the king on one side, sheltering the people on the other. They redeemed their arrogance towards the people by their insolence towards the king. Simon, Earl of Leicester, said to Henry III, "King, thou hast lied." The lords curbed the crown and grated against their kings in the tenderest point, that of venery. Every lord passing through a royal park had the right to kill a deer. In the house of the king the peer was at home. In the Tower of London the scale of allowance for the king was no more than that for a peer, namely £12 sterling per week. This was the House of Lords doing. Yet more we owe to it the deposition of kings. The Lords ousted John Lackland, degraded Edward II, deposed Richard II, broke the power of Henry VI, and made Cromwell a possibility. What a Louis XIV! There was in Charles' eye, thanks to Cromwell, it remained latent. By the by, we may here observe that Cromwell himself, though no historian seems to have noticed the fact, aspired to the peerage. This was why he married Elizabeth Bourchier, descendant and heiress of a Cromwell, Lord Bourchier, whose peerage became extinct in 1471, and of a Bourchier, Lord Robesart, another peerage extinct in 1429. Carried on with the formidable increase of important events, he found the suppression of a king a shorter way to power than the recovery of a peerage. A ceremonial of the lords, at times ominous, could reach even to the king. 2 men-at-arms from the Tower, with their axes on their shoulders, between whom an accused peer stood at the bar of the house, might have been there in like attendance on the king as on any other nobleman. For 5 centuries, the House of Lords acted on a system and carried it out with determination. They had their days of idleness and weakness, as for instance, that strange time when they allowed themselves to be seduced by the vessels loaded with cheeses, hams, and Greek wines sent them by Julius II. The English aristocracy was restless, haughty, ungovernable, watchful, and patriotically mistrustful. It was that aristocracy which, at the end of the 17th century, by Act the 10th of the year 1694, deprived the borough of Stockbridge, in Hampshire, of the right of sending members to Parliament, and forced the Commons to declare null the election for that borough, stained by papistical fraud. It imposed the test on James, Duke of York, and on his refusal to take it, excluded him from the throne. He reigned notwithstanding, but the lords wound up by calling him to account and banishing him. That aristocracy has had, in its long duration, some instinct of progress. It has always given out a certain quantity of appreciable light, except now towards its end, which is at hand. Under James II, it maintained in the lower house the proportion of 346 burgesses against 92 knights. The 16 barons, by courtesy of the Cinque Ports, were more than counterbalanced by the 50 citizens of the 25 cities. Though corrupt and egotistic, that aristocracy was, in some instances, singularly impartial. It is harshly judged. History keeps all its compliments for the commons. The justice of this is doubtful. We consider the part played by the lords a very great one. Oligarchy is the independence of a barbarous state, but it is an independence. Take Poland, for instance, nominally a kingdom, really a republic. The peers of England held the throne in suspicion and guardianship. Time after time, they have made their power more felt than that of the commons. They gave check to the king. Thus, in that remarkable year, 1694, the Triennial Parliament Bill, rejected by the Commons in consequence of the objections of William III, was passed by the Lords. William III, in his irritation, deprived the Earl of Bath of the governorship of Pendennis Castle and Viscount Mordaunt of all his offices. The House of Lords was the Republic of Venice in the heart of the royalty of England. To reduce the king to a doge was its object, and in proportion as it decreased the power of the crown, it increased that of the people. Royalty knew this and hated the peerage. Each endeavored to lessen the other. What was thus lost by each was proportionate profit to the people. Those two blind powers, monarchy and oligarchy, could not see that they were working for the benefit of a third, which was democracy. What a delight it was to the crown, in the last century, to be able to hang a peer, Lord Ferrers. However, they hung him with a silken rope. How polite. They would not have hung a peer of France, the Duke of Richelieu haughtily remarked. Granted, they would have beheaded him, still more polite. Montmorency Tancarville signed himself peer of France and England, thus throwing the English peerage into the second rank. The peers of France were higher and less powerful, holding to rank more than to authority, and to precedence more than to domination. There was between them and the lords that shade of difference which separates vanity from pride. With the peers of France, to take precedence of foreign princes, of Spanish grandees, of Venetian patricians, to see seated on the lower benches the marshals of France, the constable and the admiral of France, were he even Count de Toulouse and son of Louis Roman XIV. To draw a distinction between duchies in the male and female line, to maintain the proper distance between a simple comté like Armagnac or Albret and a comté Paris like Évreux, to wear by right at 25 the blue ribbon of the Golden Fleece, to counterbalance the Duc de la Trémouille, the most ancient peer of the court, with the Duc Uses, the most ancient peer of the Parliament, to claim as many pages and horses to their carriages as an elector, to be called Monseigneur by the first president, to discuss whether the Duc de Maine dates his peerage as the Comte du Fro, to cross the Grand Chamber diagonally or by the side, such things were grave matters. Grave matters with the Lords were the Navigation Act, the Test Act, the enrollment of Europe in the service of England, the command of the sea, the expulsion of the Stuarts' war with France. On one side, etiquette above all, on the other, empire above all. The peers of England had the substance, the peers of France the shadow. To conclude, the House of Lords was a starting point. Towards civilization, this is an immense thing. It had the honor to found a nation. It was the first incarnation of the unity of the people. English resistance, that obscure but all-powerful force, was born in the House of Lords. The barons, by a series of acts of violence against royalty, have paved the way for its eventual downfall. The House of Lords at the present day is somewhat sad and astonished at what it has unwillingly and unintentionally done, all the more that it is irrevocable. What are concessions, restitutions, and nations know it? I grant, says the king. I get back my own, says the people. The House of Lords believed that it was creating the privileges of the peerage, and it has produced the rights of the citizen. That vulture, aristocracy, has hatched the eagle's egg of liberty. And now the egg is broken, the eagle is soaring, the vulture dying. Aristocracy is at its last gasp, England is growing up. Still, let us be just towards the aristocracy. It entered the scale against royalty and was its counterpoise. It was an obstacle to despotism. It was a barrier. Let us thank and bury it. Chapter 3. The Old Hull. Near Westminster Abbey was an old Norman palace which was burnt in the time of Henry VIII. Its wings were spared. In one of them, Edward VI placed the House of Lords, in the other the House of Commons. Neither the two wings nor the two chambers are now in existence. The whole has been rebuilt. We have already said, and we must repeat, that there is no resemblance between the House of Lords of the present day and that of the past. In demolishing the ancient palace, they somewhat demolished its ancient usages. The strokes of the pickaxe on the monument produced their counterstrokes on customs and charters. An old stone cannot fall without dragging down with it an old law. Place in a round room a parliament which has been hitherto held in a square room, and it will no longer be the same thing. A change in the shape of the shell changes the shape of the fish inside. If you wish to preserve an old thing, human or divine, a code or a dogma, a nobility or a priesthood, never repair anything about it thoroughly, even its outside cover. Patch it up, nothing more. For instance, Jesuitism is a piece added to Catholicism. Treat edifices as you would treat institutions. Shadows should dwell in ruins. Worn-out powers are uneasy in chambers freshly decorated. Ruined palaces accord best with institutions in rags. To attempt to describe the House of Lords of other days would be to attempt to describe the unknown. History is night. In history, there is no second tier. That which is no longer on the stage immediately fades into obscurity. The scene is shifted, and all is at once forgotten. The past has a synonym, the unknown. The peers of England sat as a court of justice in Westminster Hall, and as the higher legislative chamber in a chamber specially reserved for the purpose, called the House of Lords. Besides the House of Peers of England, which did not assemble as a court unless convoked by the Crown, two great English tribunals, inferior to the House of Peers, but superior to all other jurisdiction, sat in Westminster Hall. At the end of that hall, they occupied adjoining compartments. The first was the Court of King's Bench, in which the king was supposed to preside. The second, the Court of Chancery, in which the Chancellor presided. The one was a court of justice, the other a court of mercy. It was the Chancellor who counseled the king to pardon, only rarely though. These two courts, which are still in existence, interpreted legislation and reconstructed it somewhat, for the art of the judge is to carve the code into jurisprudence, a task from which equity results as it best may. Legislation was worked up and applied in the severity of the Great Hall of Westminster, the rafters of which were of chestnut wood, over which spiders could not spread their webs. There are enough of them in all conscience in the laws. To sit as a court and to sit as a chamber are two distinct things. This double function constitutes supreme power. The Long Parliament, which began in November 1640, felt the revolutionary necessity for this two-edged sword. So it declared that, as House of Lords, it possessed judicial as well as legislative power. This double power has been, from time immemorial, vested in the House of Peers. We have just mentioned that as judges they occupied Westminster Hall. As legislators, they had another chamber. This other chamber, properly called the House of Lords, was oblong and narrow. All the light in it came from 4 windows in deep embrasures, which received their light through the roof, and a bullseye composed of 6 panes with curtains over the throne. At night, there was no other light than 12 half candelabra fastened to the wall. The chamber of Venice was darker still. A certain obscurity is pleasing to those owls of supreme power. A high ceiling adorned with many-faced relievos and gilded cornices circled over the chamber where the lords assembled. The Commons had but a flat ceiling. There is a meaning in all monarchical buildings. At one end of the long chamber of the lords was the door, at the other, opposite to it, the throne. A few paces from the door, the bar, a transverse barrier, and a sort of frontier, marked the spot where the people ended and the peerage began. To the right of the throne was a fireplace with emblazoned pinnacles and 2 bas-reliefs of marble, representing one, the victory of Cuthwolf over the Britons in 572, the other, the geometrical plan of the borough of Dunstable, which had 4 streets, parallel to the 4 quarters of the world. The throne was approached by 3 steps. It was called the royal chair. On the 2 walls, opposite each other, were displayed in successive pictures. On a huge piece of tapestry given to the lords by Elizabeth, the adventures of the Armada from the time of its leaving Spain until it was wrecked on the coasts of Great Britain. The great hulls of the ships were embroidered with threads of gold and silver, which had become blackened by time. Against this tapestry, cut at intervals by the candelabra fastened in the wall, were placed, to the right of the throne, 3 rows of benches for the bishops, and to the left 3 rows of benches for the dukes, marquises, and earls, in tiers, and separated by gangways. On the 3 benches of the first section sat the dukes, on those of the second, the marquises, on those of the third, the earls. The viscount's bench was placed across, opposite the throne, and behind, between the viscounts and the bar, were 2 benches for the barons. On the highest bench to the right of the throne sat the 2 archbishops of Canterbury and York. On the middle bench, 3 bishops, London, Durham, and Winchester, and the other bishops on the lowest bench. There is between the Archbishop of Canterbury and the other bishops this considerable difference, that he is bishop by divine providence, whilst the others are only so by divine permission. On the right of the throne was a chair for the Prince of Wales, and on the left, folding chairs for the royal dukes, and behind the latter, a raised seat for minor peers who had not the privilege of voting. Plenty of fleur-de-lis everywhere, and the great escutcheon of England over the four walls, above the peers, as well as above the king. The sons of peers and the heirs to peerages assisted at the debates, standing behind the throne, between the dais and the wall. A large square space was left vacant between the tiers of benches placed along three sides of the chamber and the throne. In this space, which was covered with the state carpet, interwoven with the arms of Great Britain, were four woolsacks, one in front of the throne, on which sat the Lord Chancellor, between the mace and the seal, one in front of the bishops, on which sat the judges, councillors of state, who had the right to vote, but not to speak, one in front of the dukes, marquises, and earls, on which sat the secretaries of state, and one in front of the viscounts and barons, on which sat the clerk of the crown and the clerk of the parliament, and on which the two underclerks wrote, kneeling. In the middle of the space was a large covered table, heaped with bundles of papers, registers, and summonses, with magnificent inkstands of chased silver and with high candlesticks at the four corners. The peers took their seats in chronological order, each according to the date of the creation of his peerage. They ranked according to their titles and within their grade of nobility according to seniority. At the bar stood the usher of the black rod, his wand in his hand. Inside the door was the deputy usher, and outside the crier of the black rod, whose duty it was to open the sittings of the courts of justice with the cry, Oyez, in French, uttered thrice, with a solemn accent upon the first syllable. Near the crier stood the sergeant mace-bearer of the chancellor. In royal ceremonies, the temporal peers wore coronets on their heads, and the spiritual peers mitres. The archbishops wore mitres with a ducal coronet, and the bishops, who rank after viscounts, mitres with a baron's cap. It is to be remarked, as a coincidence at once strange and instructive, that this square formed by the throne, the bishops, and the barons, with kneeling magistrates within it, was in form similar to the ancient parliament in France under the two first dynasties. The aspect of authority was the same in France as in England. Hincmar, in his treatise De Ordination Sacri Palatia, described in 853 the sittings of the House of Lords at Westminster in the 18th century. Strange, indeed, a description given 900 years before the existence of the thing described. But what is history? An echo of the past in the future, a reflex from the future on the past. The Assembly of Parliament was obligatory only once in every 7 years. The Lords deliberated in secret, with closed doors. The debates of the Commons were public. Publicity entails diminution of dignity. The number of the Lords was unlimited. To create Lords was the menace of royalty, a means of government. At the beginning of the 18th century, the House of Lords already contained a very large number of members. It has increased still further since that period. To dilute the aristocracy is politic. Elizabeth most probably erred in condensing the peerage into 65 lords. The less numerous, the more intense is a peerage. In assemblies, the more numerous the members, the fewer the heads. James II understood this when he increased the upper house to 188 lords. 186, if we subtract from the peerages the two duchies of royal favourites, Portsmouth and Cleveland. Under Anne, the total number of the lords, including bishops, was 207. Not counting the Duke of Cumberland, husband of the Queen, there were 25 dukes, of whom the Premier, Norfolk, did not take his seat, being a Catholic, and of whom the junior, Cambridge, the Elector of Hanover, did, although a foreigner. Winchester, termed first and sole Marquis of England, as Astorga was termed sole Marquis of Spain, was absent, being a Jacobite, so that there were only 5 marquises, of whom the premier was Lindsay, and the junior Lothian, 79 earls, of whom Derby was premier and Isla junior, 9 viscounts, of whom Hereford was premier and Lonsdale junior, and 62 barons, of whom Abergavenny was premier. And Hervey junior, Lord Hervey, the junior baron, was what was called the puisne of the house. Derby, of whom Oxford, Shrewsbury, and Kent took precedence, and who was therefore but the 4th under James II, became under Anne premier earl. 2 chancellors' names had disappeared from the list of barons, Verulam, under which designation history finds us Bacon, and Wem, under which it finds us Jeffreys. Bacon and Jeffreys both names overshadowed, though by different crimes. In 1705, the 26 bishops were reduced to 25, the see of Chester being vacant. Amongst the bishops, some were peers of high rank, such as William Talbot, Bishop of Oxford, who was head of the Protestant branch of that family. Others were eminent doctors, like John Sharp, Archbishop of York, formerly Dean of Norwich, the poet Thomas Sprat, Bishop of Rochester, an apoplectic old man, and that Bishop of Lincoln, who was to die Archbishop of Canterbury, Wake, the adversary of Bossuet. On important occasions, and when a message from the crown to the house was expected, the whole of this august assembly, in robes, in wigs, in mitres or plumes, formed out, and displayed their rows of heads, in tiers, along the walls of the house, where the storm was vaguely to be seen exterminating the armada, almost as much as to say, the storm is at the orders of England. Chapter 4. The Old Chamber. The whole ceremony of the investiture of Gwynplaine, from his entry under the King's Gate to his taking the test under the nave window, was enacted in a sort of twilight. Lord William Cowper had not permitted that he, as Lord Chancellor of England, should receive too many details of circumstances connected with the disfigurement of the young Lord Fermain Clancharlie, considering it below his dignity to know that a peer was not handsome, and feeling that his dignity would suffer if an inferior should venture to intrude on him information of such a nature. We know that a common fellow will take pleasure in saying, that prince is humpbacked. Therefore, it is abusive to say that a lord is deformed. To the few words dropped on the subject by the Queen, the Lord Chancellor had contented himself with replying, the face of a peer is in his peerage. Ultimately, however, the affidavits he had read and certified enlightened him, hence the precautions which he took. The face of the new lord, on his entrance into the house, might cause some sensation. This it was necessary to prevent, and the Lord Chancellor took his measures for the purpose. It is a fixed idea, and a rule of conduct in grave personages, to allow as little disturbance as possible. Dislike of incident is a part of their gravity. He felt the necessity of so ordering matters that the admission of Gwynplaine should take place without any hitch, and like that of any other successor to the peerage. It was for this reason that the Lord Chancellor directed that the reception of Lord Fermain Clancharlie should take place at the evening sitting. The Chancellor being the doorkeeper, quodmodo oscurus, says the Norman Charter, genuarum cancellorum, says Tertullian, he can officiate outside the room on the threshold, and Lord William Cowper had used his right by carrying out under the nave the formalities of the investiture of Lord Fermain Clancharlie. Moreover, he had brought forward the hour for the ceremonies, so that the new peer actually made his entrance into the house before the house had assembled. For the investiture of a peer on the threshold, and not in the chamber itself, there were precedents. The first hereditary baron, John de Beauchamp of Holt Castle, created by patent by Richard II. In 1387, Baron Kidderminster was thus installed. In renewing this precedent, the Lord Chancellor was creating for himself a future cause for embarrassment, of which he felt the inconvenience less than 2 years afterwards on the entrance of Viscount Newhaven into the House of Lords. Short-sighted as we have already stated him to be, Lord William Cowper scarcely perceived the deformity of Gwynplaine, while the two sponsors, being old and nearly blind, did not perceive it at all. The Lord Chancellor had chosen them for that very reason. More than this, the Lord Chancellor, having only seen the presence and stature of Gwynplaine, thought him a fine-looking man. When the doorkeeper opened the folding doors to Gwynplaine, there were but few peers in the house, and these few were nearly all old men. In assemblies, the old members are the most punctual, just as towards women they are the most assiduous. On the Duke's benches there were but two, one white-headed, the other grey, Thomas Osborne, Duke of Leeds and Scaurmurg, son of that Scaurmurg, German by birth, French by his marshal's baton, and English by his peerage, who was banished by the Edict of Nantes, and who, having fought against England as a Frenchman, fought against France as an Englishman. On the benches of the Lords Spiritual there sat only the Archbishop of Canterbury, Primate of England, above, and below Dr. Simon Patrick, Bishop of Ely, in conversation with Evelyn Pierrepoint, Marquis of Dorchester, who was explaining to him the difference between a gabion considered singly and when used in the parapet of a field work, and between palisades and frays, the former being a row of posts driven into the ground in front of the tents, for the purpose of protecting the camp, the latter sharp-pointed stakes set up under the wall of a fortress to prevent the escalade of the besiegers and the desertion of the besieged, and the Marquis was explaining further the method of placing frays in the ditches of redoubts, half of each stake being buried and half exposed. Thomas Thynne, Viscount Weymouth, having approached the light of a chandelier, was examining a plan of his architects for laying out his gardens at Longleat, in Wiltshire, in the Italian style, as a lawn broken up into plots, with squares of turf alternating with squares of red and yellow sand, of river shells, and of fine coal dust. On the Viscount's benches was a group of old peers, Essex, Ossulstone, Peregrine, Osborne, William Zulestein, Earl of Rochford, and amongst them, a few more youthful ones, of the faction which did not wear wigs, gathered round Prince de Veru, Viscount Hereford, and discussing the question whether an infusion of a Palaka holly was tea. "Very nearly," said Osborne. "Quite," said Essex. This discussion was attentively listened to by Paulet St. John, a cousin of Bolingbroke, of whom Voltaire was, later on, in some degree the pupil, for Voltaire's education, commenced by Pierre Perret, was finished by Bolingbroke. On the Marquis's benches, Thomas de Grey, Marquis of Kent, Lord Chamberlain to the Queen, was informing Robert Bertie, Marquis of Lindsay, Lord Chamberlain of England, that the first prize in the Great English Lottery of 1694 had been won by two French refugees, Monsieur Lecoq, formerly councillor in the Parliament of Paris, and Monsieur Ravenel, a gentleman of Brittany. The Earl of Wemyss was reading a book entitled Pratique curieuse des Oracles des Sibyls. John Campbell, Earl of Greenwich, famous for his long chin, his gaiety, and his 87 years, was writing to his mistress. Lord Chandos was trimming his nails. The sitting which was about to take place, being a royal one, where the crown was to be represented by commissioners, two assistant doorkeepers were placing in front of the throne a bench covered with purple velvet. On the second woolsack sat the Master of the Rolls, Sacrorum Scrinorum Magister, who had then for his residence the house formerly belonging to the converted Jews. Two underclerks were kneeling and turning over the leaves of the registers which lay on the fourth woolsack. In the meantime the Lord Chancellor took his place on the first woolsack. The members of the chamber took theirs, some sitting, others standing, when the Archbishop of Canterbury rose and read the prayer, and the sitting of the House began. Gwynplaine had already been there for some time without attracting any notice. The second bench of barons, on which was his place, was close to the bar, so that he had had to take but a few steps to reach it. The two peers, his sponsors, sat, one on his right, the other on his left, thus almost concealing the presence of the newcomer. No one having been furnished with any previous information, the clerk of the Parliament had read in a low voice, and as it were, mumbled through the different documents concerning the new peer, and the Lord Chancellor had proclaimed his admission in the midst of what is called in the reports general inattention. Everyone was talking. There buzzed through the house that cheerful hum of voices during which assemblies pass things which will not bear the light, and at which they wonder when they find out what they have done too late. Gwynplaine was seated in silence, with his head uncovered, between the two old peers, Lord Fitzwalter and Lord Arundel. On entering, according to the instructions of the King at Arms, afterwards renewed by his sponsors, he had bowed to the throne. Thus all was over. He was a peer, that pinnacle, under the glory of which he had all his life seen his master Ursus bow himself down in fear. That prodigious pinnacle was under his feet. He was in that place so dark and yet so dazzling in England. Old peak of the feudal mountain, looked up to for 6 centuries by Europe and by history, terrible nimbus of a world of shadow. He had entered into the brightness of its glory, and his entrance was irrevocable. He was there in his own sphere, seated on his throne, like the king on his. He was there, and nothing in the future could obliterate the fact. The royal crown, which he saw under the dais, was brother to his coronet. He was a peer of that throne. In the face of majesty he was peerage, less but like. Yesterday what was he? A player. Today what was he? A prince. Yesterday nothing, today everything. It was a sudden confrontation of misery and power, meeting face to face, and resolving themselves at once into the two halves of a conscience. Two spectres, adversity and prosperity, were taking possession of the same soul, and each drawing that soul towards itself. O pathetic division of an intellect, of a will, of a brain, between two brothers who are enemies, the phantom of poverty and the phantom of wealth, Abel and Cain in the same man. Chapter 5. Aristocratic Gossip. By degrees the seats of the House filled as the Lords arrived. The question was the vote for augmenting, by £100,000 sterling, the annual income of George of Denmark, Duke of Cumberland, the Queen's husband. Besides this, it was announced that several bills assented to by Her Majesty were to be brought back to the House by the Commissioners of the Crown empowered and charged to sanction them. This raised the sitting to a royal one. The peers all wore their robes over their usual court or ordinary dress. These robes, similar to that which had been thrown over Gwynplaine, were alike for all, excepting that the dukes had 5 bands of ermine, trimmed with gold, marquises 4, earls and viscounts 3, and barons 2. Most of the lords entered in groups. They had met in the corridors and were continuing the conversations there begun. A few came in alone. The costumes of all were solemn, but neither their attitudes nor their words corresponded with them. On entering, each one bowed to the throne. The peers flowed in. The series of great names marched past with scant ceremonial, the public not being present. Leicester entered and shook Lichfield's hand. Then came Charles Mordaunt, Earl of Peterborough and Monmouth, the friend of Locke, under whose advice he had proposed the recoinage of money. Then Charles Campbell, Earl of Loudon, listening to Fulk Greville, Lord Brooke. Then Dorme, Earl of Carnarvon. Then Robert Sutton, Baron Lexington, son of that Lexington who recommended Charles II to banish Gregorio Leti, the historiographer, who was so ill-advised as to try to become a historian. Then Thomas Bellasyse, Viscount Falkenberg, a handsome old man, and the 3 cousins, Howard, Earl of Bindon, Bowes Howard, Earl of Berkshire, and Stafford Howard, Earl of Stafford, all together. Then John Lovelace, Baron Lovelace, which peerage became extinct in 1736, so that Richardson was enabled to introduce Lovelace in his book, and to create a type under the name. All these personages, celebrated each in his own way, either in politics or in war, and of whom many were an honor to England, were laughing and talking. It was history, as it were, seen in undress. In less than half an hour the House was nearly full. This was to be expected, as the sitting was a royal one. What was more unusual was the eagerness of the conversations. The House, so sleepy not long before, now hummed like a hive of bees. The arrival of the peers who had come in late had wakened them up. These lords had brought news. It was strange that the peers who had been there at the opening of the sitting knew nothing of what had occurred, while those who had not been there knew all about it. Several lords had come from Windsor. For some hours past the adventures of Gwynplaine had been the subject of conversation. A secret is a net. Let one mesh drop, and the whole goes to pieces. In the morning, in consequence of the incidents related above, the whole story of a peer found on the stage and of a mountebank become a lord had burst forth at Windsor in royal places. The princes had talked about it, and then the lackeys. From the court the news soon reached the town. Events have a weight, and the mathematical rule of velocity, increasing in proportion to the squares of the distance, applies to them. They fall upon the public and work themselves through it with the most astounding rapidity. At 7 o'clock, no one in London had caught wind of the story. By 8, Gwynplaine was the talk of the town. Only the lords who had been so punctual that they were present before the assembling of the House were ignorant of the circumstances, not having been in the town when the matter was talked of by every one, and having been in the House where nothing had been perceived. Seated quietly on their benches, they were addressed by the eager newcomers. "Well," said Francis Brown, Viscount Montacute, to the Marquis of Dorchester. "What? Is it possible? What? The Laughing Man? Who is the Laughing Man? Don't you know the Laughing Man?" "No." "He is a clown, a fellow performing at fairs. He has an extraordinary face, which people gave a penny to look at, a mountebank." "Well, what then?" "You have just installed him as a peer of England. You are the Laughing Man, my Lord Montacute." "I am not laughing, my Lord Dorchester." Lord Montacute made a sign to the clerk of the Parliament, who rose from his woolsack and confirmed to their lordships the fact of the admission of the new peer. Besides, he detailed the circumstances. "How wonderful," said Lord Dorchester. "I was talking to the Bishop of Ely all the while." The young Earl of Annesley addressed old Lord Ura, who had but 2 years more to live, as he died in 1707. "My Lord Ura, my Lord Annesley, did you know Lord Lynn O's Clancharlie? A man of bygone days, yes I did. He died in Switzerland. Yes, we were relations. He was a Republican under Cromwell, and remained a Republican under Charles II. A Republican, not at all, he was sulking. He had a personal quarrel with the king. I know from good authority that Lord Clancharlie would have returned to his allegiance if they had given him the office of Chancellor which Lord Hyde held. You astonish me, Lord Ura. I had heard that Lord Clancharlie was an honest politician." "An honest politician? Does such a thing exist? Young man, there is no such thing." "And Cato? Oh, you believe in Cato, do you? And Aristides? They did well to exile him. And Thomas More? They did well to cut off his head. And in your opinion, Lord Clancharlie was a man as you describe. As for a man remaining in exile, why, it is simply ridiculous. He died there. An ambitious man, disappointed. You ask if I knew him. I should think so indeed. I was his dearest friend. Do you know, Lord Ura, that he married when in Switzerland? I am pretty sure of it. And that he had a lawful heir by that marriage. Yes, who is dead? Who is living? Living. Living. Impossible. It is a fact proved, authenticated, confirmed, registered. Then that son will inherit the Clancharlie peerage. He is not going to inherit it. Why? Because he has inherited it, it is done. Done. Turn your head, Lord Ura. He is sitting behind you on the Baron's benches. Lord Ura turned, but Gwynplaine's face was concealed under his forest of hair. So, said the old man, who could see nothing but his hair, he has already adopted the new fashion. He does not wear a wig. Grantham accosted Culpeper. Someone is finely sold. Who is that? David Durimois. How is that? He is no longer a peer. How can that be? And Henry Overquirk, Earl of Grantham, told John Baron Culpeper the whole anecdote, how the waif flask had been carried to the Admiralty, about the parchment of the Comprachicos, the Jussu Regis, countersigned Jeffreys, and the confrontation in the torture cell at Southwark, the proof of all the facts acknowledged by the Lord Chancellor and by the Queen, the taking the test under the nave, and finally the admission of Lord Fermain Clancharlie at the commencement of the sitting. Both the lords endeavoured to distinguish his face as he sat between Lord Fitzwalter and Lord Arundel, but with no better success than Lord Ura and Lord Annesley. Gwynplaine, either by chance or by the arrangement of his sponsors, forewarned by the Lord Chancellor, was so placed in shadow as to escape their curiosity. Who is it? Where is he? Such was the exclamation of all the newcomers, but no one succeeded in making him out distinctly. Some, who had seen Gwynplaine in the green box, were exceedingly curious, but lost their labour. As it sometimes happens that a young lady is entrenched within a troop of dowagers, Gwynplaine was, as it were, enveloped in several layers of lords, old, infirm, and indifferent. Good livers with the gout are marvellously indifferent to stories about their neighbours. There passed from hand to hand copies of a letter 3 lines in length, written, it was said, by the Duchess Josiana to the Queen, her sister, in answer to the injunction made by Her Majesty that she should espouse the new peer, the lawful heir of the Clancharlies, Lord Fermain. This letter was couched in the following terms. Madam, the arrangement will suit me just as well. I can have Lord David for my lover. Signed, Josina. This note, whether a true copy or a forgery, was received by all with the greatest enthusiasm. A young Lord, Charles Okehampton, Baron Mohun, who belonged to the wigless faction, read and reread it with delight. Louis de Duras, Earl of Faversham, an Englishman with a Frenchman's wit, looked at Mohun and smiled. "That is a woman I should like to marry," exclaimed Lord Mohun. The lords around them overheard the following dialogue between Duras and Mohun. "Marry the Duchess Josiana, Lord Mohun." "Why not? Plague take it. She would make one very happy. She would make many very happy. But is it not always a question of many?" "Lord Mohun, you are right. With regard to women, we have always the leavings of others. Has anyone ever had a beginning?" "Adam, perhaps." "Not he. Then Satan." "My dear lord," concluded Louis de Duras, "Adam only lent his name. Poor dupe, he endorsed the human race. Man was begotten on the woman by the devil." Hugh Comandelly, Earl of Comandelly, strong in points of law, was asked from the bishop's benches by Nathaniel Crewe, who was doubly a peer, being a temporal peer as Baron Crewe and a spiritual peer as Bishop of Durham. "Is it possible?" said Crewe. "Is it regular?" said Comandelly. "The investiture of this peer was made outside the House," replied the bishop, "but it is stated that there are precedents for it." "Yes, Lord Beauchamp under Richard II, Lord Chanay under Elizabeth, and Lord Broghill under Cromwell." "Cromwell goes for nothing." "What do you think of it all?" "Many different things." "My Lord Comandelly, what will be the rank of this young Lord Clancharlie in the House?" "My Lord Bishop, the interruption of the Republic having displaced ancient rights of precedence, Clancharlie now ranks in the peerage between Barnard and Somers, so that should each be called upon to speak in turn, Lord Clancharlie would be the 8th in rotation." "Really, he, a mountebank from a public show." "The act per se does not astonish me, my Lord Bishop. We meet with such things. Still more wonderful circumstances occur. Was not the War of the Roses predicted by the sudden drying up of the River Ouse in Bedfordshire on January 1st, 1399? Now, if a river dries up, a peer may, quite as naturally, fall into a servile condition. Ulysses, king of Ithaca, played all kinds of different parts. Firmin Clancharlie remained a lord under his player's garb. Sordid garments touch not the soul's nobility. But taking the test, and the investiture outside the sitting, though strictly legal, might give rise to objections. I am of opinion that it will be necessary to look into the matter, to see if there be any ground to question the Lord Chancellor in Privy Council later on. We shall see in a week or two what is best to be done." And the bishop added, "All the same, it is an adventure such as has not occurred since Earl Jespertus's time. Gwynplaine the Laughing Man, the Tadcaster in the Green Box, Chaos Vanquished, Switzerland, Chillon the Comprachicos, Exile, Mutilation, the Republic, Jeffreys, James II, the Jussu Regis, the Bottle Opened at the Admiralty, the Father, Lord Lynn Owes, the Legitimate Son, Lord Fermain, the Bastard Son, Lord David, the Probable Lawsuits, the Duchess Josiana, the Lord Chancellor, the Queen. All these subjects of conversation ran from bench to bench. Whispering is like a train of gunpowder. They seized on every incident. All the details of the occurrence caused an immense murmur through the house. Gwynplaine, wandering in the depths of his reverie, heard the buzzing, without knowing that he was the cause of it. He was strangely attentive to the depths, not to the surface. Excess of attention becomes isolation. The buzz of conversation in the house impedes its usual business no more than the dust raised by a troop impedes its march. The judges, who in the upper house were mere assistants, without the privilege of speaking, except when questioned, had taken their places on the second woolsack, and the 3 secretaries of state theirs on the third. The heirs to peerages flowed into their compartment, at once without and within the house, at the back of the throne. The peers in their minority were on their own benches. In 1705, The number of these little lords amounted to no less than a dozen: Huntingdon, Lincoln, Dorset, Warwick, Bath, Barlington, Derwentwater, destined to a tragical death, Longville, Lonsdale, Dudley, Ward, and Carteret, a troop of brats made up of 8 earls, 2 viscounts, and 2 barons. In the centre, on the 3 stages of benches, each lord had taken his seat. Almost all the bishops were there. The dukes mustered strong, beginning with Charles Seymour, Duke of Somerset, and ending with George Augustus, Elector of Hanover and Duke of Cambridge, junior in date of creation, and consequently junior in rank. All were in order according to right of precedence. Cavendish, Duke of Devonshire, whose grandfather had sheltered Hobbes at Hardwicke when he was 92, Lennox, Duke of Richmond, the 3 Fitzroys, the Duke of Southampton, the Duke of Grafton, and the Duke of Northumberland, Butler, Duke of Ormond, Somerset, Duke of Beaufort, Beauclerk, Duke of St. Albans, Paulet, Duke of Bolton, Osborne, Duke of Leeds, Wriothesley Russell, Duke of Bedford, whose motto and device was Chi Sara Sara, which expresses a determination to take things as they come, Sheffield, Duke of Buckingham, Manners, Duke of Rutland, and others. Neither Howard, Duke of Norfolk, nor Talbot, Duke of Shrewsbury, was present, being Catholics, nor Churchill, Duke of Marlborough, the French Malbrouck, who was at that time fighting the French and beating them. There were no Scotch dukes then, Queensberry, Montrose, and Roxburgh not being admitted t. Chapter 6. The High and the Low. All at once a bright light broke upon the house. 4 doorkeepers brought and placed on each side of the throne 4 high candelabra filled with wax lights. The throne, thus illuminated, shone in a kind of purple light. It was empty but august. The presence of the Queen herself could not have added much majesty to it. The usher of the black rod entered with his wand and announced, "The Lords Commissioners of Her Majesty." The hum of conversation immediately subsided. A clerk in a wig and gown appeared at the great door, holding a cushion worked with fleurs de lis, on which lay parchment documents. These documents were bills. From each hung the bill or bull by a silken string, from which laws are called bills in England and bulls at Rome. Behind the clerk walked 3 men in peers' robes and wearing plumed hats. These were the royal commissioners. The first was the Lord High Treasurer of England, Godolphin; the second, the Lord President of the Council, Pembroke; the third, the Lord of the Privy Seal, Newcastle. They walked one by one, according to precedence, not of their rank, but of their commission, Godolphin first, Newcastle last, although a duke. They reached the bench in front of the throne, to which they bowed, took off and replaced their hats, and sat down on the bench. The Lord Chancellor turned towards the usher of the black rod, and said, "Order the Commons to the bar of the House." The usher of the black rod retired. The clerk, who was one of the clerks of the House of Lords, placed on the table, between the 4 woolsacks, the cushion on which lay the bills. Then there came an interruption, which continued for some minutes. 2 doorkeepers placed before the bar a stool with 3 steps. This stool was covered with crimson velvet, on which fleurs de lis were designed in gilt nails. The great door, which had been closed, was reopened, and a voice announced, "The faithful Commons of England." It was the usher of the black rod announcing the other half of Parliament. The Lords put on their hats. The members of the House of Commons entered, preceded by their Speaker, all with uncovered heads. They stopped at the bar. They were in their ordinary garb, for the most part dressed in black and wearing swords. The Speaker, the Right Honourable John Smith, an Esquire member for the borough of Andover, got up on the stool which was at the centre of the bar. The Speaker of the Commons wore a robe of black satin, with large hanging sleeves, embroidered before and behind with Brandenburgs of gold, and a wig smaller than that of the Lord Chancellor. He was majestic, but inferior. The Commons, both Speaker and members, stood waiting with uncovered heads, before the peers, who were seated with their hats on. Amongst the members of Commons might have been remarked the Chief Justice of Chester, Joseph Jekyll, the Queen's 3 Serjeants-at-Law, Hooper, Powys, and Parker, James Montagu, Solicitor General, and the Attorney General, Simon Harcourt. with the exception of a few baronets and knights, and 9 lords by courtesy, Hartington, Windsor, Woodstock, Mordaunt, Granby, Scudamore, Fitzharding, Hyde, and Berkeley, sons of peers and heirs to peerages, all were of the people, a sort of gloomy and silent crowd. When the noise made by the trampling of feet had ceased, the crier of the black rod, standing by the door, exclaimed, "Oh yea!" The clerk of the Crown arose. He took, unfolded, and read the first of the documents on the cushion. It was a message from the Queen naming 3 commissioners to represent her in Parliament with power to sanction the bills. To wit, here the clerk raised his voice, Sidney Earl Godolphin. The clerk bowed to Lord Godolphin. Lord Godolphin raised his hat. The clerk continued, Thomas Herbert, Earl of Pembroke and Montgomery. The clerk bowed to Lord Pembroke. Lord Pembroke touched his hat. The clerk resumed, John Howells, Duke of Newcastle. The Duke of Newcastle nodded. The clerk of the Crown resumed his seat. The clerk of the Parliaments arose. His underclerk, who had been on his knees behind him, got up also. Both turned their faces to the throne and their backs to the Commons. There were 5 bills on the cushion. These 5 bills, voted by the Commons and agreed to by the Lords, awaited the royal sanction. The clerk of the Parliaments read the first bill. It was a bill passed by the Commons, charging the country with the costs of the improvements made by the Queen to her residence at Hampton Court, amounting to £1,000,000. The reading over, the clerk bowed low to the throne. The underclerk bowed lower still. Then, half turning his head towards the Commons, he said, The Queen accepts your bounty, et ainsi levute. The clerk read the second bill. It was a law condemning to imprisonment and fine whosoever withdrew himself from the service of the trainbands. The trainbands were a militia, recruited from the middle and lower classes, serving gratis, which in Elizabeth's reign furnished, on the approach of the Armada, 185,000 foot soldiers and 40,000 horse. The 2 clerks made a fresh bow to the throne, after which the underclerk, again half turning his face to the Commons, said, La reine levute. The third bill was for increasing the tithes and prebends of the bishopric of Lichfield and Coventry, which was one of the richest in England, for making an increased yearly allowance to the cathedral, for augmenting the number of its canons, and for increasing its deaneries and benefices to the benefit of our holy religion, as the preamble set forth. The fourth bill added to the budget fresh taxes, one on marbled paper, one on hackney coaches, fixed at the number of 800 in London, and taxed at a sum equal to 52 francs yearly each, one on barristers, attorneys, and solicitors at 48 francs a year a head, one on tanned skins, notwithstanding, said the preamble, the complaints of the workers in leather, one on soap, notwithstanding the petitions of the city of Exeter and of the whole of Devonshire, where great quantities of cloth and serge were manufactured, one on wine at 4 shillings, one on flour, one on barley and hops, and one renewing for 4 years the necessities of the state, said the preamble, requiring to be attended to before the remonstrances of commerce, tonnage dues varying from 6 francs per ton for ships coming from the westward to 18 francs on those coming from the eastward. Finally, the bill, declaring the sums already levied for the current year insufficient, concluded by decreeing a poll tax on each subject throughout the kingdom of 4 shillings per head, adding that a double tax would be levied on every one who did not take the fresh oath to government. The fifth bill forbade the admission into the hospital of any sick person who on entering did not deposit £1 to pay for his funeral in case of death. These last 3 bills, like the first 2, were one after the other sanctioned and made law by a bow to the throne, and the 4 words pronounced by the underclerk, La reine levute, spoken over his shoulder to the Commons. Then the underclerk knelt down again before the 4th woolsack, and the Lord Chancellor said, Soit fate comme il est déclaré. This terminated the royal sitting. The Speaker, bent double before the Chancellor, descended from the stool, backwards, lifting up his robe behind him. The members of the House of Commons bowed to the ground, and as the upper house resumed the business of the day, heedless of all these marks of respect, the commons departed. Chapter 7. Storms of men are worse than storms of oceans. The doors were closed again, the usher of the black rod re-entered. The Lords Commissioners left the bench of state, took their places at the top of the Duke's benches by right of their commission, and the Lord Chancellor addressed the House. My Lords, the House having deliberated for several days on the bill which proposes to augment by £100,000 sterling the annual provision for His Royal Highness the Prince, Her Majesty's consort, and the debate having been exhausted and closed, the House will proceed to vote. The votes will be taken according to custom, beginning with the puny baron. Each lord, on his name being called, will rise and answer content or non-content, and will be at liberty to explain the motives of his vote, if he thinks fit to do so. Clerk, take the vote. The clerk of the House, standing up, opened a large folio and spread it open on a gilded desk. This book was the list of the peerage. The puny of the House of Lords at that time was John Hervey, created baron and peer in 1703, from whom is descended the Marquis of Bristol. The clerk called, "My Lord John, Baron Hervey." An old man in a fair wig rose and said, "Content." Then he sat down. The clerk registered his vote. The clerk continued, "My Lord Francis Seymour, Baron Conway of Kilultog." Content murmured, half rising, an elegant young man, with a face like a page, who little thought that he was to be ancestor to the Marquises of Hertford. "My Lord John Leveson, Baron Gower," continued the clerk. This baron, from whom were to spring the Dukes of Sutherland, rose, and, as he reseated himself, said Content. The clerk went on, "My Lord Heneage Finch, Baron Guernsey." The ancestor of the Earls of Aylesford, neither older nor less elegant than the ancestor of the Marquises of Hertford, justified his device, aperto viva voto, by the proud tone in which he exclaimed, "Content." Whilst he was resuming his seat, the clerk called the fifth baron, "My Lord John, Baron Granville." Rising and resuming his seat quickly, "Content," exclaimed Lord Granville of Putheridge, whose peerage was to become extinct in 1709. The clerk passed to the sixth. "My Lord Charles Montague, Baron Halifax." "Content," said Lord Halifax, the bearer of a title which had become extinct in the Savile family and was destined to become extinct again in that of Montague. Montague is distinct from Montagu and Montacute. And Lord Halifax added, "Prince George has an allowance as Her Majesty's consort. He has another as Prince of Denmark, another as Duke of Cumberland, another as Lord High Admiral of England and Ireland, but he has not one as Commander-in-Chief. This is an injustice and a wrong which must be set right in the interest of the English people." Then Lord Halifax passed a eulogium on the Christian religion, abused popery, and voted the subsidy. Lord Halifax sat down, and the clerk resumed, "My Lord Christopher, Baron Barnard." Lord Barnard, from whom were to descend the Dukes of Cleveland, rose to answer to his name. "Content." He took some time in reseating himself, for he wore a lace band which was worth showing. For all that, Lord Barnard was a worthy gentleman and a brave officer. While Lord Barnard was resuming his seat, the clerk, who read by routine, hesitated for an instant. He readjusted his spectacles and leaned over the register with renewed attention. Then, lifting up his head, he said, "My Lord Fermain Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie and Hunkerville." Gwynplaine arose. "Non-content," said he. Every face was turned towards him. Gwynplaine remained standing. The branches of candles, placed on each side of the throne, lighted up his features and marked them against the darkness of the august chamber in the relief with which a mask might show against a background of smoke. Gwynplaine had made that effort over himself which, it may be remembered, was possible to him in extremity. By a concentration of will equal to that which would be needed to cow a tiger, he had succeeded in obliterating for a moment the fatal grin upon his face. For an instant he no longer laughed. This effort could not last long. Rebellion against that which is our law or our fatality must be short-lived. At times the waters of the sea resist the power of gravitation, swell into a waterspout, and become a mountain, but only on the condition of falling back again. Such a struggle was Gwynplaine's. For an instant, which he felt to be a solemn one, by a prodigious intensity of will, but for not much longer than a flash of lightning lasts, he had thrown over his brow the dark veil of his soul. He held in suspense his incurable laugh. From that face upon which it had been carved, he had withdrawn the joy. Now it was nothing but terrible. "Who is this man?" exclaimed all. That forest of hair, those dark hollows under the brows, the deep gaze of eyes which they could not see, that head, on the wild outlines of which light and darkness mingled weirdly, were a wonder indeed. It was beyond all understanding. Much as they had heard of him, the sight of Gwynplaine was a terror. Even those who expected much found their expectations surpassed. It was as though on the mountain reserved for the gods, during the banquet on a serene evening, the whole of the all-powerful body being gathered together, the face of Prometheus, mangled by the vulture's beak, should have suddenly appeared before them, like a blood-colored moon on the horizon. Olympus looking on Caucasus. What a vision! Old and young, open-mouthed with surprise, fixed their eyes upon Gwynplaine. An old man, respected by the whole house, who had seen many men and many things, and who was intended for a dukedom, Thomas, Earl of Wharton, rose in terror. "What does all this mean?" he cried. "Who has brought this man into the house? Let him be put out." And addressing Gwynplaine haughtily, "Who are you? Whence do you come?" Gwynplaine answered, "Out of the depths." And folding his arms, he looked at the lords. "Who am I? I am wretchedness. My lords, I have a word to say to you." A shudder ran through the house, then all was silence. Gwynplaine continued, "My lords, you are highly placed. It is well. We must believe that God has his reasons that it should be so. You have power, opulence, pleasure, the sun ever shining in your zenith, authority unbounded, enjoyment without a sting, and a total forgetfulness of others. So be it. But there is something below you, above you, it may be. My lords, I bring you news of the existence of mankind. Assemblies are like children. A strange occurrence is as a jack-in-the-box to them. It frightens them, but they like it. It is as if a spring were touched and a devil jumps up. Mirabeau, who was also deformed, was a case in point in France. Gwynplaine felt within himself, at that moment, a strange elevation. In addressing a body of men, one's foot seems to rest on them, to rest, as it were, on a pinnacle of souls, on human hearts, that quiver under one's heel. Gwynplaine was no longer the man who had been, only the night before, almost mean. The fumes of the sudden elevation which had disturbed him had cleared off and become transparent, and in the state in which Gwynplaine had been seduced by a vanity, he now saw but a duty. That which had at first lessened now elevated him. He was illuminated by one of those great flashes which emanate from duty. All round Gwynplaine arose cries of "Hear, hear!" Meanwhile, rigid and superhuman, he succeeded in maintaining on his features that severe and sad contraction under which the laugh was fretting like a wild horse, struggling to escape. He resumed, "I am he who cometh out of the depths. My lords, you are great and rich. There lies your danger, you profit by the night, but beware, the dawn is all-powerful, you cannot prevail over it. It is coming, nay, it is come. Within it is the dayspring of irresistible light. And who shall hinder that sling from hurling the sun into the sky? The sun I speak of is right. You are privilege. Tremble, the real master of the house is about to knock at the door. What is the father of privilege? Chance. What is his son? Abuse. Neither chance nor abuse are abiding. For both a dark morrow is at hand. I am come to warn you. I am come to impeach your happiness. It is fashioned out of the misery of your neighbor. You have everything, and that everything is composed of the nothing of others. My lords, I am an advocate without hope, pleading a cause that is lost. But that cause God will gain on appeal. As for me, I am but a voice. Mankind is a mouth, of which I am the cry. You shall hear me. I am about to open before you, peers of England, the great assize of the people, of that sovereign who is the subject, of that criminal who is the judge. I am weighed down under the load of all that I have to say. Where am I to begin? I know not. I have gathered together in the vast diffusion of suffering my innumerable and scattered pleas. What am I to do with them now? They overwhelm me, and I must cast them to you in a confused mass. Did I foresee this? No, you are astonished. So am I. Yesterday I was a mountebank. Today I am a peer. Deep play. Of whom? Of the unknown. Let us all tremble, my lords, all the blue sky is for you. Of this immense universe you see but the sunshine. Believe me, it has its shadows. Amongst you I am called Lord Fermain Clancharlie, but my true name is one of poverty, Gwynplaine. I am a wretched thing carved out of the stuff of which the great are made, for such was the pleasure of a king. That is my history. Many amongst you knew my father. I knew him not. His connection with you was his feudal descent. His outlawry is the bond between him and me. What God willed was well. I was cast into the abyss. For what end? To search its depths. I am a diver, and I have brought back the pearl. Truth, I speak, because I know. You shall hear me, my lords. I have seen, I have felt. Suffering is not a mere word, ye happy ones. Poverty I grew up in. Winter has frozen me. Hunger I have tasted. Contempt I have suffered. Pestilence I have undergone. Shame I have drunk of. And I will vomit all these up before you, and this ejection of all misery shall sully your feet and flame about them. I hesitated before I allowed myself to be brought to the place where I now stand, because I have duties to others elsewhere, and my heart is not here. What passed within me has nothing to do with you. When the man whom you call Usher of the Black Rod came to seek me by order of the woman whom you call the Queen, the idea struck me for a moment that I would refuse to come. But it seemed to me that the hidden hand of God pressed me to the spot, and I obeyed. I felt that I must come amongst you. Why? Because of my rags of yesterday. It is to raise my voice among those who have eaten their fill that God mixed me up with the famished. Oh, have pity. Of this fatal world to which you believe yourselves to belong you know nothing. Placed so high, you are out of it. But I will tell you what it is. I have had experience enough. I come from beneath the pressure of your feet. I can tell you your weight. Oh, you who are masters, do you know what you are? Do you see what you are doing? No. Oh, it is dreadful. One night of storm, a little deserted child, an orphan alone in the immeasurable creation, I made my entrance into that darkness which you call society. The first thing that I saw was the law, under the form of a gibbet. The second was riches, your riches, under the form of a woman dead of cold and hunger. The third, the future, under the form of a child left to die. The fourth, goodness, truth, and justice, under the figure of a vagabond, whose sole friend and companion was a wolf. Just then Gwynplaine, stricken by a sudden emotion, felt the sobs rising in his throat, causing him, most unfortunately, to burst into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. The contagion was immediate. A cloud had hung over the assembly. It might have broken into terror. It broke into delight. Mad merriment seized the whole house. Nothing pleases the great chambers of sovereign man so much as buffoonery. It is their revenge upon their graver moments. The laughter of kings is like the laughter of the gods. There is always a cruel point in it. The lords set to play. Sneers gave sting to their laughter. They clapped their hands around the speaker and insulted him. A volley of merry exclamations assailed him like bright but wounding hailstones. Bravo, Gwynplaine! Bravo, laughing man! Bravo, snout of the green box! Mask of Tarrinzeau Field, you are going to give us a performance. That's right, talk away. There's a funny fellow. How the beast does laugh, to be sure. Good day, Pantaloon. How d'ye do, my Lord Clown? Go on with your speech. That fellow a peer of England. Go on. No, no. Yes, yes. The Lord Chancellor was much disturbed. A deaf peer, James Butler, Duke of Ormond, placing his hand to his ear like an ear trumpet, asked Charles Beauclerk, Duke of St. Albans. How has he voted? Non-content. By heavens, said Ormond, I can understand it with such a face as his. Do you think that you can ever recapture a crowd once it has escaped your grasp, and all assemblies are crowds alike? No, eloquence is a bit, and if the bit breaks, the audience runs away and rushes on till it has thrown the orator. Hearers naturally dislike the speaker, which is a fact not as clearly understood as it ought to be. Instinctively he pulls the reins, but that is a useless expedient. However, all orators try it, as Gwynplaine did. He looked for a moment at those men who were laughing at him. Then he cried, "So you insult misery. Silence, peers of England, judges, listen to my pleading. Oh, I conjure you, have pity. Pity for whom? Pity for yourselves. Who is in danger? Yourselves. Do you not see that you are in a balance, and that there is in one scale your power, and in the other your responsibility? It is God who is weighing you. Oh, do not laugh. Think. The trembling of your consciences is the oscillation of the balance in which God is weighing your actions. You are not wicked. You are like other men, neither better nor worse. You believe yourselves to be gods, but be ill tomorrow and see your divinity shivering in fever. We are worth one as much as the other. I address myself to honest men. There are such here. I address myself to lofty intellects. There are such here. I address myself to generous souls. There are such here. You are fathers, sons, and brothers, therefore you are often touched. He amongst you who has this morning watched the awaking of his little child is a good man. Hearts are all alike. Humanity is nothing but a heart. Between those who oppress and those who are oppressed there is but a difference of place. Your feet tread on the heads of men. The fault is not yours. It is that of the social Babel. The building is faulty and out of the perpendicular. One floor bears down the other. Listen, and I will tell you what to do. Oh, as you are powerful, be brotherly. As you are great, be tender. If you only knew what I have seen, alas, what gloom is there beneath? The people are in a dungeon. How many are condemned who are innocent? No daylight, no air, no virtue. They are without hope, and yet there is the danger. They expect something. Realize all this misery. There are beings who live in death. There are little girls who at 12 begin by prostitution and who end in old age at 20. As to the severities of the criminal code, they are fearful. I speak somewhat at random and do not pick my words. I say everything that comes into my head. No later than yesterday, I who stand here saw a man lying in chains, naked, with stones piled on his chest, expire in torture. Do you know of these things? No. If you knew what goes on, you would not dare to be happy. Who of you have been to Newcastle upon Tyne? There, in the mines, are men who chew coals to fill their stomachs and deceive hunger. Look here. In Lancashire, Ribblechester has sunk, by poverty, from a town to a village. I do not see that Prince George of Denmark requires £100,000 extra. I should prefer receiving a poor sick man into the hospital without compelling him to pay his funeral expenses in advance. In Carnarvon and at Strathmore, as well as at Strathbickan, the exhaustion of the poor is horrible. At Stratford, they cannot drain the marsh for want of money. The manufactories are shut up all over Lancashire. There is forced idleness everywhere. Do you know that the herring fishers at Harlech eat grass when the fishery fails? Do you know that at Burton Lazars there are still lepers confined, on whom they fire if they leave their tan houses? At Aylesbury, a town of which one of you is lord, destitution is chronic. At Penkridge in Coventry, where you have just endowed a cathedral and enriched a bishop, there are no beds in the cabins, and they dig holes in the earth in which to put the little children to lie, so that instead of beginning life in the cradle, they begin it in the grave. I have seen these things. My lords, do you know who pays the taxes you vote? The dying. Alas, you deceive yourselves. You are going the wrong road. You augment the poverty of the poor to increase the riches of the rich. You should do the reverse. What? Take from the worker to give to the idle, take from the tattered to give to the well-clad, take from the beggar to give to the prince. Oh yes, I have old republican blood in my veins. I have a horror of these things. How I execrate kings, and how shameless are the women. I have been told a sad story, how I hate Charles II. A woman whom my father loved gave herself to that king whilst my father was dying in exile. The prostitute, Charles II, James II. After a scamp, a scoundrel. What is there in a king? A man feeble and contemptible, subject to wants and infirmities. Of what good is a king? You cultivate that parasite royalty. You make a serpent of that worm, a dragon of that insect. Oh, pity the poor. You increase the weight of the taxes for the profit of the throne. Look to the laws which you decree. Take heed of the suffering swarms which you crush. Cast your eyes down. Look at what is at your feet. O ye great, there are the little. Have pity, yes, have pity on yourselves, for the people is in its agony, and when the lower part of the trunk dies, the higher parts die too. Death spares no limb. When night comes, no one can keep his corner of daylight. Are you selfish? Then save others. The destruction of the vessel cannot be a matter of indifference to any passenger. There can be no wreck for some that is not wreck for all. Oh, believe it, the abyss yawns for all. The laughter increased, and became irresistible. For that matter, such extravagance as there was in his words was sufficient to amuse any assembly. To be comic without and tragic within, what suffering can be more humiliating? What pain deeper? Gwynplaine felt it. His words were an appeal in one direction, his face in the other. What a terrible position was his. Suddenly, his voice rang out in strident bursts. How gay these men are, be it so. Here is irony face to face with agony, a sneer mocking the death rattle. They are all-powerful, perhaps so, be it so, we shall see. Behold, I am one of them, but I am also one of you, O ye poor. A king sold me, a poor man sheltered me, who mutilated me, a prince, who healed and nourished me, a pauper. I am Lord Clancharlie, but I am still Gwynplaine. I take my place amongst the great, but I belong to the mean. I am amongst those who rejoice, but I am with those who suffer. Oh, this system of society is false. Some day will come that which is true, then there will be no more lords, and there shall be free and living men. There will be no more masters, there will be fathers. Such is the future. No more prostration, no more baseness, no more ignorance, no more human beasts of burden, no more courtiers, no more toadies, no more kings, but light. In the meantime, see me here. I have a right and I will use it. Is it a right? No, if I use it for myself. Yes, if I use it for all. I will speak to you, my lords, being one of you. O my brothers below, I will tell them of your nakedness. I will rise up with a bundle of the people's rags in my hand. I will shake off over the masters the misery of the slaves, and these favored and arrogant ones shall no longer be able to escape the remembrance of the wretched, nor the princes the itch of the poor. And so much the worse, if it be the bite of vermin, and so much the better, if it awake the lions from their slumber. Here Gwynplaine turned towards the kneeling under-clerks, who were writing on the fourth woolsack. Who are those fellows kneeling down? What are you doing? Get up, you are men. These words, suddenly addressed to inferiors whom a lord ought not even to perceive, increased the merriment to the utmost. They had cried, bravo, now they shouted, hurrah. From clapping their hands, they proceeded to stamping their feet. One might have been back in the green box, only that there the laughter applauded Gwynplaine, here it exterminated him. The effort of ridicule is to kill. Men's laughter sometimes exerts all its power to murder. The laughter proceeded to action. Sneering words rained down upon him. Humor is the folly of assemblies. Their ingenious and foolish ridicule shuns facts instead of studying them, and condemns questions instead of solving them. Any extraordinary occurrence is a point of interrogation. To laugh at it is like laughing at an enigma, but the Sphinx, which never laughs, is behind it. Contradictory shouts arose. Enough, enough, encore, encore. William Farmer, Baron Lamester, flung at Gwynplaine the insult cast by Rick Quiney at Shakespeare. Histrio mema. Lord Vaughan, a sententious man, 29th on the Baron's bench, exclaimed, we must be back in the days when animals had the gift of speech. In the midst of human tongues, the jaw of a beast has spoken. Listen to Balaam's ass, added Lord Yarmouth. Lord Yarmouth presented that appearance of sagacity produced by a round nose and a crooked mouth. The rebel Lynn is chastised in his tomb. The son is the punishment of the father, said John Hoe, Bishop of Lichfield and Coventry, whose prebendary Gwynplaine's attack had glanced. He lies, said Lord Cholmondeley, the legislator so well read up in the law. That which he calls torture is only the pain forte et dure, and a very good thing, too. Torture is not practiced in England. Thomas Wentworth, Baron Raby, addressed the Chancellor. My Lord Chancellor, adjourn the House. No, no, let him go on. He is amusing. Hurrah, hip, hip, hip. Thus shouted the young lords, their fun amounting to fury. 4 of them especially were in the full exasperation of hilarity and hate. These were Lawrence Hyde, Earl of Rochester, Thomas Tufton, Earl of Thanet, Viscount Hatton, and the Duke of Montagu. To your tricks, Gwynplaine, cried Rochester. Put him out, shouted Thanet. Viscount Hatton drew from his pocket a penny, which he flung to Gwynplaine. And John Campbell, Earl of Greenwich, Savage, Earl Rivers, Thompson, Baron Havisham, Warrington, Escrick, Rolleston, Rockingham, Carteret, Langdale, Barchester, Maynard, Hunston, Caernarvon, Cavendish, Burlington, Robert Darcy, Earl of Holderness, other Windsor, Earl of Plymouth, applauded. There was a tumult, as of pandemonium or of pantheon, in which the words of Gwynplaine were lost. Amidst it all, there was heard but one word of Gwynplaine's, "Beware." Ralph, Duke of Montagu, recently down from Oxford and still a beardless youth, descended from the bench of dukes, where he sat the 19th in order, and placed himself in front of Gwynplaine with his arms folded. In a sword there is a spot which cuts sharpest, and in a voice an accent which insults most keenly. Montagu spoke with that accent, and sneering with his face close to that of Gwynplaine, shouted, "What are you talking about?" "I am prophesying," said Gwynplaine. The laughter exploded anew, and below this laughter, anger growled its continued bass. One of the minors, Lionel Cranfield Sackville, Earl of Dorset and Middlesex, stood upon his seat, not smiling, but grave as became a future legislator, and without saying a word looked at Gwynplaine with his fresh 12-year-old face and shrugged his shoulders. Whereat the Bishop of St. Asaph's whispered in the ear of the Bishop of St. David's, who was sitting beside him, as he pointed to Gwynplaine, "There is the fool," then pointing to the child, "There is the sage." A chaos of complaint rose from amidst the confusion of exclamations. Gorgon's face, what does it all mean? An insult to the house, the fellow ought to be put out, what a madman, shame, shame, adjourn the house, no, let him finish his speech, talk away, you buffoon. Lord Lewis of Duras, with his arms akimbo, shouted, "Ah, it does one good to laugh, my spleen is cured, I propose a vote of thanks in these terms, the House of Lords returns thanks to the Green Box." Gwynplaine, it may be remembered, had dreamt of a different welcome. A man who, climbing up a steep and crumbling acclivity of sand above a giddy precipice, has felt it giving way under his hands, his nails, his elbows, his knees, his feet, who, losing instead of gaining on his treacherous way, a prey to every terror of the danger, slipping back instead of ascending, increasing the certainty of his fall by his very efforts to gain the summit, and losing ground in every struggle for safety, has felt the abyss approaching nearer and nearer, until the certainty of his coming fall into the yawning jaws open to receive him has frozen the marrow of his bones. That man has experienced the sensations of Gwynplaine. He felt the ground he had ascended crumbling under him, and his audience was the precipice. There is always someone to say the word which sums all up. Lord Scarsdale translated the impression of the assembly in one exclamation. "What is the monster doing here?" Gwynplaine stood up, dismayed and indignant, in a sort of final convulsion. He looked at them all fixedly. "What am I doing here? I have come to be a terror to you. I am a monster, do you say? No, I am the people, I am an exception. No, I am the rule, you are the exception. You are the chimera, I am the reality. I am the frightful man who laughs. Who laughs at what? At you, at himself, at everything. What is his laugh? Your crime and his torment. That crime he flings at your head. That punishment he spits in your face. I laugh, and that means I weep." He paused. There was less noise. The laughter continued, but it was more subdued. He may have fancied that he had regained a certain amount of attention. He breathed again and resumed. "This laugh which is on my face, a king placed there. This laugh expresses the desolation of mankind. This laugh means hate, enforced silence, rage, despair. This laugh is the production of torture. This laugh is a forced laugh. If Satan were marked with this laugh, it would convict God. But the eternal is not like them that perish. Being absolute, he is just, and God hates the acts of kings. Oh, you take me for an exception, but I am a symbol. Oh, all-powerful men, fools that you are, open your eyes. I am the incarnation of all. I represent humanity, such as its masters have made it. Mankind is mutilated. That which has been done to me has been done to it. In it have been deformed right, justice, truth, reason, intelligence, as eyes, nostrils, and ears have been deformed in me. Its heart has been made a sink of passion and pain, like mine, and like mine, its features have been hidden in a mask of joy. Where God had placed his finger, the king set his sign manual. Monstrous superposition, bishops, peers, and princes, the people is a sea of suffering, smiling on the surface. My lords, I tell you that the people are as I am, Today you oppress them, today you hoot at me. But the future is the ominous thaw in which that which was as stone shall become wave. The appearance of solidity melts into liquid, a crack in the ice, and all is over. There will come an hour when convulsion shall break down your oppression, when an angry roar will reply to your jeers. Nay, that hour did come, thou wert of it, O my father, that hour of God did come, and was called the Republic. It was destroyed, but it will return. Meanwhile, remember that the line of kings armed with the sword was broken by Cromwell armed with the axe. Tremble, incorruptible solutions are at hand. The talons which were cut are growing again. The tongues which were torn out are floating away. They are turning to tongues of fire, and scattered by the breath of darkness are shouting through infinity. Those who hunger are showing their idle teeth. False heavens, built over real hells, are tottering. The people are suffering, they are suffering, and that which is on high totters, and that which is below yawns. Darkness demands its change to light. The damned discuss the elect. Behold, it is the coming of the people, the ascent of mankind, the beginning of the end, the red dawn of the catastrophe. Yes, all these things are in this laugh of mine, at which you laugh today. London is one perpetual fete, be it so. From one end to the other, England rings with acclamation. Well, but listen, all that you see is you have your fetes, they are my laugh. You have your public rejoicings, they are my laugh. You have your weddings, consecrations, and coronations, they are my laugh. The births of your princes are my laugh. But above you is the thunderbolt, it is my laugh. How could they stand such nonsense? The laughter burst out afresh, and now it was overwhelming. Of all the lava which that crater, the human mouth, ejects, the most corrosive is joy. To inflict evil gaily is a contagion which no crowd can resist. All executions do not take place on the scaffold, and men, from the moment they are in a body, whether in mobs or in senates, have always a ready executioner amongst them, called sarcasm. There is no torture to be compared to that of the wretch condemned to execution by ridicule. This was Gwynplaine's fate. He was stoned with their jokes, and riddled by the scoffs shot at him. He stood there a mark for all. They sprang up, they cried, encore, they shook with laughter, they stamped their feet, they pulled each other's bands. The majesty of the place, the purple of the robes, the chaste ermine, the dignity of the wigs, had no effect. The lords laughed, the bishops laughed, the judges laughed, the old men's benches derided, the children's benches were in convulsions. The Archbishop of Canterbury nudged the Archbishop of York. Henry Compton, Bishop of London, brother of Lord Northampton, held his sides. The Lord Chancellor bent down his head, probably to conceal his inclination to laugh. And at the bar, that statue of respect, the usher of the black rod, was laughing also. Gwynplaine, become pallid, had folded his arms, and surrounded by all those faces, young and old, in which had burst forth this grand Homeric jubilee, in that whirlwind of clapping hands, of stamping feet, and of hurrahs, in that mad buffoonery of which he was the center, in that splendid overflow of hilarity, in the midst of that unmeasured gaiety, he felt that the sepulchre was within him. All was over. He could no longer master the face which betrayed, nor the audience which insulted him. That eternal and fatal law, by which the grotesque is linked with the sublime, by which the laugh re-echoes the groan, parody rides behind despair, and seeming is opposed to being, had never found more terrible expression. Never had a light more sinister illumined the depths of human darkness. Gwynplaine was assisting at the final destruction of his destiny by a burst of laughter. The irremediable was in this: having fallen, we can raise ourselves up, but being pulverized, never. And the insult of their sovereign mockery had reduced him to dust. From thenceforth nothing was possible. Everything is in accordance with the scene. That which was triumph in the Green Box was disgrace and catastrophe in the House of Lords. What was applause there was insult here. He felt something like the reverse side of his mask. On one side of that mask, he had the sympathy of the people, who welcomed Gwynplaine; on the other, the contempt of the great, rejecting Lord Fermain Clancharlie. On one side, attraction; on the other, repulsion, both leading him towards the shadows. He felt himself, as it were, struck from behind. Fate strikes treacherous blows. Everything will be explained hereafter, but in the meantime destiny is a snare, and man sinks into its pitfalls. He had expected to rise, and was welcomed by laughter. Such apotheoses have lugubrious terminations. There is a dreary expression, to be sobered, tragical wisdom born of drunkenness. In the midst of that tempest of gaiety commingled with ferocity, Gwynplaine fell into a reverie. An assembly in mad merriment drifts as chance directs, and loses its compass when it gives itself to laughter. None knew whither they were tending or what they were doing. The House was obliged to rise, adjourned by the Lord Chancellor, owing to extraordinary circumstances, to the next day. The peers broke up. They bowed to the royal throne and departed. Echoes of prolonged laughter were heard losing themselves in the corridors. Assemblies, besides their official doors, have, under tapestry, under projections, and under arches, all sorts of hidden doors, by which the members escape like water through the cracks in a vase. In a short time the chamber was deserted. This takes place quickly and almost imperceptibly, and those places, so lately full of voices, are suddenly given back to silence. Reverie carries one far, and one comes by long dreaming to reach, as it were, another planet. Gwynplaine suddenly awoke from such a dream. He was alone. The chamber was empty. He had not even observed that the House had been adjourned. All the peers had departed, even his sponsors. There only remained here and there some of the lower officers of the House, waiting for his lordship to depart before they put the covers on and extinguished the lights. Mechanically he placed his hat on his head, and leaving his place, directed his steps to the great door opening into the gallery. As he was passing through the opening in the bar, a doorkeeper relieved him of his peer's robes. This he scarcely felt. In another instant he was in the gallery. The officials who remained observed with astonishment that the peer had gone out without bowing to the throne. Chapter 8. He would be a good brother were he not a good son. There was no one in the gallery. Gwynplaine crossed the circular space, from whence they had removed the armchair and the tables, and where there now remained no trace of his investiture. Candelabra and lustres, placed at certain intervals, marked the way out. Thanks to this string of light, he retraced without difficulty, through the suite of saloons and galleries, the way which he had followed on his arrival with the king at arms and the usher of the black rod. He saw no one, except here and there some old lord with tardy steps, plodding along heavily in front of him. Suddenly, in the silence of those great deserted rooms, bursts of indistinct exclamations reached him, a sort of nocturnal clatter unusual in such a place. He directed his steps to the place whence this noise proceeded, and found himself in a spacious hall dimly lighted, which was one of the exits from the House of Lords. He saw a great glass door open, a flight of steps, footmen and links, a square outside, and a few coaches waiting at the bottom of the steps. This was the spot from which the noise, which he had heard, had proceeded. Within the door, and under the hall lamp, was a noisy group in a storm of gestures and of voices. Gwynplaine approached in the gloom. They were quarreling. On one side there were 10 or 12 young lords who wanted to go out. On the other, a man with his hat on, like themselves, upright and with a haughty brow, who barred their passage. Who was this man? Tom Jim Jack. Some of these lords were still in their robes, others had thrown them off, and were in their usual attire. Tom Jim Jack wore a hat with plumes, not white like the peers, but green tipped with orange. He was embroidered and laced from head to foot, had flowing bows of ribbon and lace round his wrists and neck, and was feverishly fingering with his left hand the hilt of the sword which hung from his waist belt, and on the billets and scabbard of which were embroidered an admiral's anchors. It was he who was speaking and addressing the young lords, and Gwynplaine overheard the following. "I have told you you are cowards. You wish me to withdraw my words. Be it so. You are not cowards, you are idiots. You all combined against one man. That was not cowardice. All right. Then it was stupidity. He spoke to you, and you did not understand him. Here the old are hard of hearing, the young devoid of intelligence. I am one of your own order to quite sufficient extent to tell you the truth. This newcomer is strange, and he has uttered a heap of nonsense, I admit, but amidst all that nonsense there were some things which were true. His speech was confused, undigested, ill-delivered. Be it so. He repeated, you know, too often, but a man who was but yesterday a clown at a fair cannot be expected to speak like Aristotle or like Dr. Gilbert Burnet, Bishop of Salisbury. The vermin, the lions, the address to the under-clerks, all that was in bad taste. Zounds, who says it wasn't? It was a senseless and fragmentary and topsy-turvy harangue, but here and there came out facts which were true. It is no small thing to speak even as he did, seeing it is not his trade. I should like to see you do it. Yes, you. What he said about the lepers at Burton Lazars is an undeniable fact. Besides, he is not the first man who has talked nonsense. In fine, my lords, I do not like to see many set upon one. Such is my humour, and I ask your lordship's permission to take offence. You have displeased me. I am angry. I am grateful to God for having drawn up from the depth of his low existence this peer of England, and for having given back his inheritance to the heir. And without heeding whether it will or will not affect my own affairs, I consider it a beautiful sight to see an insect transformed into an eagle, and Gwynplaine into Lord Clancharlie. My lords, I forbid you holding any opinion but mine. I regret that Lord Louis Duras should not be here. I should like to insult him. My lords, it is Firmin Clancharlie who has been the peer, and you who have been the mountebanks. As to his laugh, it is not his fault. You have laughed at that laugh. Men should not laugh at misfortune. If you think that people cannot laugh at you as well, you are very much mistaken. You are ugly, you are badly dressed. My Lord Haversham, I saw your mistress the other day. She is hideous, a duchess, but a monkey. Gentlemen who laugh, I repeat that I should like to hear you try to say 4 words running. Many men jabber, very few speak. You imagine you know something, because you have kept idle terms at Oxford or Cambridge, and because, before being peers of England on the benches of Westminster, you have been asses on the benches at Gonville and Caius. Here I am, and I choose to stare you in the face. You have just been impudent to this new peer. A monster, certainly, but a monster given up to beasts. I had rather be that man than you. I was present at the sitting, in my place as a possible heir to a peerage. I heard all. I have not the right to speak, but I have the right to be a gentleman. Your jeering airs annoyed me. When I am angry, I would go up to Mount Pendle Hill and pick the cloudberry which brings the thunderbolt down on the gatherer. That is the reason why I have waited for you at the door. We must have a few words, for we have arrangements to make. Did it strike you that you failed a little in respect towards myself? My lords, I entertain a firm determination to kill a few of you. All you who are here, Thomas Tufton, Earl of Thanet, Savage, Earl Rivers, Charles Spencer, Earl of Sunderland, Lawrence Hyde, Earl of Rochester, you barons, Grey of Rowleston, Carey Hunston, Escrick Rockingham, Little Carteret, Robert Darcy, Earl of Holderness, William Viscount Hutton, and Ralph, Duke of Montagu, and any who choose, I, David Durimois, an officer of the fleet, summon, call, and command you to provide yourselves in all haste, with seconds and umpires, and I will meet you face to face and hand to hand, tonight, at once, tomorrow, by day or night, by sunlight or by candlelight, where, when, or how you please, so long as there is 2 sword-length space. And you will do well to look to the flints of your pistols and the edges of your rapiers, for it is my firm intention to cause vacancies in your peerages. Ogle Cavendish, take your measures, and think of your motto, Cavendo Tutus. Marmaduke Langdale, you will do well, like your ancestor, Grindold, to order a coffin to be brought with you. George Booth, Earl of Warrington, you will never again see the County Palatine of Chester, or your labyrinth like that of Crete, or the high towers of Dunham Massey. As to Lord Vaughan, he is young enough to talk impertinently, and too old to answer for it. I shall demand satisfaction for his words of his nephew Richard Vaughan, Member of Parliament for the borough of Merioneth. As for you, John Campbell, Earl of Greenwich, I will kill you as a Chon killed martyrs, but with a fair cut, and not from behind, it being my custom to present my heart, and not my back to the point of the sword. I have spoken my mind, my lords, and so use witchcraft if you like. Consult the fortune-tellers. Grease your skins with ointments and drugs to make them invulnerable. Hang round your necks charms of the devil or the virgin. I will fight you blessed or cursed, and I will not have you search to see if you are wearing any wizard's tokens. On foot or on horseback, on the highroad if you wish it, in Piccadilly or at Charing Cross, and they shall take up the pavement for our meeting, as they unpaved the court of the Louvre for the duel between Guise and Bassompierre. All of you, do you hear? I mean to fight you all. Dorm, Earl of Caernarvon, I will make you swallow my sword up to the hilt, as Marrels did to Lyle Marivaux, and then we shall see, my lord, whether you will laugh or not. You Burlington, who look like a girl of 17, you shall choose between the lawn of your house in Middlesex and your beautiful garden at Londesborough in Yorkshire to be buried in. I beg to inform your lordships that it does not suit me to allow your insolence in my presence. I will chastise you, my lords. I take it ill that you should have ridiculed Lord Fermin Clancharlie. He is worth more than you. As Clancharlie he has nobility, which you have. As Gwynplaine he has intellect, which you have not. I make his cause my cause, insult to him, insult to me, and your ridicule my wrath. We shall see who will come out of this affair alive, because I challenge you to the death. Do you understand? With any arm, in any fashion, and you shall choose the death that pleases you best. And since you are clowns as well as gentlemen, I proportion my defiance to your qualities, and I give you your choice of any way in which a man can be killed, from the sword of the prince to the fist of the blackguard. To this furious onslaught of words, the whole group of young noblemen answered by a smile. Agreed, they said. I choose pistols, said Burlington. I said Escric, the ancient combat of the lists, with the mace and the dagger. I said Holderness, the duel with 2 knives, long and short, stripped to the waist and breast to breast. Lord David, said the Earl of Thanet, you are a Scot, I choose the claymore. I the sword, said Rockingham. I said Duke Ralph, prefer the fists, 'tis noblest. Gwynplaine came out from the shadow. He directed his steps towards him whom he had hitherto called Tom Jim Jack, but in whom now, however, he began to perceive something more. I thank you, said he, but this is my business. Every head turned towards him. Gwynplaine advanced. He felt himself impelled towards the man whom he heard called Lord David, his defender, and perhaps something nearer. Lord David drew back. Oh, said he, it is you, is it? This is well timed. I have a word for you as well. Just now you spoke of a woman who, after having loved Lord Lynn O's Clancharlie, loved Charles II. It is true. Sir, you insulted my mother. Your mother, cried Gwynplaine. In that case, as I guessed, we are brothers, answered Lord David, and he struck Gwynplaine. We are brothers, said he, so we can fight. One can only fight one's equal. Who is one's equal if not one's brother? I will send you my seconds. Tomorrow we will cut each other's throats. Book the 9th. In Ruins. Chapter 1. It is through excess of greatness that man reaches excess of misery. As midnight tolled from St. Paul's, a man who had just crossed London Bridge struck into the lanes of Southwark. There were no lamps lighted, it being at that time the custom in London, as in Paris, to extinguish the public lamps at 11 o'clock, that is, to put them out just as they became necessary. The streets were dark and deserted. When the lamps are out, men stay in. He whom we speak of advanced with hurried strides. He was strangely dressed for walking at such an hour. He wore a coat of embroidered silk, a sword by his side, a hat with white plumes, and no cloak. The watchmen, as they saw him pass, said, "It is a lord walking for a wager," and they moved out of his way with the respect due to a lord and to a better. The man was Gwynplaine. He was making his escape. Where was he? He did not know. We have said that the soul has its cyclones, fearful whirlwinds, in which heaven, the sea, day, night, life, death, are all mingled in unintelligible horror. It can no longer breathe truth. It is crushed by things in which it does not believe. Nothingness becomes hurricane. The firmament pales. Infinity is empty. The mind of the sufferer wanders away. He feels himself dying. He craves for a star. What did Gwynplaine feel? A thirst to see D. He felt but that. To reach the Green Box again, and the Tadcaster Inn, with its sounds and light, full of the cordial laughter of the people, to find Ursus and Homo, to see D again, to re-enter life. Disillusion, like a bow, shoots its arrow man towards the true. Gwynplaine hastened on. He approached Tarrinzeau Field. He walked no longer now, he ran. His eyes pierced the darkness before him. His glance preceded him, eagerly seeking the harbor on the horizon. What a moment for him when he should see the lighted windows of Tadcaster Inn. He reached the bowling green. He turned the corner of the wall and saw before him, at the other end of the field, some distance off, the inn, the only house, it may be remembered, in the field where the fair was held. He looked, there was no light, nothing but a black mass. He shuddered, then he said to himself that it was late, that the tavern was shut up, that it was very natural, that everyone was asleep, that he had only to awaken Nicholas or Garvicum, that he must go up to the inn and knock at the door. He did so, running no longer now, but rushing. He reached the inn, breathless. It is when, storm-beaten and struggling in the invisible convulsions of the soul, until he knows not whether he is in life or in death, that all the delicacy of a man's affection for his loved ones, being yet unimpaired, proves a heart true. When all else is swallowed up, tenderness still floats unshattered. Not to awaken D2 suddenly was Gwynplaine's first thought. He approached the inn with as little noise as possible. He recognized the nook, the old dog kennel, where Garvicum used to sleep. In it, contiguous to the lower room, was a window opening onto the field. Gwynplaine tapped softly at the pane. It would be enough to awaken Garvicum, he thought. There was no sound in Garvicum's room. At his age, said Gwynplaine, a boy sleeps soundly. With the back of his hand, he knocked against the window gently. Nothing stirred. He knocked louder twice. Still nothing stirred. Then, feeling somewhat uneasy, he went to the door of the inn and knocked. No one answered. He reflected and began to feel a cold shudder come over him. Master Nicholas is old, children sleep soundly, and old men heavily. Courage louder. He had tapped, he had knocked, he had kicked the door, now he flung himself against it. This recalled to him a distant memory of Weymouth, when a little child he had carried D, an infant, in his arms. He battered the door again violently, like a lord which, alas, he was. The house remained silent. He felt that he was losing his head. He no longer thought of caution. He shouted, "Nicholas Garvicum!" At the same time, he looked up at the windows to see if any candle was lighted, but the inn was blank, not a voice, not a sound, not a glimmer of light. He went to the gate and knocked at it, kicked against it, and shook it, crying out wildly, "Ursus homo!" The wolf did not bark. A cold sweat stood in drops upon his brow. He cast his eyes around. The night was dark, but there were stars enough to render the fair green visible. He saw, a melancholy sight to him, that everything on it had vanished. There was not a single caravan. The circus was gone. Not a tent, not a booth, not a cart remained. The strollers, with their thousand noisy cries, who had swarmed there, had given place to a black and sullen void. All were gone. The madness of anxiety took possession of him. What did this mean? What had happened? Was no one left? Could it be that life had crumbled away behind him? What had happened to them all? Good heavens! Then he rushed like a tempest against the house. He struck the small door, the gate, the window shutters, the walls, with fists and feet, furious with terror and agony of mind. He called Nicholas, Garvicum, Fibi Venos, Ursus Homo. He tried every shout and every sound against this wall. At times he waited and listened, but the house remained mute and dead. Then, exasperated, he began again with blows, shouts, and repeated knockings, re-echoed all around. It might have been thunder trying to awake the grave. There is a certain stage of fright in which a man becomes terrible. He who fears everything fears nothing. He would strike the Sphinx. He defies the unknown. Gwynplaine renewed the noise in every possible form, stopping, resuming, unwearying in the shouts and appeals by which he assailed the tragic silence. He called 1,000 times on the names of those who should have been there. He shrieked out every name except that of D, a precaution of which he could not have explained the reason himself, but which instinct inspired even in his distraction. Having exhausted calls and cries, nothing was left but to break in. "I must enter the house," he said to himself, "but how?" He broke a pane of glass in Garvicum's room by thrusting his hand through it, tearing the flesh. He drew the bolt of the sash and opened the window. Perceiving that his sword was in the way, he tore it off angrily, scabbard, blade, and belt, and flung it on the pavement. Then he raised himself by the inequalities in the wall, and though the window was narrow, he was able to pass through it. He entered the inn. Garvicum's bed, dimly visible in its nook, was there, but Garvicum was not in it. If Garvicum was not in his bed, it was evident that Nicholas could not be in his. The whole house was dark. He felt in that shadowy interior the mysterious immobility of emptiness, and that vague fear which signifies, there is no one here. Gwynplaine, convulsed with anxiety, crossed the lower room, knocking against the tables, upsetting the earthenware, throwing down the benches, sweeping against the jugs, and striding over the furniture, reached the door leading into the court, and broke it open with one blow from his knee, which sprung the lock. The door turned on its hinges. He looked into the court. The green box was no longer there. Chapter 2. The Dregs. Gwynplaine left the house and began to explore Tarrinzeau Field in every direction. He went to every place where, the day before, the tents and caravans had stood. He knocked at the stalls, though he knew well that they were uninhabited. He struck everything that looked like a door or a window. Not a voice arose from the darkness. Something like death had been there. The anthill had been raised. Some measures of police had apparently been carried out. There had been what, in our days, would be called a razzia. Tarrinzeau Field was worse than a desert. It had been scoured, and every corner of it scratched up, as it were, by pitiless claws. The pocket of the unfortunate Fairgreen had been turned inside out and completely emptied. Gwynplaine, after having searched every yard of ground, left the green, struck into the crooked streets abutting on the site called East Point, and directed his steps towards the Thames. He had threaded his way through a network of lanes, bounded only by walls and hedges, when he felt the fresh breeze from the water, heard the dull lapping of the river, and suddenly saw a parapet in front of him. It was the parapet of the Evoke stone. This parapet bounded a block of the quay, which was very short and very narrow. Under it, the high wall, the Evoke stone, buried itself perpendicularly in the dark water below. Gwynplaine stopped at the parapet, and, leaning his elbows on it, laid his head in his hands and set to thinking, with the water beneath him. Did he look at the water? No. At what then? At the shadow, not the shadow without but within him. In the melancholy night-bound landscape, which he scarcely marked, in the outer depths, which his eyes did not pierce, were the blurred sketches of masts and spars. Below the Evoke stone there was nothing on the river, but the quay sloped insensibly downwards till some distance off it met a pier at which several vessels were lying, some of which had just arrived, others which were on the point of departure. These vessels communicated with the shore by little jetties, constructed for the purpose, some of stone, some of wood, or by movable gangways. All of them, whether moored to the jetties or at anchor, were wrapped in silence. There was neither voice nor movement on board, it being a good habit of sailors to sleep when they can, and awake only when wanted. If any of them were to sail during the night at high tide, the crews were not yet awake. The hulls, like large black bubbles, and the rigging, like threads mingled with ladders, were barely visible. All was livid and confused. Here and there a red crescent pierced the haze. Gwynplaine saw nothing of all this. What he was musing on was destiny. He was in a dream, a vision, giddy in presence of an inexorable reality. He fancied that he heard behind him something like an earthquake. It was the laughter of the lords. From that laughter he had just emerged. He had come out of it, having received a blow, and from whom? From his own brother. Flying from the laughter, carrying with him the blow, seeking refuge, a wounded bird in his nest, rushing from hate and seeking love, what had he found? Darkness. No one. Everything gone. He compared that darkness to the dream he had indulged in. What a crumbling away! Gwynplaine had just reached that sinister bound, the void. The green box gone was his universe vanished. His soul had been closed up. He reflected. What could have happened? Where were they? They had evidently been carried away. Destiny had given him, Gwynplaine, a blow which was greatness. Its reaction had struck them another, which was annihilation. It was clear that he would never see them again. Precautions had been taken against that. They had scoured the fair green, beginning by Nicholas and Govicum, so that he should gain no clue through them. Inexorable dispersion, that fearful social system, at the same time that it had pulverized him in the House of Lords, had crushed them in their little cabin. They were lost. Dee was lost, lost to him forever. Powers of heaven, where was she? And he had not been there to defend her. To have to make guesses as to the absent whom we love is to put oneself to the torture. He inflicted this torture on himself. At every thought that he fathomed, at every supposition which he made, he felt within him a moan of agony. Through a succession of bitter reflections, he remembered a man who was evidently fatal to him and who had called himself Barkilphedro. That man had inscribed on his brain a dark sentence which reappeared now. He had written it in such terrible ink that every letter had turned to fire, and Gwynplaine saw flaming at the bottom of his thought the enigmatical words, the meaning of which was at length solved. Destiny never opens one door without closing another. All was over. The final shadows had gathered about him. In every man's fate, there may be an end of the world for himself alone. It is called despair. The soul is full of falling stars. This, then, was what he had come to. A vapor had passed. He had been mingled with it. It had lain heavily on his eyes. It had disordered his brain. He had been outwardly blinded, intoxicated within. This had lasted the time of a passing vapor. Then everything melted away, the vapor and his life. Awaking from the dream, he found himself alone. All vanished, all gone, all lost, night, nothingness. Such was his horizon. He was alone. Alone has a synonym, which is dead. Despair is an accountant. It sets itself to find its total. It adds up everything, even to the farthings. It reproaches heaven with its thunderbolts and its pinpricks. It seeks to find what it has to expect from fate. It argues, weighs, and calculates, outwardly cool, while the burning lava is still flowing on within. Gwynplaine examined himself and examined his fate. The backward glance of thought, terrible recapitulation. When at the top of a mountain, we look down the precipice. When at the bottom, we look up at heaven, and we say, I was there. Gwynplaine was at the very bottom of misfortune. How sudden, too, had been his fall. Such is the hideous swiftness of misfortune, although it is so heavy that we might fancy it slow. But no, it would likewise appear that snow, from its coldness, ought to be the paralysis of winter, and from its whiteness, the immobility of the winding sheet. Yet this is contradicted by the avalanche. The avalanche is snow become a furnace. It remains frozen, but it devours. The avalanche had enveloped Gwynplaine. He had been torn like a rag, uprooted like a tree, precipitated like a stone. He recalled all the circumstances of his fall. He put himself questions and returned answers. Grief is an examination. There is no judge so searching as conscience conducting its own trial. What amount of remorse was there in his despair? This he wished to find out, and dissected his conscience. Excruciating vivisection. His absence had caused a catastrophe. Had this absence depended on him, in all that had happened, had he been a free agent? No, he had felt himself captive. What was that which had arrested and detained him? A prison? No. A chain? No. What then? Sticky slime. He had sunk into the slough of greatness. To whom has it not happened to be free in appearance, yet to feel that his wings are hampered? There had been something like a snare spread for him. What is at first temptation ends by captivity. Nevertheless, and his conscience pressed him on this point, had he merely submitted to what had been offered him? No, he had accepted it. Violence and surprise had been used with him in a certain measure, it was true, but he, in a certain measure, had given in. To have allowed himself to be carried off was not his fault, but to have allowed himself to be inebriated was his weakness. There had been a moment, a decisive moment, when the question was proposed. This Barkilphedro had placed a dilemma before Gwynplaine and had given him clear power to decide his fate by a word. Gwynplaine might have said no. He had said yes. From that yes, uttered in a moment of dizziness, everything had sprung. Gwynplaine realized this now in the bitter aftertaste of that consent. Nevertheless, for he debated with himself, was it then so great a wrong to take possession of his right, of his patrimony, of his heritage, of his house, and as a patrician of the rank of his ancestors, as an orphan of the name of his father? What had he accepted? A restitution, made by whom? By Providence. Then his mind revolted. Senseless acceptance. What a bargain had he struck! What a foolish exchange! He had trafficked with Providence at a loss. How no? For an income of £80,000 a year, for 7 or 8 titles, for 10 or 12 palaces, for houses in town and castles in the country, for 100 lackeys, for packs of hounds and carriages and armorial bearings, to be a judge and legislator, for a coronet and purple robes. Like a king, to be a baron and a marquis, to be a peer of England, he had given the hut of Ursus and the smile of Dee. For shipwreck and destruction in the surging immensity of greatness, he had bartered happiness. For the ocean he had given the pearl. O madman, O fool, O dupe. Yet nevertheless, and here the objection reappeared on firmer ground, in this fever of high fortune which had seized him, all had not been unwholesome. Perhaps there would have been selfishness in renunciation. Perhaps he had done his duty in the acceptance. Suddenly transformed into a lord, what ought he to have done? The complication of events produces perplexity of mind. This had happened to him. Duty gave contrary orders. Duty on all sides at once. Duty multiple and contradictory. This was the bewilderment which he had suffered. It was this that had paralyzed him, especially when he had not refused to take the journey from Corleone Lodge to the House of Lords. What we call rising in life is leaving the safe for the dangerous path, which is thenceforth the straight line. Towards whom is our first duty? Is it towards those nearest to ourselves, or is it towards mankind generally? Do we not cease to belong to our own circumscribed circle and become part of the great family of all? As we ascend, we feel an increased pressure on our virtue. The higher we rise, the greater is the strain. The increase of right is an increase of duty. We come to many crossways, phantom roads perchance, and we imagine that we see the finger of conscience pointing each one of them out to us. Which shall we take? Change our direction, remain where we are, advance, go back? What are we to do? That there should be crossroads in conscience is strange enough, but responsibility may be a labyrinth. And when a man contains an idea, when he is the incarnation of a fact, when he is a symbolical man, at the same time that he is a man of flesh and blood, is not the responsibility still more oppressive? Thence the care-laden docility and the dumb anxiety of Gwynplaine, thence his obedience when summoned to take his seat. A pensive man is often a passive man. He had heard what he fancied was the command of duty itself. Was not that entrance into a place where oppression could be discussed, and resisted the realization of one of his deepest aspirations? When he had been called upon to speak, he the fearful human scantling, he the living specimen of the despotic whims under which, for 6,000 years, mankind has groaned in agony, had he the right to refuse? Had he the right to withdraw his head from under the tongue of fire descending from on high to rest upon him? In the obscure and giddy debate of conscience, what had he said to himself? This: the people are a silence. I will be the mighty advocate of that silence. I will speak for the dumb. I will speak of the little to the great, of the weak to the powerful. This is the purpose of my fate. God wills what he wills and does it. It was a wonder that Hardquanon's flask, in which was the metamorphosis of Gwynplaine into Lord Clancharlie, should have floated for 15 years on the ocean, on the billows, in the surf, through the storms, and that all the raging of the sea did it no harm. But I can see the reason. There are destinies with secret springs. I have the key of mine and know its enigma. I am predestined. I have a mission. I will be the poor man's lord. I will speak for the speechless with despair. I will translate inarticulate remonstrance. I will translate the mutterings, the groans, the murmurs, the voices of the crowd, their ill-spoken complaints, their unintelligible words, and those animal-like cries which ignorance and suffering put into men's mouths. The clamor of men is as inarticulate as the howling of the wind. They cry out, but they are understood, so that cries become equivalent to silence, and silence with them means throwing down their arms. This forced disarmament calls for help. I will be their help. I will be the denunciation. I will be the word of the people. Thanks to me, they shall be understood. I will be the bleeding mouth from which the gag has been torn. I will tell everything. This will be great indeed. Yes, it is fine to speak for the dumb, but to speak to the deaf is sad. And that was his second part in the drama. Alas, he had failed irremediably. The elevation in which he had believed, the high fortune, had melted away like a mirage. And what a fall, to be drowned in a surge of laughter. He had believed himself strong, he who, during so many years, had floated with observant mind on the wide sea of suffering. He who had brought back out of the great shadow so touching a cry. He had been flung against that huge rock, the frivolity of the fortunate. He believed himself an avenger. He was but a clown. He thought that he wielded the thunderbolt. He did but tickle. In place of emotion, he met with mockery. He sobbed, they burst into gaiety, and under that gaiety he had sunk fatally submerged. And what had they laughed at? At his laugh. So that trace of a hateful act, of which he must keep the mark forever, mutilation carved in everlasting gaiety, the stigmata of laughter, image of the sham contentment of nations under their oppressors, that mask of joy produced by torture, that abyss of grimace which he carried on his features, the scar which signified jussu regis, the attestation of a crime committed by the king towards him, and the symbol of crime committed by royalty towards the people, that it was which had triumphed over him, that it was which had overwhelmed him, so that the accusation against the executioner turned into sentence upon the victim. What a prodigious denial of justice! Royalty, having had satisfaction of his father, had had satisfaction of him. The evil that had been done had served as pretext and as motive for the evil which remained to be done. Against whom were the lords angered? Against the torturer? No, against the tortured. Here is the throne, there the people, here James II, there Gwynplaine. That confrontation indeed brought to light an outrage and a crime. What was the outrage? Complaint. What was the crime? Suffering. Let misery hide itself in silence, otherwise it becomes treason. And those men who had dragged Gwynplaine on the hurdle of sarcasm, were they wicked? No, but they too had their fatality. They were happy. They were executioners, ignorant of the fact. They were good-humored. They saw no use in Gwynplaine. He opened himself to them. He tore out his heart to show them, and they cried, "Go on with your play." But sharpest sting, he had laughed himself. The frightful chain which tied down his soul hindered his thoughts from rising to his face. His disfigurement reached even his senses, and while his conscience was indignant, his face gave it the lie and jested. Then all was over. He was the laughing man, the caryatid of the weeping world. He was an agony petrified in hilarity, carrying the weight of a universe of calamity, and walled up forever with the gaiety, the ridicule, and the amusement of others. Of all the oppressed, of whom he was the incarnation, he partook the hateful fate, to be a desolation not believed in. They jeered at his distress. To them he was but an extraordinary buffoon lifted out of some frightful condensation of misery, escaped from his prison, changed to a deity, risen from the dregs of the people to the foot of the throne, mingling with the stars, and who, having once amused the damned, now amused the elect. All that was in him of generosity, of enthusiasm, of eloquence, of heart, of soul, of fury, of anger, of love, of inexpressible grief, ended in a burst of laughter. And he proved, as he had told the lords, that this was not the exception, but that it was the normal, ordinary, universal, unlimited, sovereign fact, so amalgamated with the routine of life that they took no account of it. The hungry pauper laughs, the beggar laughs, the felon laughs, the prostitute laughs, the orphan laughs to gain his bread. The slave laughs, the soldier laughs, the people laugh. Society is so constituted that every perdition, every indigence, every catastrophe, every fever, every ulcer, every agony is resolved on the surface of the abyss into one frightful grin of joy. Now he was that universal grin, and that grin was himself. The law of heaven, the unknown power which governs, had willed that a spectre visible and palpable, a spectre of flesh and bone, should be the synopsis of the monstrous parody which we call the world, and he was that spectre, immutable fate. He had cried pity for those who suffer. In vain, he had striven to awake pity, he had awakened horror. Such is the law of apparitions. But while he was a spectre, he was also a man. Here was the heartrending complication. A spectre without, a man within. A man more than any other, perhaps, since his double fate was the synopsis of all humanity, and he felt that humanity was at once present in him and absent from him. There was in his existence something insurmountable. What was he? A disinherited heir? No, for he was a lord. Was he a lord? No, for he was a rebel. He was the light-bearer, a terrible spoil-sport. He was not Satan, certainly, but he was Lucifer. His entrance with his torch in his hand was sinister. Sinister for whom? For the sinister. Terrible to whom? To the terrible. Therefore they rejected him. Enter their order, be accepted by them? Never. The obstacle which he carried in his face was frightful, but the obstacle which he carried in his ideas was still more insurmountable. His speech was to them more deformed than his face. He had no possible thought in common with the world of the great and powerful, in which he had by a freak of fate been born, and from which another freak of fate had driven him out. There was between men and his face a mask, and between society and his mind a wall. In mixing from infancy, a wandering mountebank, with that vast and tough substance which is called the crowd, in saturating himself with the attraction of the multitude, and impregnating himself with the great soul of mankind, he had lost, in the common sense of the whole of mankind, the particular sense of the reigning classes. On their heights he was impassable. He had reached them wet with water from the well of truth. The odor of the abyss was on him. He was repugnant to those princes perfumed with lies. To those who live on fiction, truth is disgusting, and he who thirsts for flattery vomits the real when he has happened to drink it by mistake. That which Gwynplaine brought was not fit for their table. For what was it? Reason, wisdom, justice, and they rejected them with disgust. There were bishops there. He brought God into their presence. Who was this intruder? The two poles repel each other. They can never amalgamate, for transition is wanting. Hence the result, a cry of anger, when they were brought together in terrible juxtaposition, all misery concentrated in a man, face to face, with all pride concentrated in a caste. To accuse is useless, to state is sufficient. Gwynplaine, meditating on the limits of his destiny, proved the total uselessness of his effort. He proved the deafness of high places. The privileged have no hearing on the side next the disinherited. Is it their fault? Alas, no, it is their law. Forgive them, to be moved would be to abdicate. Of lords and princes expect nothing. He who is satisfied is inexorable. For those that have their fill the hungry do not exist. The happy ignore and isolate themselves. On the threshold of their paradise, as on the threshold of hell, must be written, leave all hope behind. Gwynplaine had met with the reception of a spectre entering the dwelling of the gods. Here all that was within him rose in rebellion. No, he was no spectre, he was a man. He told them, he shouted to them, that he was man. He was not a phantom, he was palpitating flesh. He had a brain and he thought, he had a heart and he loved, he had a soul and he hoped. Indeed, to have hoped over much was his whole crime. Alas, he had exaggerated hope into believing in that thing at once so brilliant and so dark which is called society. He who was without had re-entered it. It had at once, and at first sight, made him its three offers and given him its three gifts, marriage, family, and caste. Marriage, he had seen prostitution on the threshold. Family, his brother had struck him and was awaiting him the next day, sword in hand. Caste, it had burst into laughter in his face, at him the patrician, at him the wretch. It had rejected, almost before it had admitted him, so that his first 3 steps into the dense shadow of society had opened 3 gulfs beneath him. And it was by a treacherous transfiguration that his disaster had begun, and catastrophe had approached him with the aspect of apotheosis. Ascend had signified descend. His fate was the reverse of Job's. It was through prosperity that adversity had reached him. O tragical enigma of life, behold what pitfalls! A child, he had wrestled against the night and had been stronger than it. A man, he had wrestled against destiny and had overcome it. Out of disfigurement he had created success, and out of misery happiness. Of his exile he had made an asylum. A vagabond, he had wrestled against space, and like the birds of the air he had found his crumb of bread. Wild and solitary, he had wrestled against the crowd and had made it his friend. An athlete, he had wrestled against that lion, the people, and he had tamed it. Indigent, he had wrestled against distress, he had faced the dull necessity of living, and from amalgamating with misery every joy of his heart, he had at length made riches out of poverty. He had believed himself the conqueror of life. Of a sudden he was attacked by fresh forces, reaching him from unknown depths, this time with menaces no longer, but with smiles and caresses. Love, serpent-like and sensual, had appeared to him who was filled with angelic love. The flesh had tempted him who had lived on the ideal. He had heard words of voluptuousness like cries of rage. He had felt the clasp of a woman's arms like the convolutions of a snake. To the illumination of truth had succeeded the fascination of falsehood, for it is not the flesh that is real, but the soul. The flesh is ashes, the soul is flame. For the little circle allied to him by the relationship of poverty and toil which was his true and natural family, had been substituted the social family, his family in blood, but of tainted blood. And even before he had entered it, he found himself face to face with an intended fratricide. Alas, he had allowed himself to be thrown back into that society of which Brantome, whom he had not read, wrote, "The son has a right to challenge his father." A fatal fortune had cried to him, "Thou art not of the crowd, thou art of the chosen," and had opened the ceiling above his head, like a trap in the sky, and had shot him up through this opening, causing him to appear wild and unexpected in the midst of princes and masters. Then suddenly he saw around him, instead of the people who applauded him, the lords who cursed him. Mournful metamorphosis, ignominious ennobling, rude spoliation of all that had been his happiness, pillage of his life by derision. Gwynplaine, Clancharlie, the lord, the mountebank, torn out of his old lot, out of his new lot, by the beaks of those eagles. What availed it that he had commenced life by immediate victory over obstacle? Of what good had been his early triumphs? Alas, the fall must come ere destiny be complete. So half against his will, half of it, because after he had done with the wapentake he had to do with Barkilphedro, and he had given a certain amount of consent to his abductions. He had left the real for the chimerical, the true for the false, D for Josiana, love for pride, liberty for power, labor proud, and poor for opulence full of unknown responsibilities, the shade in which is God for the lurid flames in which the devils dwell, paradise for Olympus. He had tasted the golden fruit. He was now spitting out the ashes to which it turned. Lamentable result, defeat, failure, fall into ruin, insolent expulsion of all his hopes, frustrated by ridicule, immeasurable disillusion. And what was there for him in the future? If he looked forward to the morrow, what did he see? A drawn sword, the point of which was against his breast, and the hilt in the hand of his brother. He could see nothing but the hideous flash of that sword. Josiana and the House of Lords made up the background in a monstrous chiaroscuro full of tragic shadows. And that brother seemed so brave and chivalrous. Alas, he had hardly seen the Tom Jimjack who had defended Gwynplaine, the Lord David who had defended Lord Clancharlie, but he had had time to receive a blow from him and to love him. He was crushed. He felt it impossible to proceed further. Everything had crumbled about him. Besides, what was the good of it? All weariness dwells in the depths of despair. The trial had been made. It could not be renewed. Gwynplaine was like a gamester who has played all his trumps away, one after the other. He had allowed himself to be drawn to a fearful gambling table without thinking what he was about, for so subtle is the poison of illusion. He had staked D against Josiana and had gained a monster. He had staked Ursus against a family and had gained an insult. He had played his mountebank platform against his seat in the Lords. For the applause which was his he had gained insult. His last card had fallen on that fatal green cloth, the deserted bowling green. Gwynplaine had lost. Nothing remained but to pay up, wretched man. The thunder-stricken lie still. Gwynplaine remained motionless. Anybody perceiving him from afar, in the shadow, stiff, and without movement, might have fancied that he saw an upright stone. Hell, the serpent, and reverie are tortuous. Gwynplaine was descending the sepulchral spirals of the deepest thought. He reflected on that world of which he had just caught a glimpse with the icy contemplation of a last look. Marriage, but no love. Family, but no brotherly affection. Riches, but no conscience. Beauty, but no modesty. Justice, but no equity. Order, but no equilibrium. Authority, but no right. Power, but no intelligence. Splendor, but no light. Inexorable balance sheet. He went throughout the supreme vision in which his mind had been plunged. He examined successively destiny, situation, society, and himself. What was destiny? A snare. Situation, despair, society, hatred, and himself, a defeated man. In the depths of his soul he cried, "Society is the stepmother, nature is the mother. Society is the world of the body, nature is the world of the soul. The one tends to the coffin, to the deal box in the grave, to the earthworms, and ends there. The other tends to expanded wings, to transformation into the morning light, to ascent into the firmament, and there revives into new life." By degrees a paroxysm came over him like a sweeping surge. At the close of events, there is always a last flash in which all stands revealed once more. He who judges meets the accused face to face. Gwynplaine reviewed all that society and all that nature had done for him. How kind had nature been to him, how she who is the soul had succored him. All had been taken from him, even his features. The soul had given him all back, all, even his features, because there was on earth a heavenly blind girl made expressly for him, who saw not his ugliness, and who saw his beauty. And it was from this that he had allowed himself to be separated, from that adorable girl, from his own adopted one, from her tenderness, from her divine blind gaze, the only gaze on earth that saw him, that he had strayed. Dee was his sister, because he felt between them the grand fraternity of above, the mystery which contains the whole of heaven. Dee, when he was a little child, was his virgin, because every child has his virgin, and at the commencement of life, a marriage of souls is always consummated in the plenitude of innocence. Dee was his wife, for theirs was the same nest on the highest branch of the deep-rooted tree of Hymen. Dee was still more, she was his light, for without her all was void and nothingness, and for him her head was crowned with rays. What would become of him without Dee? What could he do with all that was himself? Nothing in him could live without her. How then could he have lost sight of her for a moment? O unfortunate man! He allowed distance to intervene between himself and his star, and by the unknown and terrible laws of gravitation in such things, distance is immediate loss. Where was she, the star? Dee, alas, he had lost her light. Take away the star, and what is the sky? A black mass. But why then had all this befallen him? Oh, what happiness had been his! For him God had remade Eden. Too close was the resemblance, alas, even to allowing the serpent to enter. But this time it was the man who had been tempted. He had been drawn without, and then, by a frightful snare, had fallen into a chaos of murky laughter, which was hell. O grief, how frightful seemed all that had fascinated him, that Josiana, fearful creature, half beast, half goddess. Gwynplaine was now on the reverse side of his elevation, and he saw the other aspect of that which had dazzled him. It was baleful. His peerage was deformed, his coronet was hideous, his purple robe, a funeral garment, those palaces infected, those trophies, those statues, those armorial bearings sinister. The unwholesome and treacherous air poisoned those who breathed it and turned them mad. How brilliant the rags of the mountebank, Gwynplaine, appeared to him now. Alas, where was the green box, poverty, joy, the sweet wandering life, wandering together like the swallows? They never left each other then. He saw her every minute, morning, evening. At table their knees, their elbows touched. They drank from the same cup. The sun shone through the pane, but it was only the sun, and Dee was love. At night they slept not far from each other, and the dream of Dee came and hovered over Gwynplaine, and the dream of Gwynplaine spread itself mysteriously above the head of Dee. When they awoke, they could be never quite sure that they had not exchanged kisses in the azure mists of dreams. Dee was all innocence, Ursus all wisdom. They wandered from town to town, and they had for provision and for stimulant the frank, loving gaiety of the people. They were angel vagabonds, with enough of humanity to walk the earth and not enough of wings to fly away, and now all had disappeared. Where was it gone? Was it possible that it was all effaced? What wind from the tomb had swept over them? All was eclipsed, all was lost. Alas! Power, irresistible and deaf to appeal, which weighs down the poor, flings its shadow over all, and is capable of anything. What had been done to them? And he had not been there to protect them, to fling himself in front of them, to defend them, as a lord, with his title, his peerage, and his sword, as a mountebank, with his fists and his nails. And here arose a bitter reflection, perhaps the most bitter of all. Well, no, he could not have defended them. It was he himself who had destroyed them. It was to save him, Lord Clancharlie, from them. It was to isolate his dignity from contact with them, that the infamous omnipotence of society had crushed them. The best way in which he could protect them would be to disappear, and then the cause of their persecution would cease. He out of the way, they would be allowed to remain in peace. Into what icy channel was his thought beginning to run? Oh, why had he allowed himself to be separated from Dee? Was not his first duty towards her to serve and to defend the people? But Dee was the people. Dee was an orphan. She was blind. She represented humanity. Oh, what had they done to them? Cruel smart of regret. His absence had left the field free for the catastrophe. He would have shared their fate. Either they would have been taken and carried away with him, or he would have been swallowed up with them. And now what would become of him without them? Gwynplaine without Dee? Was it possible? Without D was to be without everything. It was all over now. The beloved group was forever buried in irreparable disappearance. All was spent. Besides, condemned and damned as Gwynplaine was, what was the good of further struggle? He had nothing more to expect either of men or of heaven. D, where is D? Lost. What? Lost. He who has lost his soul can regain it, but through one outlet, death. Gwynplaine, tragically distraught, placed his hand firmly on the parapet, as on a solution, and looked at the river. It was his third night without sleep. Fever had come over him. His thoughts, which he believed to be clear, were blurred. He felt an imperative need of sleep. He remained for a few instants leaning over the water. Its darkness offered him a bed of boundless tranquility in the infinity of shadow. Sinister temptation. He took off his coat, which he folded and placed on the parapet. Then he unbuttoned his waistcoat. As he was about to take it off, his hand struck against something in the pocket. It was the red book which had been given him by the librarian of the House of Lords. He drew it from the pocket, examined it in the vague light of the night, and found a pencil in it, with which he wrote on the first blank that he found these 2 lines. I depart, let my brother David take my place, and may he be happy. Then he signed, Firmin Clancharlie, Peer of England. He took off his waistcoat and placed it upon the coat, then his hat, which he placed upon the waistcoat. In the hat he laid the red book open at the page on which he had written. Seeing a stone lying on the ground, he picked it up and placed it in the hat. Having done all this, he looked up into the deep shadow above him. Then his head sank slowly, as if drawn by an invisible thread towards the abyss. There was a hole in the masonry near the base of the parapet. He placed his foot in it, so that his knee stood higher than the top, and scarcely an effort was necessary to spring over it. He clasped his hands behind his back and leaned over. So be it, said he. And he fixed his eyes on the deep waters. Just then he felt a tongue licking his hands. He shuddered and turned round. Homo was behind him. Conclusion. The Night and the Sea. Chapter 1. A watchdog may be a guardian angel. Gwynplaine uttered a cry. Is that you, Wolf? Homo wagged his tail. His eyes sparkled in the darkness. He was looking earnestly at Gwynplaine. Then he began to lick his hands again. For a moment, Gwynplaine was like a drunken man, so great is the shock of hope's mighty return. Homo, what an apparition! During the last 48 hours, he had exhausted what might be termed every variety of the thunderbolt, but one was left to strike him, the thunderbolt of joy, and it had just fallen upon him. Certainty, or at least the light which leads to it, regained. The sudden intervention of some mysterious clemency possessed perhaps by destiny, life saying, behold me, in the darkest recess of the grave, the very moment in which all expectation has ceased bringing back health and deliverance, a place of safety discovered at the most critical instant in the midst of crumbling ruins. Homo was all this to Gwynplaine. The wolf appeared to him in a halo of light. Meanwhile, Homo had turned round. He advanced a few steps, and then looked back to see if Gwynplaine was following him. Gwynplaine was doing so. Homo wagged his tail and went on. The road taken by the wolf was the slope of the quay of the Ephrock Stone. This slope shelved down to the Thames, and Gwynplaine, guided by Homo, descended it. Homo turned his head now and then to make sure that Gwynplaine was behind him. In some situations of supreme importance, nothing approaches so near an omniscient intelligence as the simple instinct of a faithful animal. An animal is a lucid somnambulist. There are cases in which the dog feels that he should follow his master, others in which he should precede him. Then the animal takes the direction of sense. His imperturbable scent is a confused power of vision in what is twilight to us. He feels a vague obligation to become a guide. Does he know that there is a dangerous pass and that he can help his master to surmount it? Probably not. Perhaps he does. In any case, someone knows it for him. As we have already said, it often happens in life that some mighty help which we have held to have come from below has, in reality, come from above. Who knows all the mysterious forms assumed by God? What was this animal, Providence? Having reached the river, the wolf led down the narrow tongue of land which bordered the Thames. Without noise or bark, he pushed forward on his silent way. Homo always followed his instinct and did his duty, but with the pensive reserve of an outlaw. Some 50 paces more, and he stopped. A wooden platform appeared on the right. At the bottom of this platform, which was a kind of wharf on piles, a black mass could be made out, which was a tolerably large vessel. On the deck of the vessel, near the prow, was a glimmer, like the last flicker of a nightlight. The wolf, having finally assured himself that Gwynplaine was there, bounded on to the wharf. It was a long platform, floored and tarred, supported by a network of joists, and under which flowed the river. Homo and Gwynplaine shortly reached the brink. The ship moored to the wharf was a Dutch vessel, of the Japanese build, with 2 decks, fore and aft, and between them an open hold, reached by an upright ladder, in which the cargo was laden. There was thus a forecastle and an afterdeck, as in our old river boats, and a space between them ballasted by the freight. The paper boats made by children are of a somewhat similar shape. Under the decks were the cabins, the doors of which opened into the hold and were lighted by glazed portholes. In stowing the cargo, a passage was left between the packages of which it consisted. These vessels had a mast on each deck. The foremast was called Paul, the mainmast Peter, the ship being sailed by these 2 masts, as the church was guided by her 2 apostles. A gangway was thrown, like a Chinese bridge, from one deck to the other, over the center of the hold. In bad weather, both flaps of the gangway were lowered, on the right and left, on hinges, thus making a roof over the hold, so that the ship, in heavy seas, was hermetically closed. These sloops, being of very massive construction, had a beam for a tiller, the strength of the rudder being necessarily proportioned to the height of the vessel. 3 men, the skipper and 2 sailors, with a cabin boy, sufficed to navigate these ponderous sea-going machines. The decks, fore and aft, were, as we have already said, without bulwarks. The great lumbering hull of this particular vessel was painted black, and on it, visible even in the night, stood out in white letters the words Vagrot Rotterdam. About that time many events had occurred at sea, and amongst others, the defeat of the Baron de Pointes' 8 ships off Cape Carnero, which had driven the whole French fleet into refuge at Gibraltar, so that the channel was swept of every man-of-war, and merchant vessels were able to sail backwards and forwards between London and Rotterdam without a convoy. The vessel on which was to be read the word Vagrot, and which Gwynplaine was now close to, lay with her main deck almost level with the wharf. But 1 step to descend, and Homo in a bound, and Gwynplaine in a stride, were on board. The deck was clear, and no stir was perceptible. The passengers, if, as was likely, there were any, were already on board, the vessel being ready to sail, and the cargo stowed, as was apparent from the state of the hold, which was full of bales and cases. But they were, doubtless, lying asleep in the cabins below, as the passage was to take place during the night. In such cases, the passengers do not appear on deck till they awake the following morning. As for the crew, they were probably having their supper in the men's cabin, whilst awaiting the hour fixed for sailing, which was now rapidly approaching. Hence the silence on the 2 decks connected by the gangway. The wolf had almost run across the wharf. Once on board, he slackened his pace into a discreet walk. He still wagged his tail, no longer joyfully, however, but with the sad and feeble wag of a dog troubled in his mind. Still preceding Gwynplaine, he passed along the afterdeck and across the gangway. Gwynplaine, having reached the gangway, perceived a light in front of him. It was the same that he had seen from the shore. There was a lantern on the deck, close to the foremast, by the gleam of which was sketched in black, on the dim background of the night, what Gwynplaine recognized to be Ursus's old 4-wheeled van. This poor wooden tenement, cart and hut combined, in which his childhood had rolled along, was fastened to the bottom of the mast by thick ropes, of which the knots were visible at the wheels. Having been so long out of service, it had become dreadfully rickety, it leant over feebly on one side, it had become quite paralytic from disuse, and moreover it was suffering from that incurable malady, old age. Mouldy and out of shape, it tottered in decay. The materials of which it was built were all rotten. The iron was rusty, the leather torn, the woodwork worm-eaten. There were lines of cracks across the window in front, through which shone a ray from the lantern. The wheels were warped. The lining, the floor, and the axletrees seemed worn out with fatigue. Altogether, It presented an indescribable appearance of beggary and prostration. The shafts, stuck up, looked like two arms raised to heaven. The whole thing was in a state of dislocation. Beneath it was hanging Homo's chain. Does it not seem that the law and the will of nature would have dictated Gwynplaine's headlong rush to throw himself upon life, happiness, love regained? So they would, except in some case of deep terror such as his. But he who comes forth, shattered in nerve and uncertain of his way, from a series of catastrophes, each one like a fresh betrayal, is prudent even in his joy, hesitates, lest he should bear the fatality of which he has been the victim to those whom he loves, feels that some evil contagion may still hang about him, and advances towards happiness with wary steps. The gates of paradise reopen, but before he enters, he examines his ground. Gwynplaine, staggering under the weight of his emotion, looked around him, while the wolf went and lay down silently by his chain. Chapter 2. Barklphdro, having aimedat the eagle, brings down the dove. The step of the little van was down, the door ajar. There was no one inside. The faint light, which broke through the pane in front, sketched the interior of the caravan vaguely in melancholy chiaroscuro. The inscriptions of Ursus, glorifying the grandeur of lords, showed distinctly on the worn-out boards, which were both the wall without and the wainscot within. On a nail near the door, Gwynplaine saw his esclavine and his cape hung up, as they hang up the clothes of a corpse in a dead house. Just then he had neither waistcoat nor coat on. Behind the van something was laid out on the deck at the foot of the mast, which was lighted by the lantern. It was a mattress, of which he could make out one corner. On this mattress someone was probably lying, for he could see a shadow move. Someone was speaking. Concealed by the van, Gwynplaine listened. It was Ursus's voice. That voice, so harsh in its upper, so tender in its lower pitch, that voice, which had so often upbraided Gwynplaine and which had taught him so well, had lost the life and clearness of its tone. It was vague and low, and melted into a sigh at the end of every sentence. It bore but a confused resemblance to his natural and firm voice of old. It was the voice of one in whom happiness is dead. A voice may become a ghost. He seemed to be engaged in monologue rather than in conversation. We are already aware, however, that soliloquy was a habit with him. It was for that reason that he passed for a madman. Gwynplaine held his breath, so as not to lose a word of what Ursus said, and this was what he heard. This is a very dangerous kind of craft, because there are no bulwarks to it. If we were to slip, there is nothing to prevent our going overboard. If we have bad weather, we shall have to take her below, and that will be dreadful. An awkward step, a fright, and we shall have a rupture of the aneurysm. I have seen instances of it. Oh my God, what is to become of us? Is she asleep? Yes, she is asleep. Is she in a swoon? No, her pulse is pretty strong. She is only asleep. Sleep is a reprieve. It is the happy blindness. What can I do to prevent people walking about here? Gentlemen, if there be anybody on deck, I beg of you to make no noise. Do not come near us, if you do not mind. You know, a person in delicate health requires a little attention. She is feverish, you see. She is very young. Tease a little creature who is rather feverish. I put this mattress down here so that she may have a little air. I explain all this so that you should be careful. She fell down exhausted on the mattress as if she had fainted. But she is asleep. I do hope that no one will awake her. I address myself to the ladies, if there are any present. A young girl, it is pitiful. We are only poor mountebanks, but I beg a little kindness, and if there is anything to pay for not making a noise, I will pay it. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Is there anyone there? No, I don't think there is. My talk is mere loss of breath, so much the better. Gentlemen, I thank you if you are there, and I thank you still more if you are not. Her forehead is all in perspiration. Come, let us take our places in the galleys again. Put on the chain. Misery is come back. We are sinking again. A hand, the fearful hand which we cannot see, but the weight of which we feel ever upon us, has suddenly struck us back towards the dark point of our destiny. Be it so. We will bear up. Only I will not have her ill. I must seem a fool to talk aloud like this when I am alone, but she must feel she has someone near her when she awakes. What shall I do if somebody awakes her suddenly? No noise, in the name of heaven. A sudden shock which would awake her suddenly would be of no use. It will be a pity if anybody comes by. I believe that everyone on board is asleep. Thanks be to Providence for that mercy. Well, and Homo, where is he, I wonder? In all this confusion I forgot to tie him up. I do not know what I am doing. It is more than an hour since I have seen him. I suppose he has been to look for his supper somewhere ashore. I hope nothing has happened to him. Homo, Homo. Homo struck his tail softly on the planks of the deck. You are there, oh, you are there. Thank God for that. If Homo had been lost, it would have been too much to bear. She has moved her arm. Perhaps she is going to awake. Quiet, Homo, the tide is turning. We shall sail directly. I think it will be a fine night. There is no wind, the flag droops. We shall have a good passage. I do not know what moon it is, but there is scarcely a stir in the clouds. There will be no swell. It will be a fine night. Her cheek is pale, it is only weakness. No, it is flushed, it is only the fever. Stay, it is rosy, she is well, I can no longer see clearly. My poor Homo, I no longer see distinctly, so we must begin life afresh. We must set to work again. There are only we two left, you see. We will work for her, both of us. She is our child. Ah, the vessel moves. We are off. Goodbye, London. Good evening. Good night. To the devil with horrible London. He was right. He heard the dull sound of the unmooring as the vessel fell away from the wharf. Abaft on the poop a man, the skipper, no doubt, just come from below, was standing. He had slipped the hawser and was working the tiller, looking only to the rudder, as befitted the combined phlegm of a Dutchman and a sailor, listening to nothing but the wind and the water, bending against the resistance of the tiller. As he worked it to port or starboard, he looked in the gloom of the afterdeck like a phantom bearing a beam upon its shoulder. He was alone there. So long as they were in the river, the other sailors were not required. In a few minutes the vessel was in the center of the current, with which she drifted without rolling or pitching. The Thames, little disturbed by the ebb, was calm. Carried onwards by the tide, the vessel made rapid way. Behind her, the black scenery of London was fading in the mist. Ursus went on talking. Never mind, I will give her digitalis. I am afraid that delirium will supervene. She perspires in the palms of her hands. What sin can we have committed in the sight of God? How quickly has all this misery come upon us? Hideous rapidity of evil. A stone falls. It has claws. It is the hawk swooping on the lark. It is destiny. There you lie, my sweet child. One comes to London. One says, what a fine city, what fine buildings. Southwark is a magnificent suburb. One settles there. But now they are horrid places. What would you have me do there? I am going to leave. This is the 30th of April. I always distrusted the month of April. There are but 2 lucky days in April, the 5th and the 27th, and 4 unlucky ones, the 10th, the 20th, the 29th, and the 30th. This has been placed beyond doubt by the calculations of Cardan. I wish this day were over. Departure is a comfort. At dawn we shall be at Gravesend, and tomorrow evening at Rotterdam. Zounds, I will begin life again in the van. We will draw it, won't we, Homo? A light tapping announced the wolf's consent. Ursus continued. If one could only get out of a grief as one gets out of a city, Homo, we must yet be happy. Alas, there must always be the one who is no more. A shadow remains on those who survive. You know whom I mean, Homo. We were 4, and now we are but 3. Life is but a long loss of those whom we love. They leave behind them a train of sorrows. Destiny amazes us by a prolixity of unbearable suffering, who then can wonder that the old are garrulous? It is despair that makes the dotard old fellow. Homo, the wind continues favorable. We can no longer see the dome of St. Paul's. We shall pass Greenwich presently. That will be 6 good miles over. Oh, I turn my back forever on those odious capitals, full of priests, of magistrates, and of people. I prefer looking at the leaves rustling in the woods. Her forehead is still in perspiration. I don't like those great violet veins in her arm. There is fever in them. Oh, all this is killing me. Sleep, my child. Yes, she sleeps. Here a voice spoke, an ineffable voice which seemed from afar and appeared to come at once from the heights and the depths, a voice divinely fearful, the voice of D. All that Gwynplaine had hitherto felt seemed nothing. His angel spoke. It seemed as though he heard words spoken from another world in a heaven-like trance. The voice said, "He did well to go. This world was not worthy of him. Only I must go with him. Father, I am not ill. I heard you speak just now. I am very well, quite well. I was asleep. Father, I am going to be happy." "My child," said Ursus in a voice of anguish, "what do you mean by that?" The answer was, "Father, do not be unhappy." There was a pause, as if to take breath, and then these few words, pronounced slowly, reached Gwynplaine. "Gwynplaine is no longer here. It is now that I am blind. I knew not what night was. Night is absence." The voice stopped once more, and then continued. "I always feared that he would fly away. I felt that he belonged to heaven. He has taken flight suddenly. It was natural that it should end thus. The soul flies away like a bird, but the nest of the soul is in the height, where dwells the great lodestone who draws all towards him. I know where to find Gwynplaine. I have no doubt about the way. Father, it is yonder. Later on you will rejoin us, and Homo too." Homo, hearing his name pronounced, wagged his tail softly against the deck. "Father," resumed the voice, "you understand that once Gwynplaine is no longer here, all is over. Even if I would remain, I could not, because one must breathe. We must not ask for that which is impossible. I was with Gwynplaine. It was quite natural I lived. Now Gwynplaine is no more, I die. The two things are alike. Either he must come or I must go. Since he cannot come back, I am going to him. It is good to die. It is not at all difficult. Father, that which is extinguished here shall be rekindled elsewhere. It is a heartache to live in this world. It cannot be that we shall always be unhappy. When we go to what you call the stars, we shall marry, we shall never part again, and we shall love, 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 and that is what is God." There, do not agitate yourself," said Ursus. The voice continued. "Well, for instance, last year. In the spring of last year we were together, and we were happy. How different it is now. I forget what little village we were in, but there were trees, and I heard the linnets singing. We came to London, all was changed. This is no reproach, mind. When one comes to a fresh place, how is one to know anything about it? Father, do you remember that one day there was a woman in the great box? You said, 'It is a duchess.' I felt sad. I think it might have been better had we kept to the little towns. Gwynplaine has done right with all. Now my turn has come. Besides, you have told me yourself that when I was very little my mother died, and that I was lying on the ground with the snow falling upon me, and that he, who was also very little then, and alone, like myself, picked me up, and that it was thus that I came to be alive. So you cannot wonder that now I should feel it absolutely necessary to go and search the grave to see if Gwynplaine be in it, because the only thing which exists in life is the heart, and after life, the soul. You take notice of what I say, Father, do you not? What is moving? It seems as if we are in something that is moving, yet I do not hear the sound of the wheels." After a pause, the voice added, "I cannot exactly make out the difference between yesterday and today. I do not complain. I do not know what has occurred, but something must have happened." These words, uttered with deep and inconsolable sweetness, and with a sigh which Gwynplaine heard, wound up thus: "I must go unless he should return." Ursus muttered gloomily, "I do not believe in ghosts." He went on, "This is a ship. You ask why the house moves. It is because we are on board a vessel. Be calm, you must not talk so much. Daughter, if you have any love for me, do not agitate yourself. It will make you feverish. I am so old, I could not bear it if you were to have an illness. Spare me, do not be ill." Again the voice spoke. "What is the use of searching the earth when we can only find in heaven?" Ursus replied, with a half attempt at authority, "Be calm, there are times when you have no sense at all. I order you to rest. After all, you cannot be expected to know what it is to rupture a blood vessel. I should be easy if you were easy. My child, do something for me as well. If he picked you up, I took you in. You will make me ill. That is wrong. You must calm yourself and go to sleep. All will come right. I give you my word of honor, all will come right. Besides, it is very fine weather. The night might have been made on purpose. Tomorrow we shall be at Rotterdam, which is a city in Holland, at the mouth of the Meuse." "Father," said the voice, "look here. When two beings have always been together from infancy, their state should not be disturbed, or death must come, and it cannot be otherwise. I love you all the same, but I feel that I am no longer altogether with you, although I am as yet not altogether with him." Come, try to sleep, repeated Ursus. The voice answered, I shall have sleep enough soon. Ursus replied in trembling tones, I tell you that we are going to Holland, to Rotterdam, which is a city. Father, continued the voice, I am not ill. If you are anxious about that, you may rest easy. I have no fever. I am rather hot. It is nothing more. Ursus stammered out. At the mouth of the mews. I am quite well, Father, but look here, I feel that I am going to die. Do nothing so foolish, said Ursus, and he added, above all, God forbid she should have a shock. There was a silence. Suddenly Ursus cried out. What are you doing? Why are you getting up? Lie down again, I implore of you. Gwynplaine shivered and stretched out his head. Chapter 3. Paradise regained below. He saw Dee. She had just raised herself up on the mattress. She had on a long white dress, carefully closed, and showing only the delicate form of her neck. The sleeves covered her arms, the folds her feet. The branch-like tracery of blue veins, hot and swollen with fever, were visible on her hands. She was shivering and rocking, rather than reeling, to and fro like a reed. The lantern threw up its glancing light on her beautiful face. Her loosened hair floated over her shoulders. No tears fell on her cheeks. In her eyes there was fire and darkness. She was pale, with that paleness which is like the transparency of a divine life in an earthly face. Her fragile and exquisite form was, as it were, blended and interfused with the folds of her robe. She wavered like the flicker of a flame, while at the same time she was dwindling into shadow. Her eyes, opened wide, were resplendent. She was as one just freed from the sepulchre, a soul standing in the dawn. Ursus, whose back only was visible to Gwynplaine, raised his arms in terror. "Oh, my child! Oh, heavens! She is delirious. Delirium is what I feared worst of all. She must have no shock, for that might kill her. Yet nothing but a shock can prevent her going mad. Dead or mad, what a situation! Oh God, what can I do? My child, lie down again." Meanwhile, Dee spoke. Her voice was almost indistinct, as if a cloud already interposed between her and earth. "Father, you are wrong. I'm not in the least delirious. I hear all you say to me distinctly. You tell me that there is a great crowd of people, that they are waiting, and that I must play tonight. I am quite willing. You see that I have my reason, but I do not know what to do since I am dead and Gwynplaine is dead. I am coming all the same. I am ready to play. Here I am, but Gwynplaine is no longer here." "Come, my child," said Ursus. "Do as I bid you. Lie down again." "He is no longer here, no longer here. Oh, how dark it is." "Dark," muttered Ursus. This is the first time she has ever uttered that word. Gwynplaine, with as little noise as he could help making as he crept, mounted the step of the caravan, entered it, took from the nail the cape and the esclavine, put the esclavine round his neck, and redescended from the van, still concealed by the projection of the cabin, the rigging, and the mast. Dee continued murmuring. She moved her lips, and by degrees the murmur became a melody. In broken pauses, and with the interrupted cadences of delirium, her voice broke into the mysterious appeal she had so often addressed to Gwynplaine in Chaos Vanquished. She sang, and her voice was low and uncertain as the murmur of the bee. "Nach kita tida ali. El alba canta." She stopped. "No, it is not true. I am not dead. What was I saying? Alas, I am alive. I am alive. He is dead. I am below. He is above. He is gone. I remain. I shall hear his voice no more, nor his footstep. God, who had given us a little paradise on earth, has taken it away. Gwynplaine, it is over. I shall never feel you near me again. Never, and his voice, I shall never hear his voice again." And she sang. "Es menester a celos Deja quiro. A tu negro. Caparazon. We must go to heaven. Take off, I entreat thee, thy black cloak." She stretched out her hand, as if she sought something in space on which she might rest. Gwynplaine, rising by the side of Ursus, who had suddenly become as though petrified, knelt down before her. "Never," said Dee, "never shall I hear him again." She began, wandering, to sing again. "Deja quiro. A tu negro. Caparazon. Then she heard a voice, even the beloved voice, answering. O ven, armor. Ers alma. Soy corazon. O come and love. Thou art the soul. I am the heart. And at the same instant Dee felt under her hand the head of Gwynplaine. She uttered an indescribable cry. Gwynplaine! A light as of a star shone over her pale face, and she tottered. Gwynplaine received her in his arms. Alive! Cried Ursus. Dee repeated Gwynplaine, and with her head bowed against Gwynplaine's cheek, she whispered faintly. You have come down to me again. I thank you, Gwynplaine. And seated on his knee, she lifted up her head. Wrapped in his embrace, she turned her sweet face towards him and fixed on him those eyes so full of light and shadow as though she could see him. It is you, she said. Gwynplaine covered her sobs with kisses. There are words which are at once words, cries, and sobs, in which all ecstasy and all grief are mingled and burst forth together. They have no meaning, and yet tell all. Yes, it is I, Gwynplaine, of whom you are the soul. Do you hear me? I of whom you are the child, the wife, the star, the breath of life. I to whom you are eternity. It is I am here. I hold you in my arms. I am alive. I am yours. Oh, when I think that in a moment all would have been over, 1 minute more, but for Homo, I will tell you everything. How near is despair to joy? Dee, we live. Dee, forgive me. Yes, yours forever. You are right. Touch my forehead. Make sure that it is I if you only knew, but nothing can separate us now. I rise out of hell and ascend into heaven. Am I not with you? You said that I descended. Not so, I reascend, once more with you. Forever, I tell you, forever, together, we are together. Who would have believed it? We have found each other again. All our troubles are past. Before us now there is nothing but enchantment. We will renew our happy life, and we will shut the door so fast that misfortune shall never enter again. I will tell you all. You will be astonished. The vessel has sailed. No one can prevent that now. We are on our voyage and at liberty. We are going to Holland. We will marry. I have no fear about gaining a livelihood. What can hinder it? There is nothing to fear. I adore you. Not so quick, stammered Ursus. Dee, trembling, and with the rapture of an angelic touch, passed her hand over Gwynplaine's profile. He overheard her say to herself, "It is thus that gods are made." Then she touched his clothes. The esclavine, she said, the cape, nothing changed, all as it was before. Ursus, stupefied, delighted, smiling, drowned in tears, looked at them, and addressed an aside to himself. I don't understand it in the least. I am a stupid idiot, I who saw him carried to the grave. I cry and I laugh, that is all I know. I am as great a fool as if I were in love myself. But that is just what I am. I am in love with them both. Old fool, too much emotion, too much emotion. It is what I was afraid of. No, it is that I wished for. Gwynplaine, be careful of her. Yes, let them kiss. It is no affair of mine. I am but a spectator. What I feel is droll. I am the parasite of their happiness, and I am nourished by it. Whilst Ursus was talking to himself, Gwynplaine exclaimed, Dee, you are too beautiful. I don't know where my wits were gone these last few days. Truly, there is but you on earth. I see you again, but as yet I can hardly believe it. In this ship, but tell me, how did it all happen? To what estate have they reduced you? But where is the green box? They have robbed you. They have driven you away. It is infamous. Oh, I will avenge you, Dee. They shall answer for it. I am a peer of England. Ursus, as if stricken by a planet full in his breast, drew back and looked at Gwynplaine attentively. It is clear that he is not dead, but can he have gone mad? And he listened to him doubtfully. Gwynplaine resumed. Be easy, Dee. I will carry my complaint to the House of Lords. Ursus looked at him again and struck his forehead with the tip of his forefinger, then making up his mind. It is all one to me, he said. It will be all right all the same. Be as mad as you like, my Gwynplaine. It is one of the rights of man. As for me, I am happy. But how came all this about? The vessel continued to sail smoothly and fast. The night grew darker and darker. The mists, which came inland from the ocean, were invading the zenith, from which no wind blew them away. Only a few large stars were visible, and they disappeared one after another, so that soon there were none at all, and the whole sky was dark, infinite, and soft. The river broadened until the banks on each side were nothing but two thin brown lines mingling with the gloom. Out of all this shadow rose a profound peace. Gwynplaine, half-seated, held Dee in his embrace. They spoke, they cried, they babbled, they murmured in a mad dialogue of joy. How are we to paint thee, O joy? My life, my heaven, my love, my whole happiness. Gwynplaine. Dee, I am drunk, let me kiss your feet. Is it you, then, for certain? I have so much to say to you now that I do not know where to begin. One kiss. O my wife. Gwynplaine, do not tell me that I am beautiful. It is you who are handsome. I have found you again. I hold you to my heart. This is true. You are mine. I do not dream. Is it possible? Yes, it is. I recover possession of life. If you only knew, I have met with all sorts of adventures, Dee. Gwynplaine, I love you. And Ursus murmured. Mine is the joy of a grandfather. Homo, having come from under the van, was going from one to the other discreetly, exacting no attention, licking them left and right. Now Ursus's thick shoes, now Gwynplaine's cape, now Dee's dress, now the mattress. This was his way of giving his blessing. They had passed Chatham and the mouth of the Medway. They were approaching the sea. The shadowy serenity of the atmosphere was such that the passage down the Thames was being made without trouble. No maneuver was needful, nor was any sailor called on deck. At the other end of the vessel, the skipper, still alone, was steering. There was only this man aft. At the bow, the lantern lighted up the happy group of beings who, from the depths of misery, had suddenly been raised to happiness by a meeting so unhoped for. Chapter 4. Nay, Owen Height. Suddenly Dee, disengaging herself from Gwynplaine's embrace, arose. She pressed both her hands against her heart, as if to still its throbbings. What is wrong with me? Said she. There is something the matter. Joy is suffocating. No, it is nothing. That is lucky. Your reappearance, O my Gwynplaine, has given me a blow of happiness. All this heaven of joy which you have put into my heart has intoxicated me. You being absent, I felt myself dying. The true life which was leaving me you have brought back. I felt as if something was being torn away within me. Is the shadows that have been torn away, and I feel life dawn in my brain, a glowing life, a life of fever and delight. This life which you have just given me is wonderful. It is so heavenly that it makes me suffer somewhat. It seems as though my soul is enlarged and can scarcely be contained in my body. This life of seraphim, this plenitude, flows into my brain and penetrates it. I feel like a beating of wings within my breast. I feel strangely but happy. Gwynplaine, you have been my resurrection. She flushed, became pale, then flushed again and fell. Alas, said Ursus, you have killed her. Gwynplaine stretched his arms towards Dee. Extremity of anguish coming upon extremity of ecstasy, what a shock! He would himself have fallen had he not had to support her. Dee, he cried, shuddering, what is the matter? Nothing, said she, I love you. She lay in his arms, lifeless, like a piece of linen. Her hands were hanging down helplessly. Gwynplaine and Ursus placed Dee on the mattress. She said feebly, I cannot breathe lying down. They lifted her up. Ursus said, Fetch a pillow. She replied, What for? I have Gwynplaine. She laid her head on Gwynplaine's shoulder, who was sitting behind, and supporting her, his eyes wild with grief. Oh, said she, how happy I am. Ursus took her wrist and counted the pulsation of the artery. He did not shake his head. He said nothing, nor expressed his thought, except by the rapid movement of his eyelids, which were opening and closing convulsively, as if to prevent a flood of tears from bursting out. What is the matter? Asked Gwynplaine. Ursus placed his ear against Dee's left side. Gwynplaine repeated his question eagerly, fearful of the answer. Ursus looked at Gwynplaine, then at Dee. He was livid, he said. We ought to be parallel with Canterbury. The distance from here to Gravesend cannot be very great. We shall have fine weather all night. We need fear no attack at sea, because the fleets are all on the coast of Spain. We shall have a good passage." Dee, bent and growing paler and paler, clutched her robe convulsively. She heaved a sigh of inexpressible sadness and murmured, "I know what this is. I am dying." Gwynplaine rose in terror. Ursus held Dee. "Die, you die. No, it shall not be. You cannot die. Die now, die at once. It is impossible. God is not ferociously cruel to give you and to take you back in the same moment. No, such a thing cannot be. It would make one doubt in him. Then indeed would everything be a snare, the earth, the sky, the cradles of infants, the human heart, love, the stars. God would be a traitor and man a dupe. There would be nothing in which to believe. It would be an insult to the creation. Everything would be an abyss. You know not what you say, Dee. You shall live. I command you to live. You must obey me. I am your husband and your master. I forbid you to leave me. O heavens, O wretched man, no, it cannot be I to remain in the world after you. Why, it is as monstrous as that there should be no sun. Dee, recover. It is but a moment of passing pain. One feels a shudder at times and thinks no more about it. It is absolutely necessary that you should get well and cease to suffer. You die, what have I done to you? The very thought of it drives me mad. We belong to each other and we love each other. You have no reason for going. It would be unjust. Have I committed crimes? Besides, you have forgiven me. Oh, you would not make me desperate, have me become a villain, a madman, drive me to perdition. Dee, I entreat you, I conjure you, I supplicate you, do not die." And clenching his hands in his hair, agonized with fear, stifled with tears, he threw himself at her feet. "My Gwynplaine," said Dee, "it is no fault of mine." There then rose to her lips a red froth, which Ursus wiped away with the fold of her robe, before Gwynplaine, who was prostrate at her feet, could see it. Gwynplaine took her feet in his hands and implored her in all kinds of confused words. "I tell you I will not have it. You die. I have no strength left to bear it. Die, yes, but both of us together, not otherwise. You die, my Dee. I will never consent to it. My divinity, my love. Do you understand that I am with you? I swear that you shall live. Oh, but you cannot have thought what would become of me after you were gone. If you had an idea of the necessity which you are to me, you would see that it is absolutely impossible. Dee, you see I have but you. The most extraordinary things have happened to me. You will hardly believe that I have just explored the whole of life in a few hours. I have found out one thing, that there is nothing in it. You exist. If you did not, the universe would have no meaning. Stay with me, have pity on me. Since you love me, live on. If I have just found you again, it is to keep you. Wait a little longer. You cannot leave me like this, now that we have been together but a few minutes. Do not be impatient. Oh heaven, how I suffer. You are not angry with me, are you? You know that I could not help going when the wapentake came for me. You will breathe more easily presently, you will see. Dee, all has been put right. We are going to be happy. Do not drive me to despair, Dee. I have done nothing to you." These words were not spoken, but sobbed out. They rose from his breast, now in a lament which might have attracted the dove, now in a roar which might have made lions recoil. Dee answered him in a voice growing weaker and weaker, and pausing at nearly every word. "Alas, it is of no use, my beloved. I see that you are doing all you can. An hour ago I wanted to die, now I do not. Gwynplaine, my adored Gwynplaine, how happy we have been. God placed you in my life, and he takes me out of yours. You see, I am going. You will remember the green box, won't you, and poor blind little Dee? You will remember my song. Do not forget the sound of my voice, and the way in which I said, 'I love you.' I will come back and tell it to you again, in the night while you are asleep. Yes, we found each other again, but it was too much joy. It was to end at once. It is decreed that I am to go first. I love my father Ursus and my brother Homo very dearly. You are all so good. There is no air here. Open the window. My Gwynplaine, I did not tell you, but I was jealous of a woman who came one day. You do not even know of whom I speak. Is it not so? Cover my arms, I am rather cold. And Phoebe and Venus, where are they? One comes to love everybody. One feels a friendship for all those who have been mixed up in one's happiness. We have a kindly feeling towards them for having been present in our joys. Why has it all passed away? I have not clearly understood what has happened during the last 2 days. Now I am dying. Leave me in my dress. When I put it on I foresaw that it would be my shroud. I wish to keep it on. Gwynplaine's kisses are upon it. Oh, what would I not have given to have lived on? What a happy life we led in our poor caravan, how we sang, how I listened to the applause, what joy it was never to be separated from each other. It seemed to me that I was living in a cloud with you. I knew one day from another, although I was blind. I knew that it was morning, because I heard Gwynplaine. I felt that it was night, because I dreamed of Gwynplaine. I felt that I was wrapped up in something which was his soul. We adored each other so sweetly. It is all fading away, and there will be no more songs. Alas, that I cannot live on. You will think of me, my beloved. Her voice was growing fainter. The ominous waning, which was death, was stealing away her breath. She folded her thumbs within her fingers, a sign that her last moments were approaching. It seemed as though the first uncertain words of an angel just created were blended with the last failing accents of the dying girl. She murmured, "You will think of me, won't you? It would be very sad to be dead and to be remembered by no one. I have been wayward at times. I beg pardon of you all. I am sure that, if God had so willed it, we might yet have been happy, my Gwynplaine, for we take up but very little room, and we might have earned our bread together in another land. But God has willed it otherwise. I cannot make out in the least why I am dying. I never complained of being blind, so that I cannot have offended anyone. I should never have asked for anything, but always to be blind as I was by your side. Oh, how sad it is to have to part." Her words were more and more inarticulate, evaporating into each other as if they were being blown away. She had become almost inaudible. "Gwynplaine," she resumed, "you will think of me, won't you? I shall crave it when I am dead." And she added, "Oh, keep me with you." Then, after a pause, she said, "Come to me as soon as you can. I shall be very unhappy without you, even in heaven. Do not leave me long alone, my sweet Gwynplaine. My paradise was here. Above there is only heaven. Oh, I cannot breathe, my beloved, my beloved, my beloved." "Mercy," cried Gwynplaine. "Farewell," murmured Dee. And he pressed his mouth to her beautiful icy hands. For a moment, it seemed as if she had ceased to breathe. Then she raised herself on her elbows, and an intense splendor flashed across her eyes, and through an ineffable smile, her voice rang out clearly. "Light," she cried, "I see." And she expired. She fell back rigid and motionless on the mattress. "Dead," said Ursus. And the poor old man, as if crushed by his despair, bowed his bald head and buried his swollen face in the folds of the gown which covered Dee's feet. He lay there in a swoon. Then Gwynplaine became awful. He arose, lifted his eyes, and gazed into the vast gloom above him. Seen by none on earth, but looked down upon, perhaps, as he stood in the darkness, by some invisible presence, he stretched his hands on high and said, "I come." And he strode across the deck, towards the side of the vessel, as if beckoned by a vision. A few paces off was the abyss. He walked slowly, never casting down his eyes. A smile came upon his face, such as Dee's had just worn. He advanced straight before him, as if watching something. In his eyes was a light like the reflection of a soul perceived from afar off. He cried out, "Yes." At every step he was approaching nearer to the side of the vessel. His gait was rigid, his arms were lifted up, his head was thrown back, his eyeballs were fixed. His movement was ghost-like. He advanced without haste and without hesitation, with fatal precision, as though there were before him no yawning gulf and open grave. He murmured, "Be easy, I follow you. I understand the sign that you are making me." His eyes were fixed upon a certain spot in the sky where the shadow was deepest. The smile was still upon his face. The sky was perfectly black, there was no star visible in it, and yet he evidently saw one. He crossed the deck. A few stiff and ominous steps, and he had reached the very edge. "I come," said he. "Dee, behold, I come." One step more, there was no bulwark. The void was before him, he strode into it. He fell. The night was thick and dull, the water deep. It swallowed him up. He disappeared calmly and silently. None saw nor heard him. The ship sailed on, and the river flowed. Shortly afterwards, the ship reached the sea. When Ursus returned to consciousness, he found that Gwynplaine was no longer with him, and he saw Homo by the edge of the deck, baying in the shadow and looking down upon the water. The end. However, in that plain of snow, there was nothing like a roof. The child went on, and the waste continued bare as far as eye could see. There had never been a human habitation on the tableland. It was at the foot of the cliff, in holes in the rocks, that, lacking wood to build themselves huts, had dwelt long ago the aboriginal inhabitants, who had slings for arms, dried cow dung for firing, for a god the idle Hyle standing in a glade at Dorchester, and for trade the fishing of that false grey coral which the Gauls called plin, and the Greeks Isides plakamos. The child found his way as best he could. Destiny is made up of crossroads. An option of path is dangerous. This little being had an early choice of doubtful chances. He continued to advance, but although the muscles of his thighs seemed to be of steel, he began to tire. There were no tracks in the plain, or if there were any, the snow had obliterated them. Instinctively he inclined eastwards. Sharp stones had wounded his heels. Had it been daylight, pink stains made by his blood might have been seen in the footprints he left in the snow. He recognized nothing. He was crossing the plain of Portland from south to north, and it is probable that the band with which he had come, to avoid meeting anyone, had crossed it from east to west. They had most likely sailed in some fisherman's or smuggler's boat, from a point on the coast of Ugiscombe, such as St. Catherine's Cape or Swankry, to Portland to find the hooker which awaited them, and they must have landed in one of the creeks of Weston and re-embarked in one of those of Easton. That direction was intersected by the one the child was now following. It was impossible for him to recognize the road. On the plain of Portland there are here and there raised strips of land, abruptly ended by the shore and cut perpendicular to the sea. The wandering child reached one of these culminating points and stopped on it, hoping that a larger space might reveal further indications. He tried to see around him. Before him, in place of a horizon, was a vast livid opacity. He looked at this attentively, and under the fixedness of his glance it became less indistinct. At the base of a distant fold of land towards the east, in the depths of that opaque lividity, a moving and wan sort of precipice, which resembled a cliff of the night, crept and floated some vague black rents, some dim shreds of vapor. The pale opacity was fog, the black shreds were smoke. Where there is smoke, there are men. The child turned his steps in that direction. He saw some distance off a descent, and at the foot of the descent, among shapeless conformations of rock, blurred by the mist, what seemed to be either a sandbank or a tongue of land, joining probably to the plains of the horizon the tableland he had just crossed. It was evident he must pass that way. He had, in fact, arrived at the Isthmus of Portland, a diluvian alluvium which is called Chess Hill. He began to descend the side of the plateau. The descent was difficult and rough. It was, with less of ruggedness, however, the reverse of the ascent he had made on leaving the creek. Every ascent is balanced by a decline. After having clambered up, he crawled down. He leapt from one rock to another at the risk of a sprain, at the risk of falling into the vague depths below. To save himself when he slipped on the rock or on the ice, he caught hold of handfuls of weeds and furze, thick with thorns, and their points ran into his fingers. At times he came on an easier declivity, taking breath as he descended, then came on the precipice again, and each step necessitated an expedient. In descending precipices, every movement solves a problem. One must be skillful under pain of death. These problems the child solved with an instinct which would have made him the admiration of apes and mountebanks. The descent was steep and long. Nevertheless, he was coming to the end of it. Little by little it was drawing nearer the moment when he should land on the isthmus, of which from time to time he caught a glimpse. At intervals, while he bounded or dropped from rock to rock, he pricked up his ears, his head erect like a listening deer. He was hearkening to a diffused and faint uproar far away to the left, like the deep note of a clarion. It was a commotion of winds, preceding that fearful north blast which is heard rushing from the pole, like an inroad of trumpets. At the same time, the child felt now and then on his brow, on his eyes, on his cheeks, something which was like the palms of cold hands being placed on his face. These were large frozen flakes, sown at first softly in space, then eddying and heralding a snowstorm. The child was covered with them. The snowstorm, which for the last hour had been on the sea, was beginning to gain the land. It was slowly invading the plains. It was entering obliquely by the northwest, the tableland of Portland. Book the Second. The Hooker, A.T.C. Chapter 1. Superhuman Laws. The snowstorm is one of the mysteries of the ocean. It is the most obscure of things meteorological, obscure in every sense of the word. It is a mixture of fog and storm, and even in our days we cannot well account for the phenomenon, hence many disasters. We try to explain all things by the action of wind and wave, yet in the air there is a force which is not the wind, and in the waters a force which is not the wave. That force, both in the air and in the water, is effluvium. Air and water are two nearly identical liquid masses entering into the composition of each other by condensation and dilatation, so that to breathe is to drink. Effluvium alone is fluid. The wind and the wave are only impulses. Effluvium is a current. The wind is visible in clouds. The wave is visible in foam. Effluvium is invisible. From time to time, however, it says, "I am here." Its "I am here" is a clap of thunder. The snowstorm offers a problem analogous to the dry fog. If the solution of the Collina of the Spaniards and the Quabar of the Ethiopians be possible, assuredly that solution will be achieved by attentive observation of magnetic effluvium. Without effluvium, a crowd of circumstances would remain enigmatic. Strictly speaking, the changes in the velocity of the wind, varying feet per second to 220 feet, would supply a reason for the variations of the waves rising inches in a calm sea to 36 feet in a raging one. Strictly speaking, the horizontal direction of the winds, even in a squall, enables us to understand how it is that a wave 30 feet high can be 1,500 feet long. But why are the waves of the Pacific 4 times higher near America than near Asia? That is to say, higher in the east than in the west. Why is the contrary true of the Atlantic? Why under the equator are they highest in the middle of the sea? Wherefore these deviations in the swell of the ocean? This is what magnetic effluvium, combined with terrestrial rotation and sidereal attraction, can alone explain. Is not this mysterious complication needed to explain an oscillation of the wind veering, for instance, by the west from southeast to northeast, then suddenly returning in the same great curve from northeast to southeast, so as to make in 36 hours a prodigious circuit of 560 degrees. Such was the preface to the snowstorm of March 17, 1867. The storm waves of Australia reach a height of 80 feet. This fact is connected with the vicinity of the pole. Storms in those latitudes result less from disorder of the winds than from submarine electrical discharges. In the year 1866, the transatlantic cable was disturbed at regular intervals in its working for 2 hours in the 24, from noon to 2 o'clock, by a sort of intermittent fever. Certain compositions and decompositions of forces produce phenomena and impose themselves on the calculations of the seamen under pain of shipwreck. The day that navigation, now a routine, shall become a mathematic. The day we shall, for instance, seek to know why it is that in our regions hot winds come sometimes from the north and cold winds from the south. The day we shall understand that diminutions of temperature are proportionate to oceanic depths. The day we realize that the globe is a vast lodestone polarized in immensity, with two axes, an axis of rotation and an axis of effluvium, intersecting each other at the center of the earth, and that the magnetic poles turn round the geographical poles, when those who risk life will choose to risk it scientifically, when men shall navigate assured from studied uncertainty, when the captain shall be a meteorologist, when the pilot shall be a chemist, then will many catastrophes be avoided. The sea is magnetic as much as aquatic. An ocean of unknown forces floats in the ocean of the waves, or one might say, on the surface. Only to behold in the sea a mass of water is not to see it at all. The sea is an ebb and flow of fluid, as much as a flux and reflux of liquid. It is, perhaps, complicated by attractions even more than by hurricanes. Molecular adhesion, manifested among other phenomena by capillary attraction, although microscopic, takes in ocean its place in the grandeur of immensity, and the wave of effluvium sometimes aids, sometimes counteracts, the wave of the air and the wave of the waters. He who is ignorant of electric law is ignorant of hydraulic law, for the one intermixes with the other. It is true there is no study more difficult nor more obscure. It verges on empiricism, just as astronomy verges on astrology, and yet without this study there is no navigation. Having said this much, we will pass on. One of the most dangerous components of the sea is the snowstorm. The snowstorm is above all things magnetic. The pole produces it as it produces the aurora borealis. It is in the fog of the one as in the light of the other, and in the flake of snow as in the streak of flame effluvium is visible. Storms are the nervous attacks and delirious frenzies of the sea. The sea has its ailments. Tempests may be compared to maladies. Some are mortal, others not. Some may be escaped, others not. The snowstorm is supposed to be generally mortal. Jarabija, one of the pilots of Magellan, termed it a cloud issuing from the devil's sore side. The old Spanish navigators called this kind of squall la nevada when it came with snow, la helada when it came with hail. According to them, bats fell from the sky with the snow. Snowstorms are characteristic of polar latitudes. Nevertheless, at times they glide, one might almost say tumble, into our climates. So much ruin is mingled with the chances of the air. The Matutina, as we have seen, plunged resolutely into the great hazard of the night, a hazard increased by the impending storm. She had encountered its menace with a sort of tragic audacity. Nevertheless, it must be remembered that she had received due warning. Chapter 2. Our first rough sketches filled in. While the hooker was in the Gulf of Portland, there was but little sea on. The ocean, if gloomy, was almost still, and the sky was yet clear. The wind took little effect on the vessel. The hooker hugged the cliff as closely as possible. It served as a screen to her. There were 10 on board the little Biscayan felucca, 3 men in crew and 7 passengers, of whom 2 were women. In the light of the open sea, which broadens twilight into day, all the figures on board were clearly visible. Besides, they were not hiding now, they were all at ease. Each one reassumed his freedom of manner, spoke in his own note, showed his face. Departure was to them a deliverance. The motley nature of the group shone out. The women were of no age. A wandering life produces premature old age, and indigence is made up of wrinkles. One of them was a Basque of the dry ports. The other, with the large rosary, was an Irishwoman. They wore that air of indifference common to the wretched. They had squatted down close to each other when they got on board, on chests at the foot of the mast. They talked to each other. Irish and Basque are, as we have said, kindred languages. The Basque woman's hair was scented with onions and basil. The skipper of the hooker was a Basque of Guipuzcoa. One sailor was a Basque of the northern slope of the Pyrenees, the other was of the southern slope. That is to say, they were of the same nation, although the first was French and the latter Spanish. The Basques recognize no official country. Mi madre se llama montaña, my mother is called the mountain, as Zalaris the muleteer used to say. Of the 5 men who were with the 2 women, one was a Frenchman of Languedoc, one a Frenchman of Provence, one a Genoese, one an old man, he who wore the sombrero without a hole for a pipe, appeared to be a German. The 5th, the chief, was a Basque of the lands from Biscarros. It was he who, just as the child was going on board the hooker, had with a kick of his heel cast the plank into the sea. This man, robust, agile, sudden in movement, covered, as may be remembered, with trimmings, slashings, and glistening tinsel, could not keep in his place. He stooped down, rose up, and continually passed to and fro from one end of the vessel to the other, as if debating uneasily on what had been done and what was going to happen. This chief of the band, the captain and the 2 men of the crew, all 4 Basques, spoke sometimes Basque, sometimes Spanish, sometimes French, these 3 languages being common on both slopes of the Pyrenees. But generally speaking, excepting the women, all talked something like French, which was the foundation of their slang. The French language about this period began to be chosen by the peoples as something intermediate between the excess of consonants in the north and the excess of vowels in the south. In Europe, French was the language of commerce and also of felony. It will be remembered that Gibby, a London thief, understood cartouche. The hooker, a fine sailor, was making quick way. Still, 10 persons, besides their baggage, were a heavy cargo for one of such light draught. The fact of the vessels aiding the escape of a band did not necessarily imply that the crew were accomplices. It was sufficient that the captain of the vessel was a Vascongado and that the chief of the band was another. Among that race, mutual assistance is a duty which admits of no exception. A Basque, as we have said, is neither Spanish nor French. He is Basque, and always and everywhere he must succor a Basque. Such is Pyrenean fraternity. All the time the hooker was in the Gulf, the sky, although threatening, did not frown enough to cause the fugitives any uneasiness. They were flying, they were escaping, they were brutally gay. One laughed, another sang. The laugh was dry but free, the song was low but careless. The Languedocian cried, "Que Ucagno," Cockagny expresses the highest pitch of satisfaction in Narbonne. He was a longshore sailor, a native of the waterside village of Gruissan, on the southern side of the Clap, a bargeman rather than a mariner, but accustomed to work the reaches of the inlet of Bags, and to draw the dragnet full of fish over the salt sands of St. Lucie. He was of the race who wear a red cap, make complicated signs of the cross after the Spanish fashion, drink wine out of goatskins, eat scraped ham, kneel down to blaspheme, and implore their patron saint with threats. "Great saint, grant me what I ask, or I'll throw a stone at thy head, O te feg unpick." He might be, at need, a useful addition to the crew. The Provençal in the caboose was blowing up a turf fire under an iron pot and making broth. The broth was a kind of pachero, in which fish took the place of meat, and into which the Provençal threw chickpeas, little bits of bacon cut in squares, and pods of red pimento, concessions made by the eaters of bouillabaisse to the eaters of alla podrida. One of the bags of provisions was beside him unpacked. He had lighted over his head an iron lantern, glazed with talc, which swung on a hook from the ceiling. By its side, on another hook, swung the weathercock halcyon. There was a popular belief in those days that a dead halcyon, hung by the beak, always turned its breast to the quarter whence the wind was blowing. While he made the broth, the Provençal put the neck of a gourd into his mouth, and now and then swallowed a draught of aguardiente. It was one of those gourds covered with wicker, broad and flat, with handles, which used to be hung to the side by a strap, and which were then called hip gourds. Between each gulp he mumbled one of those country songs of which the subject is nothing at all. A hollow road, a hedge. You see in the meadow, through a gap in the bushes, the shadow of a horse and cart, elongated in the sunset, and from time to time, above the hedge, the end of a fork loaded with hay appears and disappears. You want no more to make a song. A departure, according to the bent of one's mind, is a relief or a depression. All seemed lighter in spirits, excepting the old man of the band, the man with the hat that had no pipe. This old man, who looked more German than anything else, although he had one of those unfathomable faces in which nationality is lost, was bald, and so grave that his baldness might have been a tonsure. Every time he passed before the Virgin on the prow, he raised his felt hat so that you could see the swollen and senile veins of his skull. A sort of full gown, torn and threadbare, of brown Dorchester serge, but half hid his closely fitting coat, tight, compact, and hooked up to the neck like a cassock. His hands inclined to cross each other, and had the mechanical junction of habitual prayer. He had what might be called a wan countenance, for the countenance is above all things a reflection, and it is an error to believe that idea is colorless. That countenance was evidently the surface of a strange inner state, the result of a composition of contradictions, some tending to drift away in good, others in evil, and to an observer it was the revelation of one who was less and more than human, capable of falling below the scale of the tiger or of rising above that of man. Such chaotic souls exist. There was something inscrutable in that face. Its secret reached the abstract. You felt that the man had known the foretaste of evil, which is the calculation, and the aftertaste, which is the zero. In his impassibility, which was perhaps only on the surface, were imprinted two petrifactions, the petrifaction of the heart proper to the hangman, and the petrifaction of the mind proper to the mandarin. One might have said, for the monstrous has its mode of being complete, that all things were possible to him, even emotion. In every savant there is something of the corpse, and this man was a savant. Only to see him you caught science imprinted in the gestures of his body and in the folds of his dress. His was a fossil face, the serious cast of which was counteracted by that wrinkled mobility of the polyglot which verges on grimace. But a severe man withal, nothing of the hypocrite, nothing of the cynic, a tragic dreamer. He was one of those whom crime leaves pensive. He had the brow of an incendiary tempered by the eyes of an archbishop. His sparse grey locks turned to white over his temples. The Christian was evident in him, complicated with the fatalism of the Turk. Chalkstones deformed his fingers, dissected by leanness. The stiffness of his tall frame was grotesque. He had his sea legs. He walked slowly about the deck, not looking at anyone, with an air decided and sinister. His eyeballs were vaguely filled with the fixed light of a soul studious of the darkness and afflicted by reapparitions of conscience. From time to time, the chief of the band, abrupt and alert, and making sudden turns about the vessel, came to him and whispered in his ear. The old man answered by a nod. It might have been the lightning consulting the night. Chapter 3. Troubled Men on the Troubled Sea. 2 men on board the craft were absorbed in thought, the old man and the skipper of the hooker, who must not be mistaken for the chief of the band. The captain was occupied by the sea, the old man by the sky. The former did not lift his eyes from the waters, the latter kept watch on the firmament. The skipper's anxiety was the state of the sea, the old man seemed to suspect the heavens. He scanned the stars through every break in the clouds. It was the time when day still lingers, but some few stars begin faintly to pierce the twilight. The horizon was singular, the mist upon it varied. Haze predominated on land, clouds at sea. The skipper, noting the rising billows, hauled all taut before he got outside Portland Bay. He would not delay so doing until he should pass the headland. He examined the rigging closely and satisfied himself that the lower shrouds were well set up and supported firmly the futtock shrouds, precautions of a man who means to carry on with a press of sail at all risks. The hooker was not trimmed, being 2 feet by the head. This was her weak point. The captain passed every minute from the binnacle to the standard compass, taking the bearings of objects on shore. The Matutina had at first a soldier's wind, which was not unfavorable, though she could not lie within 5 points of her course. The captain took the helm as often as possible, trusting no one but himself to prevent her from dropping to leeward, the effect of the rudder being influenced by the steerageway. The difference between the true and apparent course being relative to the way on the vessel, the hooker seemed to lie closer to the wind than she did in reality. The breeze was not abeam, nor was the hooker close-hauled, but one cannot ascertain the true course made except when the wind is abaft. When you perceive long streaks of clouds meeting in a point on the horizon, you may be sure that the wind is in that quarter. But this evening the wind was variable, the needle fluctuated. The captain distrusted the erratic movements of the vessel. He steered carefully but resolutely, luffed her up, watched her coming to, prevented her from yawing, and from running into the wind's eye, noted the leeway, the little jerks of the helm, was observant of every roll and pitch of the vessel, of the difference in her speed, and of the variable gusts of wind. For fear of accidents, he was constantly on the lookout for squalls from off the land he was hugging, and above all he was cautious to keep her full, the direction of the breeze indicated by the compass being uncertain from the small size of the instrument. The captain's eyes, frequently lowered, remarked every change in the waves. Once, nevertheless, he raised them towards the sky and tried to make out the 3 stars of Orion's belt. These stars are called the 3 Magi, and an old proverb of the ancient Spanish pilots declares that he who sees the 3 Magi is not far from the Savior. This glance of the captain's tallied with an aside growled out at the other end of the vessel by the old man, "We don't even see the pointers, nor the star Antares, red as he is. Not one is distinct." No care troubled the other fugitives. Still, when the first hilarity they felt in their escape had passed away, they could not help remembering that they were at sea in the month of January and that the wind was frozen. It was impossible to establish themselves in the cabin. It was much too narrow and too much encumbered by bales and baggage. The baggage belonged to the passengers, the bales to the crew, for the hooker was no pleasure boat and was engaged in smuggling. The passengers were obliged to settle themselves on deck, a condition to which these wanderers easily resigned themselves. Open-air habits make it simple for vagabonds to arrange themselves for the night. The open air, la belle étoile, is their friend, and the cold helps them to sleep, sometimes to die. This night, as we have seen, There was no bell at toil. The Languedocian and the Genoese, while waiting for supper, rolled themselves up near the women, at the foot of the mast, in some tarpaulin which the sailors had thrown them. The old man remained at the bow motionless and apparently insensible to the cold. The captain of the hooker, from the helm where he was standing, uttered a sort of guttural call somewhat like the cry of the American bird called the exclaimer. At his call the chief of the brand drew near, and the captain addressed him thus. Echico Jauna. These two words, which mean tiller of the mountain, form with the old Cantabry a solemn preface to any subject which should command attention. Then the captain pointed the old man out to the chief, and the dialogue continued in Spanish. It was not, indeed, a very correct dialect, being that of the mountains. Here are the questions and answers. Echico Jauna, que es est hombre? Un hombre. Que lenguas habla? Todas. Que cosas sabe? Todas. Que pays? Ningun, why to-dos? Qual dios? Dios. Como le llamas? El tonto. Como dices que le llamas? El sabio. En vuestra tropa que esta? Esta lo que esta? El jefe. No. Pues que esta? La almas. The chief and the captain parted, each reverting to his own meditation, and a little while afterwards the Matutina left the gulf. Now came the great rolling of the open sea. The ocean in the spaces between the foam was slimy in appearance. The waves, seen through the twilight in indistinct outline, somewhat resembled plashes of gold. Here and there a wave floating flat showed cracks and stars, like a pane of glass broken by stones. In the center of these stars, in a revolving orifice, trembled a phosphorescence, like that feline reflection of vanished light which shines in the eyeballs of owls. Proudly, like a bold swimmer, the Matutina crossed the dangerous Shambles Shoal. This bank, a hidden obstruction at the entrance of Portland Roads, is not a barrier. It is an amphitheater, a circus of sand under the sea, its benches cut out by the circling of the waves, an arena, round and symmetrical, as high as a Jungfrau, only drowned, a coliseum of the ocean, seen by the diver in the vision-like transparency which engulfs him. Such is the Shambles Shoal. There hydras fight, leviathans meet. There, says the legend, at the bottom of the gigantic shaft, are the wrecks of ships, seized and sunk by the huge spider kraken, also called the Fish Mountain. Such things lie in the fearful shadow of the sea. These spectral realities, unknown to man, are manifested at the surface by a slight shiver. In this 19th century, the Shambles Bank is in ruins. The breakwater recently constructed has overthrown and mutilated, by the force of its surf, that high submarine architecture, just as the jetty, built at the Croisic in 1760, changed, by a quarter of an hour, the course of the tides. And yet the tide is eternal, but eternity obeys man more than man imagines. Chapter 4. A cloud different from the others enters on the scene. The old man whom the chief of the band had named first the madman, then the sage, now never left the forecastle. Since they crossed the Shambles Shoal, his attention had been divided between the heavens and the waters. He looked down, he looked upwards, and above all watched the northeast. The skipper gave the helm to a sailor, stepped over the after hatchway, crossed the gangway, and went on to the forecastle. He approached the old man, but not in front. He stood a little behind, with elbows resting on his hips, with outstretched hands, the head on one side, with open eyes and arched eyebrows, and a smile in the corners of his mouth, an attitude of curiosity hesitating between mockery and respect. The old man, either that it was his habit to talk to himself, or that hearing someone behind incited him to speech, began to soliloquize while he looked into space. The meridian from which the right ascension is calculated is marked in this century by 4 stars, the polar, Cassiopeia's chair, Andromeda's head, and the star Algenib, which is in Pegasus, but there is not one visible. These words followed each other mechanically, confused and scarcely articulated, as if he did not care to pronounce them. They floated out of his mouth and dispersed. Soliloquy is the smoke exhaled by the inmost fires of the soul. The skipper broke in, "My lord." The old man, perhaps rather deaf as well as very thoughtful, went on. "Too few stars and too much wind. The breeze continually changes its direction and blows inshore, thence it rises perpendicularly. This results from the land being warmer than the water. Its atmosphere is lighter. The cold and dense wind of the sea rushes in to replace it. From this cause, in the upper regions the wind blows towards the land from every quarter. It would be advisable to make long tacks between the true and apparent parallel. When the latitude by observation differs from the latitude by dead reckoning by not more than 3 minutes in 30 miles, or by 4 minutes in 60 miles, you are in the true course." The skipper bowed, but the old man saw him not. The latter, who wore what resembled an Oxford or Göttingen university gown, did not relax his haughty and rigid attitude. He observed the waters as a critic of waves and of men. He studied the billows, but almost as if he was about to demand his turn to speak amidst their turmoil and teach them something. There was in him both pedagogue and soothsayer. He seemed an oracle of the deep. He continued his soliloquy, which was perhaps intended to be heard. "We might strive if we had a wheel instead of a helm. With a speed of 12 miles an hour, a force of 20 pounds exerted on the wheel produces 300,000 pounds effect on the course, and more too, for in some cases, with a double block and runner, they can get 2 more revolutions." The skipper bowed a second time and said, "My lord." The old man's eye rested on him. He had turned his head without moving his body. "Call me doctor." "Master Doctor, I am the skipper." "Just so," said the doctor. The doctor, as henceforward we shall call him, appeared willing to converse. "Skipper, have you an English sextant?" "No." "Without an English sextant, you cannot take an altitude at all." "The Basques," replied the captain, "took altitudes before there were any English." "Be careful you are not taken aback." "I keep her away when necessary." "Have you tried how many knots she is running?" "Yes." "When?" "Just now." "How?" "By the log." "Did you take the trouble to look at the triangle?" "Yes." "Did the sand run through the glass in exactly 30 seconds?" "Yes." "Are you sure that the sand has not worn the hole between the globes?" "Yes." "Have you proved the sand glass by the oscillations of a bullet?" "Suspended by a rope yarn drawn out from the top of a coil of soaked hemp, undoubtedly." "Have you waxed the yarn lest it should stretch?" "Yes." "Have you tested the log?" "I tested the sand glass by the bullet and checked the log by a round shot." "Of what size was the shot?" 1 foot in diameter." "Heavy enough." "It is an old round shot of our war hooker, La Casse de Pargrand." "Which was in the Armada?" "Yes." "And which carried 600 soldiers, 50 sailors, and 25 guns?" "Shipwreck knows it." "How did you compute the resistance of the water to the shot?" "By means of a German scale." "Have you taken into account the resistance of the rope supporting the shot to the waves?" "Yes." "What was the result?" "The resistance of the water was 170 pounds. That's to say, she is running 4 French leagues an hour." "And 3 Dutch leagues." "But that is the difference merely of the vessel's way and the rate at which the sea is running." "Undoubtedly." "Whither are you steering?" "For a creek I know, between Loyola and St. Sebastian." "Make the latitude of the harbor's mouth as soon as possible." "Yes, as near as I can." "Beware of gusts and currents. the first cause the second. Traders. No abuse, the sea understands, insult nothing, rest satisfied with watching. I have watched and I do watch. Just now the tide is running against the wind. By and by when it turns, we shall be all right. Have you a chart? No, not for this channel. Then you sail by rule of thumb. Not at all, I have a compass. The compass is one eye, the chart the other. A man with one eye can see. How do you compute the difference between the true and apparent course? I've got my standard compass, and I make a guess. To guess is all very well, to know for certain is better. Christopher guessed. When there is a fog and the needle revolves treacherously, you can never tell on which side you should look out for squalls, and the end of it is that you know neither the true nor apparent day's work. An ass with his chart is better off than a wizard with his oracle. There is no fog in the breeze yet, and I see no cause for alarm. Ships are like flies in the spider's web of the sea. Just now both winds and waves are tolerably favorable. Black specks quivering on the billows, such are men on the ocean. I dare say there will be nothing wrong tonight. You may get into such a mess that you will find it hard to get out of it. All goes well at present. The doctor's eyes were fixed on the northeast. The skipper continued. Let us once reach the Gulf of Gascony, and I answer for our safety. I should say I am at home there. I know it well, my Gulf of Gascony. It is a little basin, often very boisterous, but there I know every sounding in it and the nature of the bottom. Mud opposite San Cipriano, shells opposite Sizark, sand off Cape Peñas, little pebbles off Bancout de Mimizan, and I know the color of every pebble. The skipper broke off. The doctor was no longer listening. The doctor gazed at the northeast. Over that icy face passed an extraordinary expression. All the agony of terror possible to a mask of stone was depicted there. From his mouth escaped this word, good. His eyeballs, which had all at once become quite round like an owl's, were dilated with stupor on discovering a speck on the horizon. He added, "It is well. As for me, I am resigned." The skipper looked at him. The doctor went on talking to himself or to someone in the deep. "I say yes." Then he was silent, opened his eyes wider and wider with renewed attention on that which he was watching, and said, "It is coming from afar, but not the less surely will it come." The arc of the horizon, which occupied the visual rays and thoughts of the doctor, being opposite to the west, was illuminated by the transcendent reflection of twilight, as if it were day. This arc, limited in extent and surrounded by streaks of grayish vapor, was uniformly blue, but of a leaden rather than cerulean blue. The doctor, having completely returned to the contemplation of the sea, pointed to this atmospheric arc and said, "Skipper, do you see?" "What?" "That." "What?" "Out there." "A blue spot, yes." "What is it?" "A niche in heaven." For those who go to heaven, for those who go elsewhere, it is another affair. And he emphasized these enigmatical words with an appalling expression which was unseen in the darkness. A silence ensued. The skipper, remembering the two names given by the chief to this man, asked himself the question, "Is he a madman or is he a sage?" The stiff and bony finger of the doctor remained immovably pointing, like a signpost, to the misty blue spot in the sky. The skipper looked at this spot. "In truth," he growled out, "it is not sky but clouds." "A blue cloud is worse than a black cloud," said the doctor, and he added, "It's a snow cloud." "La nube de la neve," said the skipper, as if trying to understand the word better by translating it. "Do you know what a snow cloud is?" asked the doctor. "No." "You'll know by and by." The skipper again turned his attention to the horizon. Continuing to observe the cloud, he muttered between his teeth, 1 month of squalls, another of wet, January with its gales, February with its rains. That's all the winter we Asturians get. Our rain even is warm. We've no snow but on the mountains. I look out for the avalanche. The avalanche is no respecter of persons. The avalanche is a brute. And the waterspout is a monster, said the doctor, adding, after a pause, here it comes. He continued, several winds are getting up together, a strong wind from the west and a gentle wind from the east. That last is a deceitful one, said the skipper. The blue cloud was growing larger. If the snow, said the doctor, is appalling when it slips down the mountain, think what it is when it falls from the pole. His eye was glassy. The cloud seemed to spread over his face and simultaneously over the horizon. He continued in musing tones. Every minute the fatal hour draws nearer. The will of heaven is about to be manifested. The skipper asked himself again this question, is he a madman? Skipper, began the doctor, without taking his eyes off the cloud, have you often crossed the channel? This is the first time. The doctor, who was absorbed by the blue cloud, and who, as a sponge can take up but a definite quantity of water, had but a definite measure of anxiety, displayed no more emotion at this answer of the skipper than was expressed by a slight shrug of his shoulders. How is that? Master Doctor, my usual cruise is to Ireland. I sail from Fontarabia to Black Harbour or to the Achill Islands. I go sometimes to Braithwaite, a point on the Welsh coast, but I always steer outside the Scilly Islands. I do not know this sea at all. That's serious. Woe to him who is inexperienced on the ocean. One ought to be familiar with the channel. The channel is the Sphinx. Look out for shoals. We are in 25 fathoms here. We ought to get into 55 fathoms to the west and avoid even 20 fathoms to the east. We'll sound as we get on. The channel is not an ordinary sea. The water rises 50 feet with the spring tides and 25 with neap tides. Here we are in slack water. I thought you looked scared. We'll sound tonight. To sound you must heave to, and that you cannot do. Why not? On account of the wind. We'll try. The squall is close on us. We'll sound, Master Doctor. You could not even bring to. Trust in God. Take care what you say, pronounce not lightly the awful name. I will sound, I tell you. Be sensible, you will have a gale of wind presently. I say that I will try for soundings. The resistance of the water will prevent the lead from sinking, and the line will break. Ah, so this is your first time in these waters. The first time. Very well, in that case listen, skipper. The tone of the word, listen, was so commanding that the skipper made an obeisance. Master Doctor, I am all attention. Port your helm and haul up on the starboard tack. What do you mean? Steer your course to the west. Caramba! Steer your course to the west. Impossible. As you will, what I tell you is for the other's sake. As for myself, I am indifferent. But, Master Doctor, steer west. Yes, skipper. The wind will be dead ahead. Yes, skipper. She'll pitch like the devil. Moderate your language, yes, skipper. The vessel would be in irons. Yes, skipper. That means very likely the mast will go. Possibly. Do you wish me to steer west? Yes. I cannot. In that case, settle your reckoning with the sea. The wind ought to change. It will not change all night. Why not? Because it is a wind 1,200 leagues in length. Make headway against such a wind, impossible. To the west, I tell you. I'll try, but in spite of everything, she will fall off. That's the danger. The wind sets us to the east. Don't go to the east. Why not? Skipper, do you know what is for us the word of death? No. Death is the east. I'll steer west. This time the doctor, having turned right round, looked the skipper full in the face, and with his eyes resting on him, as though to implant the idea in his head, pronounced slowly, syllable by syllable, these words. If tonight out at sea we hear the sound of a bell, the ship is lost. The skipper pondered in amaze. What do you mean? The doctor did not answer. His countenance, expressive for a moment, was now reserved. His eyes became vacuous. He did not appear to hear the skipper's wondering question. He was now attending to his own monologue. His lips let fall, as if mechanically, in a low murmuring tone, these words. The time has come for sullied souls to purify themselves. The skipper made that expressive grimace which raises the chin towards the nose. He is more madman than sage, he growled and moved off. Nevertheless, he steered west. But the wind and the sea were rising. Chapter 5. The mist was deformed by all sorts of inequalities, bulging out at once on every point of the horizon, as if invisible mouths were busy puffing out the bags of wind. The formation of the clouds was becoming ominous. In the west, as in the east, the sky's depths were now invaded by the blue cloud. It advanced in the teeth of the wind. These contradictions are part of the wind's vagaries. The sea, which a moment before wore scales, now wore a skin. Such is the nature of that dragon. It was no longer a crocodile, it was a boa. The skin, lead-colored and dirty, looked thick and was crossed by heavy wrinkles. Here and there on its surface, bubbles of surge, like pustules, gathered and then burst. The foam was like a leprosy. It was at this moment that the hooker, still seen from afar by the child, lighted her signal. A quarter of an hour elapsed. The skipper looked for the doctor. He was no longer on deck. Directly the skipper had left him, the doctor had stooped his somewhat ungainly form under the hood and had entered the cabin. There he had sat down near the stove, on a block. He had taken a shagreen ink bottle and a cordwain pocketbook from his pocket. He had extracted from his pocketbook a parchment folded 4 times, old, stained, and yellow. He had opened the sheet, taken a pen out of his ink case, placed the pocketbook flat on his knee and the parchment on the pocketbook, and by the rays of the lantern which was lighting the cook, he set to writing on the back of the parchment. The roll of the waves inconvenienced him. He wrote thus for some time. As he wrote, the doctor remarked the gourd of aguardiente, which the Provençal tasted every time he added a grain of pimento to the puchero, as if he were consulting it in reference to the seasoning. The doctor noticed the gourd, not because it was a bottle of brandy, but because of a name which was plated in the wickerwork with red rushes on a background of white. There was light enough in the cabin to permit of his reading the name. The doctor paused and spelled it in a low voice. Hardquinonde. Then he addressed the cook. I had not observed that gourd before. Did it belong to Hardquinonde? Yes, the cook answered, to our poor comrade Hardquinonde. The doctor went on. To Hardquinonde, the Fleming of Flanders. Yes. Who is in prison? Yes. In the dungeon at Chatham. It is his gourd, replied the cook, and he was my friend. I keep it in remembrance of him. When shall we see him again? It is the bottle he used to wear slung over his hip. The doctor took up his pen again and continued laboriously tracing somewhat straggling lines on the parchment. He was evidently anxious that his handwriting should be very legible, and at length, notwithstanding the tremulousness of the vessel and the tremulousness of age, he finished what he wanted to write. It was time, for suddenly a sea struck the craft, a mighty rush of waters besieged the hooker, and they felt her break into that fearful dance in which ships lead off with the tempest. The doctor arose and approached the stove, meeting the ship's motion with his knees dexterously bent, dried as best he could, at the stove where the pot was boiling. The lines he had written refolded the parchment in the pocketbook, and replaced the pocketbook and the inkhorn in his pocket. The stove was not the least ingenious piece of interior economy in the hooker. It was judiciously isolated. Meanwhile the pot heaved. The Provençal was watching it. "Fish broth," said he. "For the fishes," replied the doctor. Then he went on deck again. Chapter 6. They think that help is at hand. Through his growing preoccupation, the doctor in some sort reviewed the situation, and anyone near to him might have heard these words drop from his lips. Too much rolling and not enough pitching. Then, recalled to himself by the dark workings of his mind, he sank again into thought, as a miner into his shaft. His meditation in nowise interfered with his watch on the sea. The contemplation of the sea is in itself a reverie. The dark punishment of the waters, eternally tortured, was commencing. A lamentation arose from the whole main. Preparations, confused and melancholy, were forming in space. The doctor observed all before him and lost no detail. There was, however, no sign of scrutiny in his face. One does not scrutinize hell. A vast commotion, yet half latent, but visible through the turmoils in space, increased and irritated more and more the winds, the vapors, the waves. Nothing is so logical and nothing appears so absurd as the ocean. Self-dispersion is the essence of its sovereignty and is one of the elements of its redundance. The sea is ever for and against. It nots that it may unravel itself. One of its slopes attacks, the other relieves. No apparition is so wonderful as the waves. Who can paint the alternating hollows and promontories, the valleys, the melting bosoms, the sketches? How render the thickets of foam, blendings of mountains and dreams? The indescribable is everywhere there, in the rending, in the frowning, in the anxiety, in the perpetual contradiction, in the chiaroscuro, in the pendants of the cloud, in the keys of the ever-open vault, in the disaggregation without rupture, in the funereal tumult caused by all that madness. The wind had just set due north. Its violence was so favorable and so useful in driving them away from England that the captain of the Matutina had made up his mind to set all sail. The hooker slipped through the foam as at a gallop, the wind right aft, bounding from wave to wave in a gay frenzy. The fugitives were delighted and laughed. They clapped their hands, applauded the surf, the sea, the wind, the sails, the swift progress, the flight, all unmindful of the future. The doctor appeared not to see them and dreamt on. Every vestige of day had faded away. This was the moment when the child, watching from the distant cliff, lost sight of the hooker. Up to then his glance had remained fixed, and as it were, leaning on the vessel. What part had that look in fate, when the hooker was lost to sight in the distance, and when the child could no longer see aught, the child went north and the ship went south. All were plunged in darkness. Chapter 7. Superhuman, HORRORS. On their part it was with wild jubilee and delight that those on board the hooker saw the hostile land recede and lessen behind them. By degrees the dark ring of ocean rose higher, dwarfing in twilight Portland, Purbeck, Tyneham, Kimmeridge, the Matravers, the long streaks of dim cliffs, and the coast dotted with lighthouses. England disappeared. The fugitives had now nothing round them but the sea. All at once night grew awful. There was no longer extent nor space. The sky became blackness and closed in round the vessel. The snow began to fall slowly. A few flakes appeared. They might have been ghosts. Nothing else was visible in the course of the wind. They felt as if yielded up. A snare lurked in every possibility. It is in this cavernous darkness that in our climate the polar waterspout makes its appearance. A great muddy cloud, like to the belly of a hydra, hung over ocean, and in places its lividity adhered to the waves. Some of these adherences resembled pouches with holes, pumping the sea, disgorging vapor, and refilling themselves with water. Here and there these suctions drew up cones of foam on the sea. The boreal storm hurled itself on the hooker. The hooker rushed to meet it. The squall and the vessel met as though to insult each other. In the first mad shock not a sail was clewed up, not a jib lowered, not a reef taken in, so much is flight a delirium. The mast creaked and bent back as if in fear. Cyclones in our northern hemisphere circle from left to right, in the same direction as the hands of a watch, with a velocity which is sometimes as much as 60 miles an hour. Although she was entirely at the mercy of that whirling power, the hooker behaved as if she were out in moderate weather, without any further precaution than keeping her head on to the rollers, with the wind broad on the bow so as to avoid being pooped or caught broadside on. This semi-prudence would have availed her nothing in case of the wind's shifting and taking her aback. A deep rumbling was brewing up in the distance, the roar of the abyss. Nothing can be compared to it. It is the great brutish howl of the universe. What we call matter, that unsearchable organism, that amalgamation of incommensurable energies, in which can occasionally be detected an almost imperceptible degree of intention which makes us shudder, that blind, benighted cosmos, that enigmatical Pan, has a cry, a strange cry, prolonged, obstinate, and continuous, which is less than speech and more than thunder. That cry is the hurricane. Other voices, songs, melodies, clamors, tones, proceed from nests, from broods, from pairings, from nuptials, from homes. This one, a trumpet, comes out of the knot, which is all. Other voices express the soul of the universe. This one expresses the monster. It is the howl of the formless. It is the inarticulate finding utterance in the indefinite. A thing it is full of pathos and terror. Those clamors converse above and beyond man. They rise, fall, undulate, determine waves of sound, form all sorts of wild surprises for the mind, now burst close to the ear with the importunity of a peal of trumpets, now assail us with the rumbling hoarseness of distance. Giddy uproar which resembles a language, and which in fact is a language. It is the effort which the world makes to speak. It is the lisping of the wonderful. In this wail is manifested vaguely all that the vast dark palpitation endures, suffers, accepts, rejects. For the most part it talks nonsense. It is like an access of chronic sickness, and rather an epilepsy diffused than a force employed. We fancy that we are witnessing the descent of supreme evil into the infinite. At moments we seem to discern a reclamation of the elements, some vain effort of chaos to reassert itself over creation. At times it is a complaint. The void bewails and justifies itself. It is as the pleading of the world's cause. We can fancy that the universe is engaged in a lawsuit. We listen, we try to grasp the reasons given, the redoubtable for and against. Such a moaning of the shadows has the tenacity of a syllogism. Here is a vast trouble for thought. Here is the raison d'etre of mythologies and polytheisms. To the terror of those great murmurs are added superhuman outlines melting away as they appear, Eumenides which are almost distinct, throats of furies shaped in the clouds, Plutonian chimeras almost defined. No horrors equal those sobs, those laughs, those tricks of tumult, those inscrutable questions and answers, those appeals to unknown aid. Man knows not what to become in the presence of that awful incantation. He bows under the enigma of those draconian intonations. What latent meaning have they? What do they signify? What do they threaten? What do they implore? It would seem as though all bonds were loosened. Vociferations from precipice to precipice, from air to water, from the wind to the wave, from the rain to the rock, from the zenith to the nadir, from the stars to the foam, the abyss unmuzzled, such is that tumult, complicated by some mysterious strife with evil consciences. The loquacity of night is not less lugubrious than its silence. One feels in it the anger of the unknown. Night is a presence of what? For that matter, we must distinguish between night and the shadows. In the night there is the absolute, in the darkness the multiple. Grammar, logic as it is, admits of no singular for the shadows. The night is one, the shadows are many. This mist of nocturnal mystery is the scattered, the fugitive, the crumbling, the fatal. One feels earth no longer, one feels the other reality. In the shadow, infinite and indefinite, lives something or someone, but that which lives there forms part of our death. After our earthly passage, when that shadow shall be light for us, the life which is beyond our life shall seize us. Meanwhile it appears to touch and try us. Obscurity is a pressure. Night is, as it were, a hand placed on our soul. At certain hideous and solemn hours we feel that which is beyond the wall of the tomb encroaching on us. Never does this proximity of the unknown seem more imminent than in storms at sea. The horrible combines with the fantastic. The possible interrupter of human actions, the old cloud compeller, has it in his power to mold, in whatsoever shape he chooses, the inconsistent element, the limitless incoherence, the force diffused and undecided of aim. That mystery the tempest every instant accepts and executes some unknown changes of will, apparent or real. Poets have, in all ages, called this the caprice of the waves, but there is no such thing as caprice. The disconcerting enigmas which in nature we call caprice and in human life chance are splinters of a law revealed to us in glimpses. Chapter 8. Nix et nox. The characteristic of the snowstorm is its blackness. Nature's habitual aspect during a storm, the earth or sea black and the sky pale, is reversed. The sky is black, the ocean white, foam below, darkness above, a horizon walled in with smoke, a zenith roofed with crape. The tempest resembles a cathedral hung with mourning, but no light in that cathedral. No phantom lights on the crests of the waves, no spark, no phosphorescence, naught but a huge shadow. The polar cyclone differs from the tropical cyclone, inasmuch as the one sets fire to every light, and the other extinguishes them all. The world is suddenly converted into the arched vault of a cave. Out of the night falls a dust of pale spots, which hesitate between sky and sea. These spots, which are flakes of snow, slip, wander, and flow. It is like the tears of a winding sheet putting themselves into lifelike motion. A mad wind mingles with this dissemination. Blackness crumbling into whiteness, the furious into the obscure, all the tumult of which the sepulchre is capable, a whirlwind under a catafalque. Such is the snowstorm. Underneath trembles the ocean, forming and reforming over portentous unknown depths. In the polar wind, which is electrical, the flakes turn suddenly into hailstones, and the air becomes filled with projectiles. The water crackles, shot with grape. No thunderstrokes, the lightning of boreal storms is silent. What is sometimes said of the cat, it swears, may be applied to this lightning. It is a menace proceeding from a mouth half open and strangely inexorable. The snowstorm is a storm blind and dumb. When it has passed, the ships also are often blind, and the sailors dumb. To escape from such an abyss is difficult. It would be wrong, however, to believe shipwreck to be absolutely inevitable. The Danish fishermen of Disco and the Balesin, the seekers of black whales, hearn steering towards Bering Strait to discover the mouth of Coppermine River, Hudson, Mackenzie, Vancouver, Ross, Dumont 500 Irville, all underwent at the pole itself the wildest hurricanes and escaped out of them. It was into this description of tempest that the hooker had entered, triumphant and in full sail, frenzy against frenzy. When Montgomery, escaping from Rouen, threw his galley with all the force of its oars against the chain barring the Seine at La Bouille, he showed similar effrontery. The Matutina sailed on fast. She bent so much under her sails that at moments she made a fearful angle with the sea of 15 degrees, but her good-bellied keel adhered to the water as if glued to it. The keel resisted the grasp of the hurricane. The lantern at the prow cast its light ahead. The cloud, full of winds, dragging its tumor over the deep, cramped and eat more and more into the sea round the hooker. Not a gull, not a seamew, nothing but snow. The expanse of the field of waves was becoming contracted and terrible. Only 3 or 4 gigantic ones were visible. Now and then a tremendous flash of lightning of a red copper color broke out behind the obscure superposition of the horizon and the zenith. That sudden release of vermilion flame revealed the horror of the clouds, that abrupt conflagration of the depths, to which for an instant the first tiers of clouds and the distant boundaries of the celestial chaos seemed to adhere, placed the abyss in perspective. On this ground of fire, the snowflakes showed black. They might have been compared to dark butterflies flying about in a furnace. Then all was extinguished. The first explosion over, the squall, still pursuing the hooker, began to roar in thorough bass. This phase of grumbling is a perilous diminution of uproar. Nothing is so terrifying as this monologue of the storm. This gloomy recitative appears to serve as a moment of rest to the mysterious combating forces and indicates a species of patrol kept in the unknown. The hooker held wildly on her course. Her 2 mainsails especially were doing fearful work. The sky and sea were as of ink, with jets of foam running higher than the mast. Every instant masses of water swept the deck like a deluge, and at each roll of the vessel the hawse-holes, now to starboard, now to larboard, became as so many open mouths vomiting back the foam into the sea. The women had taken refuge in the cabin, but the men remained on deck. The blinding snow eddied round, the spitting surge mingled with it. All was fury. At that moment the chief of the band, standing abaft on the stern frames, holding on with one hand to the shrouds, and with the other taking off the kerchief he wore round his head, and waving it in the light of the lantern, gay and arrogant, with pride in his face, and his hair in wild disorder, intoxicated by all the darkness, cried out, "We are free!" "Free, free, free," echoed the fugitives, and the band, seizing hold of the rigging, rose up on deck. "Hurrah!" shouted the chief. And the band shouted in the storm, "Hurrah!" Just as this clamor was dying away in the tempest, a loud, solemn voice rose from the other end of the vessel, saying, "Silence!" All turned their heads. The darkness was thick, and the doctor was leaning against the mast so that he seemed part of it, and they could not see him. The voice spoke again. "Listen!" All was silent. Then did they distinctly hear through the darkness the toll of a bell. Chapter 9. The charge confided to a raging sea. The skipper at the helm burst out laughing. "A bell, that's good. We are on the larboard tack. What does the bell prove? Why, that we have land to starboard." The firm and measured voice of the doctor replied, "You have not land to starboard." "But we have," shouted the skipper. "No." "But that bell tolls from the land." "That bell," said the doctor, "tolls from the sea." A shudder passed over these daring men. The haggard faces of the two women appeared above the companion like two hobgoblins conjured up. The doctor took a step forward, separating his tall form from the mast. From the depth of the night's darkness came the toll of the bell. The doctor resumed. "There is in the midst of the sea, halfway between Portland and the Channel Islands, a buoy placed there as a caution. That buoy is moored by chains to the shoal and floats on the top of the water. On the buoy is fixed an iron trestle, and across the trestle a bell is hung. In bad weather heavy seas toss the buoy, and the bell rings. That is the bell you hear." The doctor paused to allow an extra violent gust of wind to pass over, waited until the sound of the bell reasserted itself, and then went on. "To hear that bell in a storm, when the nor'wester is blowing, is to be lost. Wherefore, for this reason, if you hear the bell, it is because the wind brings it to you, but the wind is nor'westerly, and the breakers of Orkney lie east. You hear the bell only because you are between the buoy and the breakers. It is on those breakers the wind is driving you. You are on the wrong side of the buoy. If you were on the right side, you would be out at sea on a safe course, and you would not hear the bell. The wind would not convey the sound to you. You would pass close to the buoy without knowing it. We are out of our course. That bell is shipwreck sounding the tocsin. Now look out." As the doctor spoke, the bell, soothed by a lull of the storm, rang slowly stroke by stroke, and its intermitting toll seemed to testify to the truth of the old man's words. It was as the knell of the abyss. All listened breathless, now to the voice, now to the bell. Chapter 10. The colossal savage, the storm. In the meantime, the skipper had caught up his speaking trumpet. "Strike every sail, my lads, let go the sheets, man the downhauls, lower ties and brails. Let us steer to the west, let us regain the high sea, head for the buoy, steer for the bell, there's an offing down there, we've yet a chance." "Try," said the doctor. Let us remark here, by the way, that this ringing buoy, a kind of bell tower on the deep, was removed in 1802. There are yet alive very old mariners who remember hearing it. It forewarned, but rather too late. The orders of the skipper were obeyed. The Languedocian made a third sailor. All bore a hand. Not satisfied with brailing up, they furled the sails, lashed the earrings, secured the clewlines, buntlines, and leechlines, and clapped preventer shrouds on the block straps, which thus might serve as backstays. They fished the mast. They battened down the ports and bullseyes, which is a method of walling up a ship. These evolutions, though executed in a lubberly fashion, were nevertheless thoroughly effective. The hooker was stripped to bare poles, but in proportion as the vessel, stowing every stitch of canvas, became more helpless, the havoc of both winds and waves increased. The seas ran mountains high. The hurricane, like an executioner hastening to his victim, began to dismember the craft. There came, in the twinkling of an eye, a dreadful crash. The topsails were blown from the bold tropes, the chesstrees were hewn asunder, the deck was swept clear, the shrouds were carried away, the mast went by the board, all the lumber of the wreck was flying in shivers. The main shrouds gave out, although they were turned in and stoppered to 4 fathoms. The magnetic currents common to snowstorms hastened the destruction of the rigging. It broke as much from the effect of effluvium as the violence of the wind. Most of the chain gear, fouled in the blocks, ceased to work. Forward the bows, aft the quarters, quivered under the terrific shocks. One wave washed overboard the compass and its binnacle. A second carried away the boat, which, like a box slung under a carriage, had been, in accordance with the quaint Asturian custom, lashed to the bowsprit. A third breaker wrenched off the spritsail yard. A fourth swept away the figurehead and signal light. The rudder only was left. To replace the ship's bow lantern they set fire to, and suspended at the stem, a large block of wood covered with oakum and tar. The mast, broken in two, all bristling with quivering splinters, ropes, blocks, and yards, cumbered the deck. In falling it had stove in a plank of the starboard gunwale. The skipper, still firm at the helm, shouted, "While we can steer we have yet a chance. The lower planks hold good. Axes, axes, overboard with the mast, clear the decks." Both crew and passengers worked with the excitement of despair. A few strokes of the hatchets, and it was done. They pushed the mast over the side. The deck was cleared. "Now," continued the skipper, "take a rope's end and lash me to the helm." To the tiller they bound him. While they were fastening him he laughed and shouted, "Blow, old hurdy-gurdy bellow, I've seen your equal off Cape Machichaco." And when secured, he clutched the helm with that strange hilarity which danger awakens. "All goes well, my lads. Long live Our Lady of Bugloss. Let us steer west." An enormous wave came down abeam and fell on the vessel's quarter. There is always in storms a tiger-like wave, a billow fierce and decisive, which, attaining a certain height, creeps horizontally over the surface of the waters for a time, then rises, roars, rages, and falling on the distressed vessel tears it limb from limb. A cloud of foam covered the entire poop of the Matutina. There was heard above the confusion of darkness and waters a crash. When the spray cleared off, when the stern again rose in view, the skipper and the helm had disappeared. Both had been swept away. The helm and the man they had but just secured to it had passed with the wave into the hissing turmoil of the hurricane. The chief of the band, gazing intently into the darkness, shouted, "T burlas de nosotros." To this defiant exclamation there followed another cry, "Let go the anchor, save the skipper." They rushed to the capstan and let go the anchor. Hookers carry but one. In this case the anchor reached the bottom, but only to be lost. The bottom was of the hardest rock. The billows were raging with resistless force. The cable snapped like a thread. The anchor lay at the bottom of the sea. At the cutwater there remained but the cable end protruding from the hawse hole. From this moment the hooker became a wreck. The Matutina was irrevocably disabled. The vessel, just before in full sail and almost formidable in her speed, was now helpless. All her evolutions were uncertain and executed at random. She yielded passively and like a log to the capricious fury of the waves. That in a few minutes there should be in place of an eagle a useless cripple, such a transformation is to be witnessed only at sea. The howling of the wind became more and more frightful. A hurricane has terrible lungs. It makes unceasingly mournful additions to darkness, which cannot be intensified. The bell on the sea rang despairingly, as if tolled by a weird hand. The Matutina drifted like a cork at the mercy of the waves. She sailed no longer, she merely floated. Every moment she seemed about to turn over on her back, like a dead fish. The good condition and perfectly watertight state of the hull alone saved her from this disaster. Below the waterline not a plank had started. There was not a cranny, chink, nor crack, and she had not made a single drop of water in the hold. This was lucky, as the pump, being out of order, was useless. The hooker pitched and roared frightfully in the seething billows. The vessel had throes as of sickness and seemed to be trying to belch forth the unhappy crew. Helpless they clung to the standing rigging, to the transoms, to the shank painters, to the gaskets, to the broken planks, the protruding nails of which tore their hands, to the warped riders, and to all the rugged projections of the stumps of the masts. From time to time they listened. The toll of the bell came over the waters fainter and fainter. One would have thought that it also was in distress. Its ringing was no more than an intermittent rattle. Then this rattle died away. Where were they? At what distance from the buoy? The sound of the bell had frightened them. Its silence terrified them. The northwester drove them forward in perhaps a fatal course. They felt themselves wafted on by maddened and ever-occurring gusts of wind. The wreck sped forward in the darkness. There is nothing more fearful than being hurried forward blindfold. They felt the abyss before them, over them, under them. It was no longer a run, it was a rush. Suddenly, through the appalling density of the snowstorm, there loomed a red light. "A lighthouse," cried the crew. Chapter 11. The Caskets. It was indeed the Caskets' light. A lighthouse of the 19th century is a high cylinder of masonry, surmounted by scientifically constructed machinery for throwing light. The Caskets' lighthouse in particular is a triple white tower, bearing 3 light rooms. These 3 chambers revolve on clockwork wheels, with such precision that the man on watch who sees them from sea can invariably take 10 steps during their irradiation and 25 during their eclipse. Everything is based on the focal plan and on the rotation of the octagon drum formed of 8 wide simple lenses in range, having above and below it 2 series of dioptric rings. An algebraic gear, secured from the effects of the beating of winds and waves by glass a millimeter thick, yet sometimes broken by the sea eagles, which dash themselves like great moths against these gigantic lanterns. The building which encloses and sustains this mechanism, and in which it is set, is also mathematically constructed. Everything about it is plain, exact, bare, precise, correct. A lighthouse is a mathematical figure. In the 17th century, a lighthouse was a sort of plume of the land on the seashore. The architecture of a lighthouse tower was magnificent and extravagant. It was covered with balconies, balusters, lodges, alcoves, weathercocks. Nothing but masks, statues, foliage, volutes, reliefs, figures large and small, medallions with inscriptions. Pax in bello, said the Eddystone Lighthouse. We may as well observe, by the way, that this declaration of peace did not always disarm the ocean. Winstanley repeated it on a lighthouse which he constructed at his own expense, on a wild spot near Plymouth. The tower being finished, he shut himself up in it to have it tried by the tempest. The storm came and carried off the lighthouse and Winstanley in it. Such excessive adornment gave too great a hold to the hurricane, as generals too brilliantly equipped in battle draw the enemy's fire. Besides whimsical designs in stone, they were loaded with whimsical designs in iron, copper, and wood. The ironwork was in relief, the woodwork stood out. On the sides of the lighthouse there jutted out, clinging to the walls among the arabesques, engines of every description, useful and useless, windlasses, tackles, pulleys, counterpoises, ladders, cranes, grapnels. On the pinnacle around the light, delicately wrought ironwork held great iron chandeliers, in which were placed pieces of rope steeped in resin, wicks which burned doggedly, and which no wind extinguished. And from top to bottom, the tower was covered by a complication of sea standards, banderoles, banners, flags, pennons, colors which rose from stage to stage. From story to story, a medley of all hues, all shapes, all heraldic devices, all signals, all confusion, up to the light chamber, making in the storm a gay riot of tatters about the blaze. That insolent light on the brink of the abyss showed like a defiance, and inspired shipwrecked men with a spirit of daring. But the Casket's light was not after this fashion. It was, at that period, merely an old barbarous lighthouse, such as Henry I had built it after the loss of the White Ship, a flaming pile of wood under an iron trellis, a brazier behind a railing, a head of hair flaming in the wind. The only improvement made in this lighthouse since the 12th century was a pair of forge bellows worked by an indented pendulum and a stone weight, which had been added to the light chamber in 1610. The fate of the seabirds who chanced to fly against these old lighthouses was more tragic than those of our days. The birds dashed against them, attracted by the light, and fell into the brazier, where they could be seen struggling like black spirits in a hell, and at times they would fall back again between the railings upon the rock, red-hot, smoking, lame, blind, like half-burnt flies out of a lamp. To a full-rigged ship in good trim, answering readily to the pilot's handling, the casket's light is useful. It cries, "Look out!" It warns her of the shoal. To a disabled ship, it is simply terrible. The hull, paralyzed and inert, without resistance, without defense against the impulse of the storm or the mad heaving of the waves, a fish without fins, a bird without wings, can but go where the wind wills. The lighthouse shows the end, points out the spot where it is doomed to disappear, throws light upon the burial. It is the torch of the sepulchre. To light up the inexorable chasm, to warn against the inevitable, what more tragic mockery? Chapter 12. Face to face with the rock. The wretched people in distress on board the Matutina understood at once the mysterious derision which mocked their shipwreck. The appearance of the lighthouse raised their spirits at first, then overwhelmed them. Nothing could be done, nothing attempted. What has been said of kings, we may say of the waves: we are their people, we are their prey. All that they rave must be borne. The nor'wester was driving the hooker on the caskets. They were nearing them, no evasion was possible. They drifted rapidly towards the reef. They felt that they were getting into shallow waters. The lead, if they could have thrown it to any purpose, would not have shown more than 3 or 4 fathoms. The shipwrecked people heard the dull sound of the waves being sucked within the submarine caves of the steep rock. They made out under the lighthouse, like a dark cutting between 2 plates of granite, the narrow passage of the ugly, wild-looking little harbor, supposed to be full of the skeletons of men and carcasses of ships. It looked like the mouth of a cavern, rather than the entrance of a port. They could hear the crackling of the pile on high within the iron grating. A ghastly purple illuminated the storm. The collision of the rain and hail disturbed the mist. The black cloud and the red flame fought, serpent against serpent. Live ashes, reft by the wind, flew from the fire, and the sudden assaults of the sparks seemed to drive the snowflakes before them. The breakers, blurred at first in outline, now stood out in bold relief, a medley of rocks with peaks, crests, and vertebrae. The angles were formed by strongly marked red lines, and the inclined planes in blood-like streams of light. As they neared it, the outline of the reefs increased and rose sinister. One of the women, the Irishwoman, told her beads wildly. In place of the skipper, who was the pilot, remained the chief, who was the captain. The Basques all know the mountain and the sea. They are bold on the precipice and inventive in catastrophes. They neared the cliff. They were about to strike. Suddenly they were so close to the great north rock of the caskets that it shut out the lighthouse from them. They saw nothing but the rock and the red light behind it. The huge rock looming in the mist was like a gigantic black woman with a hood of fire. That ill-famed rock is called the Biblet. It faces the north side the reef, which on the south is faced by another ridge, 50 etacox geomets. The chief looked at the Biblet and shouted, "A man with a will to take a rope to the rock, who can swim." No answer. No one on board knew how to swim, not even the sailors, an ignorance not uncommon among seafaring people. A beam nearly free of its lashings was swinging loose. The chief clasped it with both hands, crying, "Help me." They unlashed the beam. They had now at their disposal the very thing they wanted. From the defensive, they assumed the offensive. It was a longish beam of heart of oak, sound and strong, useful either as a support or as an engine of attack, a lever for a burden, a ram against a tower. "Ready," shouted the chief. All 6, getting foothold on the stump of the mast, threw their weight on the spar projecting over the side, straight as a lance, towards a projection of the cliff. It was a dangerous maneuver. To strike at a mountain is audacity indeed. The 6 men might well have been thrown into the water by the shock. There is variety in struggles with storms. After the hurricane, the shoal; after the wind, the rock. First the intangible, then the immovable to be encountered. Some minutes passed, such minutes as whiten men's hair. The rock and the vessel were about to come in collision. The rock, like a culprit, awaited the blow. A resistless wave rushed in. It ended the respite. It caught the vessel underneath, raised it, and swayed it for an instant as the sling swings its projectile. "Steady," cried the chief. "It is only a rock and we are men." The beam was couched. The 6 men were one with it. Its sharp bolts tore their armpits, but they did not feel them. The wave dashed the hooker against the rock. Then came the shock. It came under the shapeless cloud of foam, which always hides such catastrophes. When this cloud fell back into the sea, when the waves rolled back from the rock, the 6 men were tossing about the deck, but the Matutina was floating alongside the rock, clear of it. The beam had stood and turned the vessel. The sea was running so fast that in a few seconds she had left the caskets behind. Such things sometimes occur. It was a straight stroke of the bowsprit that saved Wood of Largo at the mouth of the Tay. In the wild neighborhood of Cape Winterton, and under the command of Captain Hamilton, it was the appliance of such a lever against the dangerous rock, Branaduum, that saved the Royal Mary from shipwreck, although she was but a Scotch-built frigate. The force of the waves can be so abruptly discomposed that changes of direction can be easily managed, or at least are possible even in the most violent collisions. There is a brute in the tempest. The hurricane is a bull and can be turned. The whole secret of avoiding shipwreck is to try and pass from the secant to the tangent. Such was the service rendered by the beam to the vessel. It had done the work of an oar, had taken the place of a rudder, but the maneuver once performed could not be repeated. The beam was overboard. The shock of the collision had wrenched it out of the men's hands, and it was lost in the waves. To loosen another beam would have been to dislocate the hull. The hurricane carried off the Matutina. Presently the caskets showed as a harmless encumbrance on the horizon. Nothing looks more out of countenance than a reef of rocks under such circumstances. There are in nature, in its obscure aspects, in which the visible blends with the invisible, certain motionless, surly profiles, which seem to express that a prey has escaped. Thus glowered the casket while the Matutina fled. The lighthouse paled in distance, faded, and disappeared. There was something mournful in its extinction. Layers of mist sank down upon the now uncertain light. Its rays died in the waste of waters. The flame floated, struggled, sank, and lost its form. It might have been a drowning creature. The brazier dwindled to the snuff of a candle, then nothing, more but a weak, uncertain flutter. Around it spread a circle of extravasated glimmer. It was like the quenching of light in the pit of night. The bell which had threatened was dumb. The lighthouse which had threatened had melted away. And yet it was more awful now that they had ceased to threaten. One was a voice, the other a torch. There was something human about them. They were gone, and naught remained but the abyss. Chapter 13. Face to face with night. Again was the hooker running with the shadow into immeasurable darkness. The Matutina, escaped from the caskets, sank and rose from billow to billow, a respite but in chaos. Spun round by the wind, tossed by all the thousand motions of the wave, she reflected every mad oscillation of the sea. She scarcely pitched at all, a terrible symptom of a ship's distress. Wrecks merely roll. Pitching is a convulsion of the strife. The helm alone can turn a vessel to the wind. In storms, and more especially in the meteors of snow, sea and night end by melting into amalgamation, resolving into nothing but a smoke. Mists, whirlwinds, gales, motion in all directions, no basis, no shelter, no stop. Constant recommencement, one gulf succeeding another. No horizon visible, intense blackness for background. Through all these the hooker drifted. To have got free of the caskets, to have eluded the rock, was a victory for the shipwrecked men, but it was a victory which left them in stupor. They had raised no cheer. At sea such an imprudence is not repeated twice. To throw down a challenge where they could not cast the lead would have been too serious a jest. The repulse of the rock was an impossibility achieved. They were petrified by it. By degrees, however, they began to hope again. Such are the insubmergible mirages of the soul. There is no distress so complete, but that even in the most critical moments, the inexplicable sunrise of hope is seen in its depths. These poor wretches were ready to acknowledge to themselves that they were saved. It was on their lips. But suddenly, something terrible appeared to them in the darkness. On the port bow arose, standing stark, cut out on the background of mist, a tall, opaque mass, vertical, right-angled, a tower of the abyss. They watched it open-mouthed. The storm was driving them towards it. They knew not what it was. It was the Ortach Rock. Chapter 14. Ortach. The reef reappeared. After the cascades comes Ortach. The storm is no artist, brutal and all-powerful. It never varies its appliances. The darkness is inexhaustible. Its snares and perfidies never come to an end. As for man, he soon comes to the bottom of his resources. Man expends his strength, the abyss never. The shipwrecked men turned towards the chief, their hope. He could only shrug his shoulders, dismal contempt of helplessness. A pavement in the midst of the ocean, such is the Ortach Rock. The Ortach, all of a piece, rises up in a straight line to 80 feet above the angry beating of the waves. Waves and ships break against it. An immovable cube, it plunges its rectilinear planes, apic, into the numberless serpentine curves of the sea. At night it stands an enormous block, resting on the folds of a huge black sheet. In time of storm, it awaits the stroke of the axe, which is the thunderclap. But there is never a thunderclap during the snowstorm. True, the ship has the bandage round her eyes, darkness is knotted about her, she is like one prepared to be led to the scaffold. As for the thunderbolt, which makes quick ending, it is not to be hoped for. The Matutina, nothing better than a log upon the waters, drifted towards this rock as she had drifted towards the other. The poor wretches on board, who had for a moment believed themselves saved, relapsed into their agony. The destruction they had left behind faced them again. The reef reappeared from the bottom of the sea. Nothing had been gained. The casquettes are of figuring iron with 1,000 compartments. The Ortach is a wall. To be wrecked on the casquettes is to be cut into ribbons. To strike on the Ortach is to be crushed into powder. Nevertheless, there was one chance. On a straight frontage, such as that of the Ortach, neither the wave nor the cannonball can ricochet. The operation is simple. First the flux, then the reflux. A wave advances, a billow returns. In such cases, the question of life and death is balanced thus. If the wave carries the vessel on the rock, she breaks on it and is lost. If the billow retires before the ship has touched, she is carried back, she is saved. It was a moment of great anxiety. Those on board saw through the gloom the great decisive wave bearing down on them. How far was it going to drag them? If the wave broke upon the ship, they were carried on the rock and dashed to pieces. If it passed under the ship. The wave did pass under. They breathed again. But what of the recoil? What would the surf do with them? The surf carried them back. A few minutes later, the Matutina was free of the breakers. The Ortach faded from their view as the casquettes had done. It was their second victory. For the second time, the hooker had verged on destruction and had drawn back in time. Chapter 15. Portentosum mer. Meanwhile, a thickening mist had descended on the drifting wretches. They were ignorant of their whereabouts. They could scarcely see a cable's length around. Despite a furious storm of hail which forced them to bend down their heads, the women had obstinately refused to go below again. No one, however hopeless, but wishes, if shipwreck be inevitable, to meet it in the open air. When so near death, a ceiling above one's head seems like the first outline of a coffin. They were now in a short and chopping sea. A turgid sea indicates its constraint. Even in a fog, the entrance into a strait may be known by the boiling-like appearance of the waves, and thus it was, for they were unconsciously coasting Origny. Between the west of Ortach and the Casquettes and the east of Origny, the sea is hemmed in and cramped, and the uneasy position determines locally the condition of storms. The sea suffers like others, and when it suffers, it is irritable. that channel is a thing to fear. The Matutina was in it. Imagine under the sea a tortoise shell as big as Hyde Park or the Champs-Élysées, of which every striature is a shallow and every embossment a reef. Such is the western approach of Origny. The sea covers and conceals this shipwrecking apparatus. On this conglomeration of submarine breakers the cloven waves leap and foam, in calm weather a chopping sea, in storms a chaos. The shipwrecked men observed this new complication without endeavoring to explain it to themselves. Suddenly they understood it. A pale vista broadened in the zenith, a wan tinge overspread the sea, the livid light revealed on the port side a long shoal stretching eastward, towards which the power of the rushing wind was driving the vessel. The shoal was Origny. What was that shoal? They shuddered. They would have shuddered even more had a voice answered them, Origny. No isle so well defended against man's approach as Origny. Below and above water it is protected by a savage guard, of which Ortach is the outpost. To the west, Berhu, Sotiriox, Anfra, Niangle, Fond du Croc, Les Jumelles, La Grosse, La Clenque, Les Aiglons, La Vrac, La Fosse Malière. To the east, Sauquet, Homo Floro, La Brinebataise, La Questling, Croquelihu, La Forche, La Sout, Noir Pute, Coupai, Orbu. These are hydra monsters of the species reef. One of these reefs is called Le, but the goal, as if to imply that every voyage ends there. This obstruction of rocks, simplified by night and sea, appeared to the shipwrecked men in the shape of a single dark band, a sort of black blot on the horizon. Shipwreck is the ideal of helplessness, to be near land and unable to reach it, to float, yet not to be able to do so in any desired direction, to rest the foot on what seems firm and is fragile, to be full of life when o'ershadowed by death, to be the prisoner of space, to be walled in between sky and ocean, to have the infinite overhead like a dungeon, to be encompassed by the eluding elements of wind and waves, and to be seized, bound, paralyzed. Such a load of misfortune stupefies and crushes us. We imagine that in it we catch a glimpse of the sneer of the opponent who is beyond our reach. That which holds you fast is that which releases the birds and sets the fishes free. It appears nothing and is everything. We are dependent on the air which is ruffled by our mouths. We are dependent on the water which we catch in the hollow of our hands. Draw a glassful from the storm, and it is but a cup of bitterness. A mouthful is nausea, a waveful is extermination. The grain of sand in the desert, the foam flake on the sea, are fearful symptoms. Omnipotence takes no care to hide its atom. It changes weakness into strength, fills not with all, and it is with the infinitely little that the infinitely great crushes you. It is with its drops the ocean dissolves you. You feel you are a plaything. A plaything, ghastly epithet. The Matutina was a little above Origny, which was not an unfavorable position, but she was drifting towards its northern point, which was fatal. As a bent bow discharges its arrow, the nor'wester was shooting the vessel towards the northern cape. Off that point, a little beyond the harbor of Corbelitz, is that which the seamen of the Norman archipelago call a singe. The singe, or race, is a furious kind of current. A wreath of funnels in the shallows produces in the waves a wreath of whirlpools. You escape one to fall into another. A ship caught hold of by the race winds round and round until some sharp rock cleaves her hull. Then the shattered vessel stops, her stern rises from the waves, the stem completes the revolution in the abyss, the stern sinks in, and all is sucked down. A circle of foam broadens and floats, and nothing more is seen on the surface of the waves but a few bubbles here and there rising from the smothered breathings below. The three most dangerous races in the whole channel are one close to the well-known Girdler Sands, one at Jersey between the Pignonnet and the point of Noirmont, and the race of Origny. Had a local pilot been on board the Matutina, he could have warned them of their fresh peril. In place of a pilot, they had their instinct. In situations of extreme danger, men are endowed with second sight. High contortions of foam were flying along the coast in the frenzied raid of the wind. It was the spitting of the race. Many a bark has been swamped in that snare. Without knowing what awaited them, they approached the spot with horror. How to double that cape? There were no means of doing it. Just as they had seen, first the Casquets, then Ortach, rise before them, they now saw the point of Origny, all of steep rock. It was like a number of giants, rising up one after another, a series of frightful duels. Charybdis and Scylla are but two. The cascades, Ortach and Origny, are three. The phenomenon of the horizon being invaded by the rocks was thus repeated with the grand monotony of the abyss. The battles of the ocean have the same sublime tautology as the combats of Homer. Each wave, as they neared it, added 20 cubits to the cape, awfully magnified by the mist. The fast decreasing distance seemed more inevitable. They were touching the skirts of the race. The first fold which seized them would drag them in, another wave surmounted, and all would be over. Suddenly the hooker was driven back, as by the blow of a Titan's fist. The wave reared up under the vessel and fell back, throwing the waif back in its mane of foam. The Matutina, thus impelled, drifted away from Origny. She was again on the open sea. Whence had come the succor? From the wind. The breath of the storm had changed its direction. The wave had played with them, now it was the wind's turn. They had saved themselves from the cascades. Off Ortach, it was the wave which had been their friend. Now it was the wind. The wind had suddenly veered from north to south. The sou'wester had succeeded the nor'wester. The current is the wind in the waters. The wind is the current in the air. These two forces had just counteracted each other, and it had been the wind's will to snatch its prey from the current. The sudden fantasies of ocean are uncertain. They are, perhaps, an embodiment of the perpetual, when at their mercy man must neither hope nor despair. They do and they undo. The ocean amuses itself. Every shade of wild, untamed ferocity is phased in the vastness of that cunning sea, which Jean Bart used to call the great brute. To its claws and their gashings succeed soft intervals of velvet paws. Sometimes the storm hurries on a wreck. At others it works out the problem with care. It might almost be said that it caresses it. The sea can afford to take its time, as men in their agonies find out. We must own that occasionally these lulls of the torture announce deliverance. Such cases are rare. However this may be, men in extreme peril are quick to believe in rescue. The slightest pause in the storm's threats is sufficient. They tell themselves that they are out of danger. After believing themselves buried, they declare their resurrection. They feverishly embrace what they do not yet possess. It is clear that the bad luck has turned. They declare themselves satisfied. They are saved. They cry quits with God. They should not be in so great a hurry to give receipts to the unknown. The sou'wester set in with a whirlwind. Shipwrecked men have never any but rough helpers. The Matutina was dragged rapidly out to sea by the remnant of her rigging, like a dead woman trailed by the hair. It was like the enfranchisement granted by Tiberius at the price of violation. The wind treated with brutality those whom it saved. It rendered service with fury. It was help without pity. The wreck was breaking up under the severity of its deliverers. Hailstones big and hard enough to charge a blunderbuss smote the vessel. At every rotation of the waves, these hailstones rolled about the deck like marbles. The hooker, whose deck was almost flush with the water, was being beaten out of shape by the rolling masses of water and its sheets of spray. On board it, each man was for himself. They clung on as best they could. As each sea swept over them, it was with a sense of surprise they saw that all were still there. Several had their faces torn by splinters. Happily despair has stout hands. In terror, a child's hand has the grasp of a giant. Agony makes a vice of a woman's fingers. A girl in her fright can almost bury her rose-colored fingers in a piece of iron. With hooked fingers, they hung on somehow as the waves dashed on and passed off them, but every wave brought them the fear of being swept away. Suddenly, they were relieved. Chapter 16. The problem suddenly works in silence. The hurricane had just stopped short. There was no longer in the air sou'wester or nor'wester. The fierce clarions of space were mute. The whole of the waterspout had poured from the sky without any warning of diminution, as if it had slided perpendicularly into a gulf beneath. None knew what had become of it. Flakes replaced the hailstones. The snow began to fall slowly. No more swell. The sea flattened down. Such sudden cessations are peculiar to snowstorms. The electric effluvium exhausted, all becomes still, even the wave, which in ordinary storms often remains agitated for a long time. In snowstorms it is not so, no prolonged anger in the deep. Like a tired-out worker, it becomes drowsy directly, thus almost giving the lie to the laws of statics, but not astonishing old seamen who know that the sea is full of unforeseen surprises. The same phenomenon takes place, although very rarely, in ordinary storms. Thus, in our time, on the occasion of the memorable hurricane of July 27, 1867, at Jersey, the wind, after 14 hours' fury, suddenly relapsed into a dead calm. In a few minutes, the hooker was floating in sleeping waters. At the same time, for the last phase of these storms resembles the first, they could distinguish nothing. All that had been made visible in the convulsions of the meteoric cloud was again dark. Pale outlines were fused in vague mist, and the gloom of infinite space closed about the vessel. The wall of night, that circular occlusion, that interior of a cylinder the diameter of which was lessening minute by minute, enveloped the Matutina, and with the sinister deliberation of an encroaching iceberg, was drawing in dangerously. In the zenith, nothing, a lid of fog closing down. It was as if the hooker were at the bottom of the well of the abyss. In that well the sea was a puddle of liquid lead, no stir in the waters, ominous immobility. The ocean is never less tamed than when it is still as a pool. All was silence, stillness, blindness. Perchance the silence of inanimate objects is taciturnity. The last ripples glided along the hull. The deck was horizontal, with an insensible slope to the sides. Some broken planks were shifting about irresolutely. The block on which they had lighted the tow, steeped in tar, in place of the signal light which had been swept away, swung no longer at the prow, and no longer let fall burning drops into the sea. What little breeze remained in the clouds was noiseless. The snow fell thickly, softly, with scarce a slant. No foam of breakers could be heard. The peace of shadows was over all. This repose, succeeding all the past exasperations and paroxysms, was, for the poor creatures so long tossed about, an unspeakable comfort. It was as though the punishment of the rack had ceased. They caught a glimpse about them, and above them of something which seemed like a consent, that they should be saved. They regained confidence. All that had been fury was now tranquility. It appeared to them a pledge of peace. Their wretched hearts dilated. They were able to let go the end of rope or beam to which they had clung, to rise, hold themselves up, stand, walk, move about. They felt inexpressibly calmed. There are in the depths of darkness such phases of paradise, preparations for other things. It was clear that they were delivered out of the storm, out of the foam, out of the wind, out of the uproar. Henceforth, all the chances were in their favor. In 3 or 4 hours it would be sunrise. They would be seen by some passing ship. They would be rescued. The worst was over. They were re-entering life. The important feat was to have been able to keep afloat until the cessation of the tempest. They said to themselves, "It is all over this time." Suddenly, they found that all was indeed over. One of the sailors, the northern Basque, Galdizun by name, went down into the hold to look for a rope, then came above again and said, "The hold is full." "Of what?" asked the chief. "Of water," answered the sailor. The chief cried out, "What does that mean?" "It means," replied Galdizun, "that in half an hour we shall founder." Chapter 17. The Last Resource. There was a hole in the keel. A leak had been sprung. When it happened, no one could have said. Was it when they touched the caskets? Was it off Ortach? Was it when they were whirled about the shallows west of Origny? It was most probable that they had touched some rock there. They had struck against some hidden buttress which they had not felt in the midst of the convulsive fury of the wind which was tossing them. In tetanus, who would feel a prick? The other sailor, the southern Basque, whose name was Ave Maria, went down into the hold too, came on deck again and said, "There are 2 varas of water in the hold." "About 6 feet. Ave Maria added, "In less than 40 minutes we shall sink." Where was the leak? They couldn't find it. It was hidden by the water which was filling up the hold. The vessel had a hole in her hull somewhere under the water line, quite forward in the keel. impossible to find it, impossible to check it. They had a wound which they could not staunch. The water, however, was not rising very fast. The chief called out, "We must work the pump." Galdizun replied, "We have no pump left." "Then," said the chief, "we must make for land." "Where is the land?" "I don't know." "Nor I. But it must be somewhere." "True enough. Let someone steer for it." "We have no pilot." "Stand to the tiller yourself." "We have lost the tiller." "Let's rig one out of the first beam we can lay hands on. Nails, a hammer, quick some tools." "The carpenter's box is overboard, we have no tools." "We'll steer all the same, no matter where." "The rudder is lost." "Where is the boat? We'll get in and row." "The boat is lost." "We'll row the wreck." "We have lost the oars." "We'll sail." "We have lost the sails and the mast." "We'll rig one up with a pole and a tarpaulin for sail. Let's get clear of this and trust in the wind." "There is no wind." The wind, indeed, had left them, the storm had fled, and its departure, which they had believed to mean safety, meant, in fact, destruction. Had the sou'wester continued, it might have driven them wildly on some shore, might have beaten the leak in speed, might, perhaps, have carried them to some propitious sandbank and cast them on it before the hooker foundered. The swiftness of the storm, bearing them away, might have enabled them to reach land, but no more wind, no more hope. They were going to die because the hurricane was over. The end was near. Wind, hail, the hurricane, the whirlwind, these are wild combatants that may be overcome. The storm can be taken in the weak point of its armor. There are resources against the violence which continually lays itself open, is off its guard, and often hits wide. But nothing is to be done against a calm. It offers nothing to the grasp of which you can lay hold. The winds are a charge of Cossacks. Stand your ground, and they disperse. Calms are the pincers of the executioner. The water, deliberate and sure, irrepressible and heavy, rose in the hold, and as it rose the vessel sank. It was happening slowly. Those on board the wreck of the Matutina felt that most hopeless of catastrophes, an inert catastrophe undermining them. The still and sinister certainty of their fate petrified them. No stir in the air, no movement on the sea. The motionless is the inexorable. Absorption was sucking them down silently. Through the depths of the dumb waters, without anger, without passion, not willing, not knowing, not caring, the fatal center of the globe was attracting them downwards. Horror in repose amalgamating them with itself. It was no longer the wide open mouth of the sea, the double jaw of the wind and the wave, vicious in its threat, the grin of the waterspout, the foaming appetite of the breakers. It was as if the wretched beings had under them the black yawn of the infinite. They felt themselves sinking into death's peaceful depths. The height between the vessel and the water was lessening, that was all. They could calculate her disappearance to the moment. It was the exact reverse of submersion by the rising tide. The water was not rising towards them, they were sinking towards it. They were digging their own grave. Their own weight was their sexton. They were being executed, not by the law of man, but by the law of things. The snow was falling, and as the wreck was now motionless, this white lint made a cloth over the deck and covered the vessel as with a winding sheet. The hold was becoming fuller and deeper, no means of getting at the lake. They struck a light and fixed 3 or 4 torches in holes as best they could. Galdizun brought some old leathern buckets, and they tried to bail the hold out, standing in a row to pass them from hand to hand. But the buckets were past use, the leather of some was unstitched, there were holes in the bottoms of the others, and the buckets emptied themselves on the way. The difference in quantity between the water which was making its way in and that which they returned to the sea was ludicrous. For a ton that entered a glassful was bailed out. They did not improve their condition. It was like the expenditure of a miser trying to exhaust 1,000,000 halfpenny by halfpenny. The chief said, "Let us lighten the wreck." During the storm, they had lashed together the few chests which were on deck. These remained tied to the stump of the mast. They undid the lashings and rolled the chests overboard through a breach in the gunwale. One of these trunks belonged to the Basque woman, who could not repress a sigh. "Oh, my new cloak lined with scarlet! Oh, my poor stockings of birchen-bark lace! Oh, my silver earrings to wear at Mass on May Day!" The deck cleared, there remained the cabin to be seen too. It was greatly encumbered. In it were, as may be remembered, the luggage belonging to the passengers and the bales belonging to the sailors. They took the luggage and threw it over the gunwale. They carried up the bales and cast them into the sea. Thus they emptied the cabin. The lantern, the cap, the barrels, the sacks, the bales, and the water butts, the pot of soup, all went over into the waves. They unscrewed the nuts of the iron stove, long since extinguished. They pulled it out, hoisted it on deck, dragged it to the side, and threw it out of the vessel. They cast overboard everything they could pull out of the deck: chains, shrouds, and torn rigging. From time to time, the chief took a torch, and throwing its light on the figures painted on the prow to show the draught of water, looked to see how deep the wreck had settled down. Chapter 18. The highest resource. The wreck, being lightened, was sinking more slowly, but none the less surely. The hopelessness of their situation was without resource, without mitigation. They had exhausted their last expedient. Is there anything else we can throw overboard? The doctor, whom everyone had forgotten, rose from the companion and said, "Yes." "What?" asked the chief. The doctor answered, "Our crime." They shuddered and all cried out, "Amen." The doctor, standing up, pale, raised his hand to heaven, saying, "Kneel down." They wavered. To waver is the preface to kneeling down. The doctor went on, "Let us throw our crimes into the sea. They weigh us down. It is they that are sinking the ship. Let us think no more of safety. Let us think of salvation. Our last crime, above all, the crime which we committed, or rather completed, just now, O wretched beings who are listening to me, it is that which is overwhelming us. For those who leave intended murder behind them, it is an impious insolence to tempt the abyss. He who sins against a child sins against God. True, we were obliged to put to sea, but it was certain perdition. The storm, warned by the shadow of our crime, came on. It is well. Regret nothing, however. There, not far off in the darkness, are the sands of Vauville and Cape La Hague. It is France. There was but one possible shelter for us, which was Spain. France is no less dangerous to us than England. Our deliverance from the sea would have led but to the gibbet. Hanged or drowned, we had no alternative. God has chosen for us. Let us give him thanks. He has vouchsafed us the grave which cleanses. Brethren, the inevitable hand is in it. Remember that it was we who just now did our best to send on high that child, and that at this very moment, now as I speak, there is perhaps, above our heads, a soul accusing us before a judge whose eye is on us. Let us make the best use of this last respite. Let us make an effort, if we still may, to repair, as far as we are able, the evil that we have wrought. If the child survives us, let us come to his aid. If he is dead, let us seek his forgiveness. Let us cast our crime from us. Let us ease our consciences of its weight. Let us strive that our souls be not swallowed up before God, for that is the awful shipwreck. Bodies go to the fishes, souls to the devils. Have pity on yourselves. Kneel down, I tell you. Repentance is the bark which never sinks. You have lost your compass. You are wrong. You still have prayer. The wolves became lambs. Such transformations occur in last agonies. Tigers lick the crucifix. When the dark portal opens ajar, belief is difficult, unbelief impossible. However imperfect may be the different sketches of religion essayed by man, even when his belief is shapeless, even when the outline of the dogma is not in harmony with the lineaments of the eternity he foresees, there comes in his last hour a trembling of the soul. There is something which will begin when life is over. This thought impresses the last pang. A man's dying agony is the expiration of a term. In that fatal second he feels weighing on him a diffused responsibility. That which has been complicates that which is to be. The past returns and enters into the future. What is known becomes as much an abyss as the unknown. and the two chasms, the one which is full by his faults, the other of his anticipations, mingle their reverberations. It is this confusion of the two gulfs which terrifies the dying man. They had spent their last grain of hope on the direction of life, hence they turned in the other. Their only remaining chance was in its dark shadow. They understood it. It came on them as a lugubrious flash, followed by the relapse of horror. That which is intelligible to the dying man is as what is perceived in the lightning. Everything, then nothing. You see, then all is blindness. After death the eye will reopen, and that which was a flash will become a sun. They cried out to the doctor, Thou, there is no one but thee. We will obey thee. What must we do? Spake. The doctor answered, The question is how to pass over the unknown precipice and reach the other bank of life, which is beyond the tomb. Being the one who knows the most, my danger is greater than yours. You do well to leave the choice of the bridge to him whose burden is the heaviest. He added, Knowledge is a weight added to conscience. He continued, How much time have we still? Galdizun looked at the watermark and answered, A little more than a quarter of an hour. Good, said the doctor. The low hood of the companion, on which he leant his elbows, made a sort of table. The doctor took from his pocket his inkhorn and pen, and his pocket-book, out of which he drew a parchment, the same one on the back of which he had written, a few hours before, some 20 cramped and crooked lines. A light, he said. The snow, falling like the spray of a cataract, had extinguished the torches one after another. There was but one left. Ave Maria took it out of the place where it had been stuck, and holding it in his hand, came and stood by the doctor's side. The doctor replaced his pocket-book in his pocket, put down the pen and inkhorn on the hood of the companion, unfolded the parchment, and said, Listen. Then in the midst of the sea, on the failing bridge, a sort of shuddering flooring of the tomb, the doctor began a solemn reading, to which all the shadows seemed to listen. The doomed men bowed their heads around him. The flaming of the torch intensified their pallor. What the doctor read was written in English. Now and then, when one of those woebegone looks seemed to ask an explanation, the doctor would stop to repeat, whether in French or Spanish, Basque or Italian, the passage he had just read. Stifled sobs and hollow beatings of the breast were heard. The wreck was sinking more and more. The reading over, the doctor placed the parchment flat on the companion, seized his pen, and on a clear margin which he had carefully left at the bottom of what he had written, he signed himself GRNARDUSGSTMUND, Doctor. Then, turning towards the others, he said, Come and sign. The Basque woman approached, took the pen and signed herself, ASUNCION. She handed the pen to the Irish woman, who, not knowing how to write, made a cross. The doctor, by the side of this cross, wrote BARBARAFERMOY of Tirith Island, in the Hebrides. Then he handed the pen to the chief of the band. The chief signed GAIZDORRA, capital. The Genoese signed himself under the chief's name, GINGIRAT. The Languedocian signed JACQESQRTOURZ, alias the Narbonnese. The Provençal signed LUCPIR CAPGAROUP of the Galleys of Man. Under these signatures, the doctor added a note. Of the crew of 3 men, the skipper having been washed overboard by a sea, but 2 remain, and they have signed. The 2 sailors affixed their names underneath the note. The Northern Basque signed himself GALDAZUN. The Southern Basque signed Ave Maria, Robber. Then the doctor said, Cap Garoup. Here, said the Provençal. Have you Hardquanon's flask? Yes. Give it me. Cap Garoup drank off the last mouthful of brandy and handed the flask to the doctor. The water was rising in the hold, the wreck was sinking deeper and deeper into the sea. The sloping edges of the ship were covered by a thin gnawing wave, which was rising. All were crowded on the center of the deck. The doctor dried the ink on the signatures by the heat of the torch, and folding the parchment into a narrower compass than the diameter of the neck, put it into the flask. He called for the cork. "I don't know where it is," said Capgaroupe. "Here is a piece of rope," said Jacques Quartours. The doctor corked the flask with a bit of rope and asked for some tar. Galdizun went forward, extinguished the signal light with a piece of tow, took the vessel in which it was contained from the stern, and brought it, half full of burning tar, to the doctor. The flask holding the parchment, which they had all signed, was corked and tarred over. "It is done," said the doctor. And from out all their mouths, vaguely stammered in every language, came the dismal utterances of the catacombs. "Ainsi soit-il. Me culpa. Assisi. Arrow ray. Amen." It was as though the somber voices of Babel were scattered through the shadows, as heaven uttered its awful refusal to hear them. The doctor turned away from his companions in crime and distress and took a few steps towards the gunwale. Reaching the side, he looked into space and said, in a deep voice, "Best du bay mir." Perchance he was addressing some phantom. The wreck was sinking. Behind the doctor, all the others were in a dream. Prayer mastered them by main force. They did not bow, they were bent. There was something involuntary in their condition. They wavered as a sail flaps when the breeze fails, and the haggard group took by degrees, with clasping of hands and prostration of foreheads, attitudes various, yet of humiliation. Some strange reflection of the deep seemed to soften their villainous features. The doctor returned towards them. Whatever had been his past, the old man was great in the presence of the catastrophe. The deep reserve of nature which enveloped him preoccupied without disconcerting him. He was not one to be taken unawares. Over him was the calm of a silent horror. On his countenance the majesty of God's will comprehended. This old and thoughtful outlaw unconsciously assumed the air of a pontiff. He said, "Attend to me." He contemplated for a moment the waste of water and added, "Now we are going to die." Then he took the torch from the hands of Ave Maria and waved it. A spark broke from it and flew into the night. Then the doctor cast the torch into the sea. The torch was extinguished, all light disappeared, nothing left but the huge, unfathomable shadow. It was like the filling up of the grave. In the darkness, the doctor was heard saying, "Let us pray." All knelt down. It was no longer on the snow, but in the water that they knelt. They had but a few minutes more. The doctor alone remained standing. The flakes of snow falling on him had sprinkled him with white tears and made him visible on the background of darkness. He might have been the speaking statue of the shadow. The doctor made the sign of the cross and raised his voice, while beneath his feet he felt that almost imperceptible oscillation which prefaces the moment in which a wreck is about to founder. He said, "Pater noster qui es in celis." The Provençal repeated in French, "Notre Père qui êtes aux cieux." The Irishwoman repeated in Gaelic, understood by the Basque woman, "Ar natir ata ar neem." The doctor continued, "Sanctifister nomen tuum." "Que vater nam soit sanctifié," said the Provençal. "Neam thar hanem," said the Irishwoman. "Adveniat regnum tuum," continued the doctor. "Que vater regne arrive," said the Provençal. "Taigi du rioghacht," said the Irishwoman. As they knelt, the waters had risen to their shoulders. The doctor went on. "Fiat voluntas tua." "Que vater volonté soit faite," stammered the Provençal. And the Irishwoman and Basque woman cried, "Diunta du thoil r and h hallam." "Sicut in cielo, sicut in terra," said the doctor. No voice answered him. He looked down. All their heads were under water. They had let themselves be drowned on their knees. The doctor took in his right hand the flask which he had placed on the companion and raised it above his head. The wreck was going down. As he sank, the doctor murmured the rest of the prayer. For an instant his shoulders were above water, then his head, then nothing remained but his arm holding up the flask, as if he were showing it to the infinite. His arm disappeared. There was no greater fold on the deep sea than there would have been on a ton of oil. The snow continued falling. One thing floated and was carried by the waves into the darkness. It was the tarred flask, kept afloat by its osier cover. Book the Third. The Child in the Shadow. Chapter 1. Jessel. The storm was no less severe on land than on sea. The same wild enfranchisement of the elements had taken place around the abandoned child. The weak and innocent become their sport in the expenditure of the unreasoning rage of their blind forces. Shadows discern not, and things inanimate have not the clemency they are supposed to possess. On the land there was but little wind. There was an inexplicable dumbness in the cold. There was no hail. The thickness of the falling snow was fearful. Hailstones strike, harass, bruise, stun, crush. Snowflakes do worse. Soft and inexorable, the snowflake does its work in silence. Touch it and it melts. It is pure, even as the hypocrite is candid. It is by white particles slowly heaped upon each other that the flake becomes an avalanche and the knave a criminal. The child continued to advance into the mist. The fog presents but a soft obstacle, hence its danger. It yields and yet persists. Mist, like snow, is full of treachery. The child, strange wrestler at war with all these risks, had succeeded in reaching the bottom of the descent and had gained Chesil. Without knowing it, he was on an isthmus, with the ocean on each side, so that he could not lose his way in the fog, in the snow, or in the darkness, without falling into the deep waters of the Gulf on the right hand, or into the raging billows of the high sea on the left. He was traveling on, in ignorance, between these two abysses. The Isthmus of Portland was at this period singularly sharp and rugged. Nothing remains at this date of its past configuration. Since the idea of manufacturing Portland stone into Roman cement was first seized, the whole rock has been subjected to an alteration which has completely changed its original appearance. Calcareous lias, slate, and trap are still to be found there, rising from layers of conglomerate, like teeth from a gum. But the pickaxe has broken up and leveled those bristling, rugged peaks which were once the fearful perches of the ossifrage. The summits exist no longer where the labs and the skewer gulls used to flock together, soaring, like the envious, to sully high places. In vain might you seek the tall monolith called Godolphin, an old British word, signifying white eagle. In summer you may still gather on those surfaces, pierced and perforated like a sponge, rosemary, pennyroyal, wild hyssop, and sea fennel, which when infused makes a good cordial, and that herb full of knots, which grows in the sand and from which they make matting. But you no longer find grey amber, or black tin, or that triple species of slate, one sort green, one blue, and the third the color of sage leaves. The foxes, the badgers, the otters, and the martens have taken themselves off. On the cliffs of Portland, as well as at the extremity of Cornwall, where there were at one time chamois, none remain. They still fish in some inlets for plaice and pilchards, but the scared salmon no longer ascend the way, between Michaelmas and Christmas, to spawn. No more are seen there, as during the reign of Elizabeth, those old unknown birds as large as hawks, who could cut an apple in two, but ate only the pips. You never meet those crows with yellow beaks, called Cornish choughs in English, Pyrrhocorax in Latin, who in their mischief would drop burning twigs on thatched roofs, nor that magic bird, the fulmar, a wanderer from the Scottish archipelago, dropping from his bill an oil which the islanders used to burn in their lamps. Nor do you ever find in the evening, in the plash of the ebbing tide, that ancient, legendary Nietzsche, with the feet of a hog and the bleat of a calf. The tide no longer throws up the whiskered seal, with its curled ears and sharp jaws, dragging itself along on its nailless paws. On that Portland, nowadays so changed as scarcely to be recognized, the absence of forests precluded nightingales, but now the falcon, the swan, and the wild goose have fled. The sheep of Portland, nowadays, are fat and have fine wool. The few scattered ewes, which nibbled the salt grass there 2 centuries ago, were small and tough and coarse in the fleece, as became Celtic flocks brought there by garlic-eating shepherds who lived to 100, and who, at the distance of half a mile, could pierce a cuirass with their yard-long arrows. Uncultivated land makes coarse wool. The Chesil of today resembles in no particular the Chesil of the past, so much has it been disturbed by man and by those furious winds which gnaw the very stones. At present this tongue of land bears a railway, terminating in a pretty square of houses, called Chesilton, and there is a Portland station. Railway carriages roll where seals used to crawl. The Isthmus of Portland 200 years ago was a back of sand, with a vertebral spine of rock. The child's danger changed its form. What he had had to fear in the descent was falling to the bottom of the precipice. In the isthmus, it was falling into the holes. After dealing with the precipice, he must deal with the pitfalls. Everything on the seashore is a trap, the rock is slippery, the strand is quicksand, resting places are but snares. It is walking on ice which may suddenly crack and yawn with a fissure through which you disappear. The ocean has false stages below, like a well-arranged theater. The long backbone of granite, from which fall away both slopes of the isthmus, is awkward of access. It is difficult to find there what, in scene-shifters' language, are termed practicables. Man has no hospitality to hope for from the ocean, from the rock no more than from the wave. The sea is provident for the bird and the fish alone. Isthmuses are especially naked and rugged. The wave, which wears and mines them on either side, reduces them to the simplest form. Everywhere there were sharp relief ridges, cuttings, frightful fragments of torn stone, yawning with many points, like the jaws of a shark, breaknecks of wet moss, rapid slopes of rock ending in the sea. Whosoever undertakes to pass over an isthmus meets at every step misshapen blocks, as large as houses, in the forms of shin bones, shoulder blades, and thigh bones, the hideous anatomy of dismembered rocks. It is not without reason that these striae of the seashore are called cots. The wayfarer must get out, as he best can, from the confusion of these ruins. It is like journeying over the bones of an enormous skeleton. Put a child to this labor of Hercules. Broad daylight might have aided him. It was night. A guide was necessary. He was alone. All the vigor of manhood would not have been too much. He had but the feeble strength of a child. In default of a guide, a footpath might have aided him. There was none. By instinct, he avoided the sharp ridge of the rocks and kept to the strand as much as possible. It was there that he met with the pitfalls. They were multiplied before him under 3 forms: the pitfall of water, the pitfall of snow, and the pitfall of sand. This last is the most dangerous of all, because the most illusory. To know the peril we face is alarming. To be ignorant of it is terrible. The child was fighting against unknown dangers. He was groping his way through something which might, perhaps, be the grave. He did not hesitate. He went round the rocks, avoided the crevices, guessed at the pitfalls, obeyed the twistings and turnings caused by such obstacles, yet he went on. Though unable to advance in a straight line, he walked with a firm step. When necessary, he drew back with energy. He knew how to tear himself in time from the horrid birdlime of the quicksands. He shook the snow from about him. He entered the water more than once up to the knees. Directly that he left it, his wet knees were frozen by the intense cold of the night. He walked rapidly in his stiffened garments, yet he took care to keep his sailor's coat dry and warm on his chest. He was still tormented by hunger. The chances of the abyss are illimitable. Everything is possible in it, even salvation. The issue may be found, though it be invisible. How the child, wrapped in a smothering winding sheet of snow, lost on a narrow elevation between 2 jaws of an abyss, managed to cross the isthmus is what he could not himself have explained. He had slipped, climbed, rolled, searched, walked, persevered, that is all. Such is the secret of all triumphs. At the end of somewhat less than half an hour he felt that the ground was rising. He had reached the other shore. Leaving Chesil, he had gained terra firma. The bridge which now unites Sandford Castle with Smallmouth Sands did not then exist. It is probable that in his intelligent groping he had reascended as far as Wyke Regis, where there was then a tongue of sand, a natural road crossing East Fleet. He was saved from the isthmus, but he found himself again face to face with the tempest, with the cold, with the night. Before him once more lay the plain, shapeless in the density of impenetrable shadow. He examined the ground, seeking a footpath. Suddenly he bent down. He had discovered, in the snow, something which seemed to him a track. It was indeed a track, the print of a foot. The print was cut out clearly in the whiteness of the snow, which rendered it distinctly visible. He examined it. It was a naked foot, too small for that of a man, too large for that of a child. It was probably the foot of a woman. Beyond that mark was another, then another, then another. The footprints followed each other at the distance of a step and struck across the plain to the right. They were still fresh and slightly covered with little snow. A woman had just passed that way. This woman was walking in the direction in which the child had seen the smoke. With his eyes fixed on the footprints, he set himself to follow them. Chapter 2. The Effect of Snow. He journeyed some time along this course. Unfortunately, the footprints were becoming less and less distinct. Dense and fearful was the falling of the snow. It was the time when the hooker was so distressed by the snowstorm at sea. The child, in distress like the vessel, but after another fashion, had, in the inextricable intersection of shadows which rose up before him, no resource but the footsteps in the snow, and he held to it as the thread of a labyrinth. Suddenly, whether the snow had filled them up or for some other reason, the footsteps ceased. All became even, level, smooth, without a stain, without a detail. There was now nothing but a white cloth drawn over the earth and a black one over the sky. It seemed as if the foot-passenger had flown away. The child, in despair, bent down and searched, but in vain. As he arose, he had a sensation of hearing some indistinct sound, but he could not be sure of it. It resembled a voice, a breath, a shadow. It was more human than animal, more sepulchral than living. It was a sound, but the sound of a dream. He looked, but saw nothing. Solitude, wide, naked, and livid, was before him. He listened. That which he had thought he heard had faded away. Perhaps it had been but fancy. He still listened. All was silent. There was illusion in the mist. He went on his way again. He walked forward at random, with nothing henceforth to guide him. As he moved away, the noise began again. This time he could doubt it no longer. It was a groan, almost a sob. He turned. He searched the darkness of space with his eyes. He saw nothing. The sound arose once more. If Limbo could cry out, it would cry in such a tone. Nothing so penetrating, so piercing, so feeble as the voice, for it was a voice. It arose from a soul. There was palpitation in the murmur. Nevertheless, it seemed uttered almost unconsciously. It was an appeal of suffering, not knowing that it suffered or that it appealed. The cry, perhaps a first breath, perhaps a last sigh, was equally distant from the rattle which closes life and the wail with which it commences. It breathed, it was stifled, it wept, a gloomy supplication from the depths of night. The child fixed his attention everywhere, far, near, on high, below. There was no one, there was nothing. He listened. The voice arose again. He perceived it distinctly. The sound somewhat resembled the bleating of a lamb. Then he was frightened and thought of flight. The groan again. This was the fourth time. It was strangely miserable and plaintive. One felt that after that last effort, more mechanical than voluntary, the cry would probably be extinguished. It was an expiring exclamation, instinctively appealing to the amount of aid held in suspense in space. It was some muttering of agony, addressed to a possible providence. The child approached in the direction from whence the sound came. Still he saw nothing. He advanced again, watchfully. The complaint continued. Inarticulate and confused as it was, it had become clear, almost vibrating. The child was near the voice, but where was it? He was close to a complaint. The trembling of a cry passed by his side into space. A human moan floated away into the darkness. This was what he had met. Such at least was his impression, dim as the dense mist in which he was lost. Whilst he hesitated between an instinct which urged him to fly and an instinct which commanded him to remain, he perceived in the snow at his feet a few steps before him, a sort of undulation of the dimensions of a human body, a little eminence, low, long, and narrow, like the mold over a grave, a sepulchre in a white churchyard. At the same time, the voice cried out. It was from beneath the undulation that it proceeded. The child bent down, crouching before the undulation, and with both his hands began to clear it away. Beneath the snow which he removed a form grew under his hands, and suddenly, in the hollow, he had made there appeared a pale face. The cry had not proceeded from that face. Its eyes were shut, and the mouth open but full of snow. It remained motionless. It stirred not under the hands of the child. The child, whose fingers were numbed with frost, shuddered when he touched its coldness. It was that of a woman. Her disheveled hair was mingled with the snow. The woman was dead. Again the child set himself to sweep away the snow. The neck of the dead woman appeared, then her shoulders, clothed in rags. Suddenly he felt something move feebly under his touch. It was something small that was buried and which stirred. The child swiftly cleared away the snow, discovering a wretched little body, thin, one with cold, still alive, lying naked on the dead woman's naked breast. It was a little girl. It had been swaddled up, but in rags so scanty that in its struggles it had freed itself from its tatters. Under it, its attenuated limbs, and above it its breath, had somewhat melted the snow. A nurse would have said that it was 5 or 6 months old, but perhaps it might be a year, for growth, in poverty, suffers heartbreaking reductions which sometimes even produce rachitis. When its face was exposed to the air, it gave a cry, the continuation of its sobs of distress. For the mother not to have heard that sob proved her irrevocably dead. The child took the infant in his arms. The stiffened body of the mother was a fearful sight. A spectral light proceeded from her face. The mouth, apart and without breath, seemed to form in the indistinct language of shadows her answer to the questions put to the dead by the invisible. The ghastly reflection of the icy plains was on that countenance. There was the youthful forehead under the brown hair, the almost indignant knitting of the eyebrows, the pinched nostrils, the closed eyelids, the lashes glued together by the rime, and from the corners of the eyes to the corners of the mouth, a deep channel of tears. The snow lighted up the corpse. Winter and the tomb are not adverse. The corpse is the icicle of man. The nakedness of her breasts was pathetic. They had fulfilled their purpose. On them was a sublime blight of the life infused into one being by another from whom life has fled, and maternal majesty was there instead of virginal purity. At the point of one of the nipples was a white pearl. It was a drop of milk frozen. Let us explain at once. On the plains over which the deserted boy was passing in his turn, a beggar woman, nursing her infant and searching for refuge, had lost her way a few hours before. Benumbed with cold, she had sunk under the tempest and could not rise again. The falling snow had covered her. So long as she was able, she had clasped her little girl to her bosom and thus died. The infant had tried to suck the marble breast. Blind trust, inspired by nature, for it seems that it is possible for a woman to suckle her child even after her last sigh. But the lips of the infant had been unable to find the breast, where the drop of milk, stolen by death, had frozen, whilst under the snow the child, more accustomed to the cradle than the tomb, had wailed. The deserted child had heard the cry of the dying child. He disinterred it. He took it in his arms. When she felt herself in his arms, she ceased crying. The faces of the two children touched each other, and the purple lips of the infant sought the cheek of the boy as it had been a breast. The little girl had nearly reached the moment when the congealed blood stops the action of the heart. Her mother had touched her with the chill of her own death. A corpse communicates death. Its numbness is infectious. Her feet, hands, arms, knees seemed paralyzed by cold. The boy felt the terrible chill. He had on him a garment dry and warm, his pilot jacket. He placed the infant on the breast of the corpse, took off his jacket, wrapped the infant in it, took it up again in his arms, and now, almost naked, under the blast of the north wind, which covered him with eddies of snowflakes, carrying the infant, he pursued his journey. The little one, having succeeded in finding the boy's cheek, again applied her lips to it, and soothed by the warmth, she slept. first kiss of those two souls in the darkness. The mother lay there, her back to the snow, her face to the night. But perhaps at the moment when the little boy stripped himself to clothe the little girl, the mother saw him from the depths of infinity. Chapter 3. A burden makes a rough road, rougher. It was little more than 4 hours since the hooker had sailed from the Creek of Portland, leaving the boy on the shore. During the long hours since he had been deserted and had been journeying onwards, he had met but 3 persons of that human society into which he was, perchance, about to enter: a man, the man on the hill; a woman, the woman in the snow; and the little girl whom he was carrying in his arms. He was exhausted by fatigue and hunger, yet advanced more resolutely than ever, with less strength and an added burden. He was now almost naked. The few rags which remained to him, hardened by the frost, were sharp as glass and cut his skin. He became colder, but the infant was warmer. That which he lost was not thrown away, but was gained by her. He found out that the poor infant enjoyed the comfort which was to her the renewal of life. He continued to advance. From time to time, still holding her securely, he bent down, and taking a handful of snow, he rubbed his feet with it to prevent their being frostbitten. At other times, his throat feeling as if it were on fire, he put a little snow in his mouth and sucked it. This for a moment assuaged his thirst, but changed it into fever, a relief which was an aggravation. The storm had become shapeless from its violence. Deluges of snow are possible. This was one. The paroxysm scourged the shore at the same time that it upped the depths of ocean. This was, perhaps, the moment when the distracted hooker was going to pieces in the battle of the breakers. He traveled under this north wind, still towards the east, over wide surfaces of snow. He knew not how the hours had passed. For a long time he had ceased to see the smoke. Such indications are soon effaced in the night. Besides, it was past the hour when fires are put out. Or he had perhaps made a mistake, and it was possible that neither town nor village existed in the direction in which he was traveling. Doubting, he yet persevered. 2 or 3 times the little infant cried. Then he adopted in his gait a rocking movement, and the child was soothed and silenced. She ended by falling into a sound sleep. Shivering himself, he felt her warm. He frequently tightened the folds of the jacket round the babe's neck, so that the frost should not get in through any opening, and that no melted snow should drop between the garment and the child. The plain was unequal. In the declivities into which it sloped, the snow, driven by the wind into the dips of the ground, was so deep, in comparison with a child so small, that it almost engulfed him, and he had to struggle through it half buried. He walked on, working away the snow with his knees. Having cleared the ravine, he reached the high lands swept by the winds, where the snow lay thin. Then he found the surface a sheet of ice. The little girl's lukewarm breath, playing on his face, warmed it for a moment, then lingered and froze in his hair, stiffening it into icicles. He felt the approach of another danger. He could not afford to fall. He knew that if he did so, he should never rise again. He was overcome by fatigue, and the weight of the darkness would, as with the dead woman, have held him to the ground, and the ice glued him alive to the earth. He had tripped upon the slopes of precipices and had recovered himself. He had stumbled into holes and had got out again. Thenceforward, the slightest fall would be death. A false step opened for him a tomb. He must not slip. He had not strength to rise even to his knees. Now everything was slippery. Everywhere there was rime and frozen snow. The little creature whom he carried made his progress fearfully difficult. She was not only a burden, which his weariness and exhaustion made excessive, but was also an embarrassment. She occupied both his arms, and to him who walks over ice both arms are a natural and necessary balancing power. He was obliged to do without this balance. He did without it and advanced, bending under his burden, not knowing what would become of him. This little infant was the drop causing the cup of distress to overflow. He advanced, reeling at every step, as if on a springboard, and accomplishing, without spectators, miracles of equilibrium. Let us repeat that he was, perhaps, followed on this path of pain by eyes unsleeping in the distances of the shadows, the eyes of the mother and the eyes of God. He staggered, slipped, recovered himself, took care of the infant, and gathering the jacket about her, he covered up her head, staggered again, advanced, slipped, then drew himself up. The cowardly wind drove against him. Apparently, he made much more way than was necessary. He was, to all appearance, on the plains where Byncleave's farm was afterwards established, between what are now called Spring Gardens and the parsonage house. Homesteads and cottages occupy the place of waste lands. Sometimes less than a century separates a step from a city. Suddenly, a lull having occurred in the icy blast which was blinding him, he perceived, at a short distance in front of him, a cluster of gables and of chimneys shown in relief by the snow. The reverse of a silhouette, a city painted in white on a black horizon, something like what we call nowadays a negative proof. Roofs, dwellings, shelter. He had arrived somewhere at last. He felt the ineffable encouragement of hope. The watch of a ship which has wandered from her course feels some such emotion when he cries, "Land ho!" He hurried his steps. At length, then, he was near mankind. He would soon be amidst living creatures. There was no longer anything to fear. There glowed within him that sudden warmth, security, that out of which he was emerging was over. Thenceforward there would no longer be night, nor winter, nor tempest. It seemed to him that he had left all evil chances behind him. The infant was no longer a burden. He almost ran. His eyes were fixed on the roofs. There was life there. He never took his eyes off them. A dead man might gaze thus on what might appear through the half-opened lid of his sepulchre. There were the chimneys of which he had seen the smoke. No smoke arose from them now. He was not long before he reached the houses. He came to the outskirts of a town, an open street. At that period bars to streets were falling into disuse. The street began by two houses. In those two houses neither candle nor lamp was to be seen, nor in the whole street, nor in the whole town, so far as eye could reach. The house to the right was a roof rather than a house. Nothing could be more mean. The walls were of mud, the roof was of straw, and there was more thatch than wall. A large nettle, springing from the bottom of the wall, reached the roof. The hovel had but one door, which was like that of a dog kennel, and a window, which was but a hole. All was shut up. At the side, an inhabited pigsty told that the house was also inhabited. The house on the left was large, high, built entirely of stone, with a slated roof. It was also closed. It was the rich man's home, opposite to that of the pauper. The boy did not hesitate. He approached the great mansion. The double folding door of massive oak, studded with large nails, was of the kind that leads one to expect that behind it there is a stout armory of bolts and locks. An iron knocker was attached to it. He raised the knocker with some difficulty, for his benumbed hands were stumps rather than hands. He knocked once. No answer. He struck again, and two knocks. No movement was heard in the house. He knocked a third time. There was no sound. He saw that they were all asleep and did not care to get up. Then he turned to the hovel. He picked up a pebble from the snow and knocked against the low door. There was no answer. He raised himself on tiptoe and knocked with his pebble against the pane too softly to break the glass, but loud enough to be heard. No voice was heard, no step moved, no candle was lighted. He saw that there, as well, they did not care to awake. The house of stone and the thatched hovel were equally deaf to the wretched. The boy decided on pushing on further, and penetrating the strait of houses which stretched away in front of him, so dark that it seemed more like a gulf between two cliffs than the entrance to a town. Chapter 4. Another form of desert. It was Weymouth which he had just entered. Weymouth, then, was not the respectable and fine Weymouth of today. Ancient Weymouth did not present, like the present one, an irreproachable rectangular quay with an inn and a statue in honor of George III. This resulted from the fact that George III had not yet been born. For the same reason, they had not yet designed on the slope of the green hill towards the east, fashioned flat on the soil by cutting away the turf and leaving the bare chalk to the view, the white horse, an acre long, bearing the king upon his back, and always turning, in honor of George III, his tail to the city. These honors, however, were deserved. George III, having lost in his old age the intellect he had never possessed in his youth, was not responsible for the calamities of his reign. He was an innocent. Why not erect statues to him? Weymouth, 180 years ago, was about as symmetrical as a game of spillikins in confusion. In legends, it is said that Staroth traveled over the world, carrying on her back a wallet which contained everything, even good women in their houses. A pell-mell of sheds thrown from her devil's bag would give an idea of that irregular Weymouth, the good women in the sheds included. The music hall remains as a specimen of those buildings. A confusion of wooden dens, carved and eaten by worms, which carve in another fashion, shapeless, overhanging buildings, some with pillars, leaning one against the other for support against the sea wind, and leaving between them awkward spaces of narrow and winding channels, lanes, and passages, often flooded by the equinoctial tides. A heap of old grandmother houses crowded round a grandfather church. Such was Weymouth, a sort of old Norman village thrown up on the coast of England. The traveller who entered the tavern, now replaced by the hotel, instead of paying royally his 25 francs for a fried sole and a bottle of wine, had to suffer the humiliation of eating a pennyworth of soup made of fish, which soup, by the by, was very good. Wretched fare. The deserted child, carrying the foundling, passed through the first street, then the second, then the third. He raised his eyes, seeking in the higher stories and in the roofs a lighted window pane, but all were closed and dark. At intervals he knocked at the doors. No one answered. Nothing makes the heart so like a stone as being warm between sheets. The noise and the shaking had at length awakened the infant. He knew this because he felt her suck his cheek. She did not cry, believing him her mother. He was about to turn and wander long, perhaps, in the intersections of the Scrambridge lanes, where there were then more cultivated plots than dwellings, more thorn hedges than houses. But fortunately, he struck into a passage which exists to this day near Trinity Schools. This passage led him to a water brink, where there was a roughly built quay with a parapet, and to the right he made out a bridge. It was the bridge over the Wey, connecting Weymouth with Melcombe Regis, and under the arches of which the backwater joins the harbour. Weymouth, a hamlet, was then the suburb of Melcombe Regis, a city and port. Now Melcombe Regis is a parish of Weymouth. The village has absorbed the city. It was the bridge which did the work. Bridges are strange vehicles of suction which inhale the population and sometimes swell one riverbank at the expense of its opposite neighbor. The boy went to the bridge, which at that period was a covered timber structure. He crossed it. Thanks to its roofing, there was no snow on the planks. His bare feet had a moment's comfort as they crossed them. Having passed over the bridge, he was in Melcombe Regis. There were fewer wooden houses than stone ones there. He was no longer in the village, he was in the city. The bridge opened on a rather fine street called St. Thomas's Street. He entered it. Here and there were high carved gables and shop fronts. He set to knocking at the doors again. He had no strength left to call or shout. At Melcombe Regis, as at Weymouth, no one was stirring. The doors were all carefully double-locked. The windows were covered by their shutters, as the eyes by their lids. Every precaution had been taken to avoid being roused by disagreeable surprises. The little wanderer was suffering the indefinable depression made by a sleeping town. Its silence, as of a paralyzed ant's nest, makes the head swim. All its lethargies mingle their nightmares, its slumbers are a crowd, and from its human bodies lying prone there arises a vapor of dreams. Sleep has gloomy associates beyond this life. The decomposed thoughts of the sleepers float above them in a mist which is both of death and of life, and combine with the possible, which has also, perhaps, the power of thought, as it floats in space. Hence arise entanglements. Dreams, those clouds, interpose their folds and their transparencies over that star, the mind. Above those closed eyelids, where vision has taken the place of sight, a sepulchral disintegration of outlines and appearances dilates itself into impalpability. Mysterious, diffused existences amalgamate themselves with life on that border of death, which sleep is. Those larvae and souls mingle in the air. Even he who sleeps not feels a medium press upon him full of sinister life. The surrounding chimera, in which he suspects a reality, impedes him. The waking man, wending his way amidst the sleep phantoms of others, unconsciously pushes back passing shadows, has, or imagines that he has, a vague fear of adverse contact with the invisible, and feels at every moment the obscure pressure of a hostile encounter which immediately dissolves. There is something of the effect of a forest in the nocturnal diffusion of dreams. This is what is called being afraid without reason. What a man feels, a child feels still more. The uneasiness of nocturnal fear, increased by the spectral houses, increased the weight of the sad burden under which he was struggling. He entered Canicar Lane and perceived at the end of that passage the backwater, which he took for the ocean. He no longer knew in what direction the sea lay. He retraced his steps, struck to the left by Maiden Street, and returned as far as St. Albans Row. There, by chance and without selection, he knocked violently at any house that he happened to pass. His blows, on which he was expending his last energies, were jerky and without aim, now ceasing altogether for a time, now renewed as if in irritation. It was the violence of his fever striking against the doors. One voice answered. That of time. 3 o'clock tolled slowly behind him from the old belfry of St. Nicholas. Then all sank into silence again. That no inhabitant should have opened a lattice may appear surprising. Nevertheless, that silence is in a great measure to be explained. We must remember that in January 1790 they were just over a somewhat severe outbreak of the plague in London, and that the fear of receiving sick vagabonds caused a diminution of hospitality everywhere. People would not even open their windows for fear of inhaling the poison. The child felt the coldness of men more terribly than the coldness of night. The coldness of men is intentional. He felt a tightening on his sinking heart which he had not known on the open plains. Now he had entered into the midst of life and remained alone. This was the summit of misery. The pitiless desert he had understood. The unrelenting town was too much to bear. The hour, the strokes of which he had just counted, had been another blow. Nothing is so freezing in certain situations as the voice of the hour. It is a declaration of indifference. It is eternity saying, "What does it matter to me?" He stopped, and it is not certain that, in that miserable minute, he did not ask himself whether it would not be easier to lie down there and die. However, the little infant leaned her head against his shoulder and fell asleep again. This blind confidence set him onwards again. He whom all supports were failing felt that he was himself a basis of support, irresistible summons of duty. Neither such ideas nor such a situation belonged to his age. It is probable that he did not understand them. It was a matter of instinct. He did what he chanced to do. He set out again in the direction of Johnstone Row, but now he no longer walked. He dragged himself along. He left St. Mary's Street to the left, made zigzags through lanes, and at the end of a winding passage found himself in a rather wide open space. It was a piece of waste land not built upon, probably the spot where Chesterfield Place now stands. The houses ended there. He perceived the sea to the right, and scarcely anything more of the town to his left. What was to become of him? Here was the country again. To the east, great inclined plains of snow marked out the wide slopes of Radipole. Should he continue this journey? Should he advance and re-enter the solitudes? Should he return and re-enter the streets? What was he to do between those two silences, the mute plain and the deaf city? Which of the two refusals should he choose? There is the anchor of mercy. There is also the look of piteousness. It was that look which the poor little despairing wanderer threw around him. All at once he heard a menace. Chapter 5. Chapter 1001. Xanthropy plays its pranks. A strange and alarming grinding of teeth reached him through the darkness. It was enough to drive one back. He advanced. To those to whom silence has become dreadful, a howl is comforting. That fierce growl reassured him. That threat was a promise. There was there a being alive and awake, though it might be a wild beast. He advanced in the direction whence came the snarl. He turned the corner of a wall, and behind, in the vast sepulchral light made by the reflection of snow and sea, he saw a thing placed as if for shelter. It was a cart, unless it was a hovel. It had wheels, it was a carriage. It had a roof, it was a dwelling. From the roof arose a funnel, and out of the funnel smoke. This smoke was red and seemed to imply a good fire in the interior. Behind, projecting hinges indicated a door, and in the center of this door, a square opening showed a light inside the caravan. He approached. Whatever had growled perceived his approach and became furious. It was no longer a growl which he had to meet. It was a roar. He heard a sharp sound, as of a chain violently pulled to its full length, and suddenly, under the door, between the hind wheels, 2 rows of sharp white teeth appeared. At the same time as the mouth between the wheels, a head was put through the window. "Peace there," said the head. The mouth was silent. The head began again. "Is anyone there?" The child answered, "Yes." "Who?" "I." "You, who are you? Whence do you come?" "I am weary," said the child. "What o'clock is it?" "I am cold." "What are you doing there?" "I am hungry." The head replied, "Everyone cannot be as happy as a lord. Go away." The head was withdrawn, and the window closed. The child bowed his forehead, drew the sleeping infant closer in his arms, and collected his strength to resume his journey. He had taken a few steps and was hurrying away. However, at the same time that the window closed, the door had opened. A step had been let down. The voice which had spoken to the child cried out angrily from the inside of the van. "Well, why do you not enter?" The child turned back. "Come in," resumed the voice. "Who has sent me a fellow like this, who is hungry and cold, and who does not come in?" The child, at once repulsed and invited, remained motionless. The voice continued, "You are told to come in, you young rascal." He made up his mind and placed one foot on the lowest step. There was a great growl under the van. He drew back. The gaping jaws appeared. "Peace," cried the voice of the man. The jaws retreated. The growling ceased. "Come up," continued the man. The child with difficulty climbed up the 3 steps. He was impeded by the infant, so benumbed, rolled up, and enveloped in the jacket that nothing could be distinguished of her, and she was but a little shapeless mass. He passed over the 3 steps, and having reached the threshold, stopped. No candle was burning in the caravan, probably from the economy of want. The hut was lighted only by a red tinge, arising from the opening at the top of the stove, in which sparkled a peat fire. On the stove was smoking a porringer and a saucepan, containing to all appearance something to eat. The savory odor was perceptible. The hut was furnished with a chest, a stool, and an unlighted lantern which hung from the ceiling. Besides, to the partition were attached some boards on brackets and some hooks, from which hung a variety of things. On the boards and nails were rows of glasses, coppers, and alembic, a vessel rather like those used for graining wax, which are called granulators, and a confusion of strange objects of which the child understood nothing, and which were utensils for cooking and chemistry. The caravan was oblong in shape, the stove being in front. It was not even a little room. It was scarcely a big box. There was more light outside from the snow than inside from the stove. Everything in the caravan was indistinct and misty. Nevertheless, a reflection of the fire on the ceiling enabled the spectator to read in large letters, URSUS, philosopher. The child, in fact, was entering the house of Homo and Ursus, the one he had just heard growling, the other speaking. The child, having reached the threshold, perceived near the stove a man, tall, smooth, thin, and old, dressed in gray, whose head, as he stood, reached the roof. The man could not have raised himself on tiptoe. The caravan was just his size. "Come in," said the man, who was Ursus. The child entered. "Put down your bundle." The child placed his burden carefully on the top of the chest, for fear of awakening and terrifying it. The man continued, "How gently you put it down. You could not be more careful were it a case of relics. Is it that you are afraid of tearing a hole in your rags? Worthless vagabond, In the streets at this hour, who are you? Answer. But no, I forbid you to answer. There, you are cold. Warm yourself as quick as you can. And he shoved him by the shoulders in front of the fire. How wet you are, you're frozen through. A nice state to come into a house. Come, take off those rags, you villain. And as with one hand, and with feverish haste, he dragged off the boy's rags which tore into shreds. With the other he took down from a nail a man's shirt, and one of those knitted jackets which are up to this day called kiss-me-quicks. Here are clothes. He chose out of a heap a woolen rag, and chafed before the fire the limbs of the exhausted and bewildered child, who at that moment, warm and naked, felt as if he were seeing and touching heaven. The limbs having been rubbed, he next wiped the boy's feet. Come, you limb, you have nothing frostbitten. I was a fool to fancy you had something frozen, hind legs or fore paws. You will not lose the use of them this time. Dress yourself. The child put on the shirt, and the man slipped the knitted jacket over it. Now, the man kicked the stool forward and made the little boy sit down, again shoving him by the shoulders. Then he pointed with his finger to the porringer which was smoking upon the stove. What the child saw in the porringer was again heaven to him, namely, a potato and a bit of bacon. You are hungry, eat. The man took from the shelf a crust of hard bread and an iron fork, and handed them to the child. The boy hesitated. Perhaps you expect me to lay the cloth, said the man, and he placed the porringer on the child's lap. Gobble that up. Hunger overcame astonishment. The child began to eat. The poor boy devoured rather than ate. The glad sound of the crunching of bread filled the hut. The man grumbled. Not so quick, you horrid glutton. Isn't he a greedy scoundrel? When such scum are hungry, they eat in a revolting fashion. You should see a lord sup. In my time I have seen dukes eat. They don't eat, that's noble. They drink, however. Come, you pig, stuff yourself. The absence of ears, which is the concomitant of a hungry stomach, caused the child to take little heed of these violent epithets, tempered as they were by charity of action, involving a contradiction resulting in his benefit. For the moment, he was absorbed by two exigencies and by two ecstasies, food and warmth. Ursus continued his imprecations, muttering to himself, I have seen King James supping in propria persona in the banqueting house, where are to be admired the paintings of the famous Rubens. His Majesty touched nothing. This beggar here browses, a word derived from brute. What put it into my head to come to this Weymouth, 7 times devoted to the infernal deities? I have sold nothing since morning. I have harangued the snow. I have played the flute to the hurricane. I have not pocketed a farthing. And now, tonight, beggars drop in. Horrid place. There is battle, struggle, competition between the fools in the street and myself. They try to give me nothing but farthings. I try to give them nothing but drugs. Well, today I've made nothing. Not an idiot on the highway, not a penny in the till. Eat away, hell-born boy, tear and crunch. We have fallen on times when nothing can equal the cynicism of spongers. Fatten at my expense, parasite. This wretched boy is more than hungry, he is mad. It is not appetite, it is ferocity. He is carried away by a rabid virus. Perhaps he has the plague. Have you the plague, you thief? Suppose he were to give it to Homo? No, never, let the populace die, but not my wolf. But by the by, I am hungry myself. I declare that this is all very disagreeable. I have worked far into the night. There are seasons in a man's life when he is hard-pressed. I was tonight by hunger. I was alone. I made a fire. I had but one potato, one crust of bread, a mouthful of bacon, and a drop of milk, and I put it to warm. I said to myself, good. I think I am going to eat, and bang, this crocodile falls upon me at the very moment. He installs himself clean between my food and myself. Behold, how my larder is devastated. Eat, pike, eat, you shark. How many teeth have you in your jaws? Guzzle, wolf cub. No, I withdraw that word. I respect wolves. Swallow up my food, boa. I have worked all day and far into the night on an empty stomach. My throat is sore, my pancreas in distress, my entrails torn, and my reward is to see another eat. 'Tis all one, though, we will divide. He shall have the bread, the potato, and the bacon, but I will have the milk. Just then a wail, touching and prolonged, arose in the hut. The man listened. You cry, sycophant, why do you cry? The boy turned towards him. It was evident that it was not he who cried. He had his mouth full. The cry continued. The man went to the chest. So it is your bundle that wails, Vale of Jehoshaphat, behold a vociferating parcel, what the devil has your bundle got to croak about? He unrolled the jacket. An infant's head appeared, the mouth open and crying. Well, who goes there? Said the man. Here is another of them. When is this to end? Who is there? To arms, corporal, call out the guard. Another bang. What have you brought me, thief? Don't you see it is thirsty? Come, the little one must have a drink, so now I shall not have even the milk. He took down from the things lying in disorder on the shelf a bandage of linen, a sponge and a file, muttering savagely, what an infernal place. Then he looked at the little infant. "'Tis a girl, one can tell that by her scream, and she is drenched as well." He dragged away, as he had done from the boy, the tatters in which she was knotted up rather than dressed, and swathed her in a rag, which, though of coarse linen, was clean and dry. This rough and sudden dressing made the infant angry. "She mews relentlessly," said he. He bit off a long piece of sponge, tore from the roll a square piece of linen, drew from it a bit of thread, took the saucepan containing the milk from the stove, filled the phial with milk, drove down the sponge halfway into its neck, covered the sponge with linen, tied this cork in with the thread, applied his cheeks to the phial to be sure that it was not too hot, and seized under his left arm the bewildered bundle which was still crying. "Come, take your supper, creature, let me suckle you," and he put the neck of the bottle to its mouth. The little infant drank greedily. He held the phial at the necessary incline, grumbling, "They are all the same, the cowards. When they have all they want, they are silent." The child had drunk so ravenously, and had seized so eagerly this breast offered by a cross-grained providence, that she was taken with a fit of coughing. "You are going to choke," growled Ursus, "a fine gobbler this one too." He drew away the sponge which she was sucking, allowed the cough to subside, and then replaced the phial to her lips, saying, "Suck, you little wretch." In the meantime the boy had laid down his fork. Seeing the infant drink had made him forget to eat. The moment before, while he ate, the expression in his face was satisfaction, now it was gratitude. He watched the infant's renewal of life. The completion of the resurrection begun by himself filled his eyes with an ineffable brilliancy. Ursus went on muttering angry words between his teeth. The little boy now and then lifted towards Ursus his eyes, moist with the unspeakable emotion which the poor little being felt, but was unable to express. Ursus addressed him furiously. "Well, will you eat?" "And you," said the child, trembling all over and with tears in his eyes, "you will have nothing. Will you be kind enough to eat it all up, you cub? There is not too much for you, since there was not enough for me." The child took up his fork, but did not eat. "Eat," shouted Ursus. "What has it got to do with me? Who speaks of me? Wretched little barefooted clerk of penniless parish, I tell you, eat it all up. You are here to eat, drink, and sleep, eat, or I will kick you out, both of you." The boy, under this menace, began to eat again. He had not much trouble in finishing what was left in the porringer. Ursus muttered, "This building is badly joined. The cold comes in by the window pane." A pane had indeed been broken in front, either by a jolt of the caravan or by a stone thrown by some mischievous boy. Ursus had placed a star of paper over the fracture, which had become unpasted. The blast entered there. He was half-seated on the chest. The infant in his arms, and at the same time on his lap, was sucking rapturously at the bottle, in the happy somnolency of cherubim before their Creator and infants at their mother's breast. "She is drunk," said Ursus, and he continued, after this, preach sermons on temperance. The wind tore from the pane the plaster of paper which flew across the hut, but this was nothing to the children who were entering life anew. Whilst the little girl drank and the little boy ate, Ursus grumbled. "Drunkenness begins in the infant in swaddling clothes. What useful trouble Bishop Tillotson gives himself, thundering against excessive drinking. What an odious draught of wind, and then my stove is old. It allows puffs of smoke to escape enough to give you trichiasis. One has the inconvenience of cold and the inconvenience of fire. One cannot see clearly. That being over there abuses my hospitality. Well, I have not been able to distinguish the animal's face yet. Comfort is wanting here. By Jove, I am a great admirer of exquisite banquets in well-closed rooms. I have missed my vocation. I was born to be a sensualist. The greatest of Stoics was Philoxenus, who wished to possess the neck of a crane, so as to be longer in tasting the pleasures of the table. Receipts today, nothing sold all day. Inhabitants, servants, and tradesmen, here is the doctor, here are the drugs. You are losing your time, old friend, pack up your physic. Everyone is well down here. It's a cursed town where everyone is well. The skies alone have diarrhea, what snow? Anaxagoras taught that the snow was black, and he was right, cold being blackness. Ice is night. What a hurricane! I can fancy the delight of those at sea. The hurricane is the passage of demons. It is the row of the tempest fiends galloping and rolling head over heels above our bone boxes. In the cloud this one has a tail, that one has horns, another a flame for a tongue, another claws to its wings, another a Lord Chancellor's paunch, another an academician's pate. You may observe a form in every sound, to every fresh wind a fresh demon. The ear hears, the eye sees, the crash is a face. Zounds, there are folks at sea, that is certain. My friends, get through the storm as best you can. I have enough to do to get through life. Come now, do I keep an inn or do I not? Why should I trade with these travelers? The universal distress sends its spatterings even as far as my poverty. Into my cabin fall hideous drops of the far-spreading mud of mankind. I am given up to the voracity of travelers. I am a prey, the prey of those dying of hunger. Winter night, a pasteboard hut, an unfortunate friend below and without, the storm, a potato, a fire as big as my fist, parasites, the wind penetrating through every cranny, not a halfpenny, and bundles which set to howling. I open them and find beggars inside. Is this fair? Besides, the laws are violated. Ah, vagabond with your vagabond child. Mischievous pickpocket, evil-minded abortion, so you walk the streets after curfew. If our good king only knew it, would he not have you thrown into the bottom of a ditch, just to teach you better? My gentleman walks out at night with my lady, and with the glass at 15 degrees of frost, bareheaded and barefooted. Understand that such things are forbidden. There are rules and regulations, you lawless wretches. Vagabonds are punished, honest folks who have houses are guarded and protected. Kings are the fathers of their people. I have my own house. You would have been whipped in the public street had you chanced to have been met, and quite right, too. There must be order in an established city. For my own part, I did wrong not to denounce you to the constable, but I am such a fool. I understand what is right and do what is wrong. Oh, the ruffian, to come here in such a state. I did not see the snow upon them when they came in. It had melted, and here's my whole house swamped. I have an inundation in my home. I shall have to burn an incredible amount of coals to dry up this lake, coals at 12 farthings the miner's standard. How am I going to manage to fit 3 into this caravan? Now it is over. I enter the nursery. I am going to have in my house the weaning of the future beggardom of England. I shall have for employment, office, and function, to fashion the miscarried fortunes of that colossal prostitute, misery, to bring to perfection future gallows birds, and to give young thieves the forms of philosophy. The tongue of the wolf is the warning of God. And to think that if I had not been eaten up by creatures of this kind for the last 30 years, I should be rich. Homo would be fat. I should have a medicine chest full of rarities, as many surgical instruments as Dr. Linacre, surgeon to King Henry VIII. Divers animals of all kinds, Egyptian mummies, and similar curiosities. I should be a member of the College of Physicians, and have the right of using the library built in 1652 by the celebrated Hervey, and of studying in the lantern of that dome, whence you can see the whole of London. I could continue my observations of solar obfuscation and prove that a caligenous vapor arises from the planet. Such was the opinion of John Kepler, who was born the year before the massacre of St. Bartholomew and who was mathematician to the emperor. The sun is a chimney which sometimes smokes, so does my stove. My stove is no better than the sun. Yes, I should have made my fortune. My part would have been a different one. I should not be the insignificant fellow I am. I should not degrade science in the highways, for the crowd is not worthy of the doctrine, the crowd being nothing better than a confused mixture of all sorts of ages, sexes, humors, and conditions, that wise men of all periods have not hesitated to despise, and whose extravagance and passion the most moderate men in their justice detest. Oh, I am weary of existence. After all, one does not live long. The human life is soon done with. But no, it is long. At intervals, that we should not become too discouraged, that we may have the stupidity to consent to bear our being, and not profit by the magnificent opportunities to hang ourselves which cords and nails afford. Nature puts on an air of taking a little care of man. Not tonight, though. The rogue causes the wheat to spring up, ripens the grape, gives her song to the nightingale. From time to time, a ray of morning or a glass of gin, and that is what we call happiness. It is a narrow border of good round, a huge winding sheet of evil. We have a destiny of which the devil has woven the stuff and God has sewn the hem. In the meantime, you have eaten my supper, you thief. In the meantime, the infant whom he was holding all the time in his arms very tenderly whilst he was vituperating, shut its eyes languidly, a sign of repletion. Ursus examined the phial and grumbled. She has drunk it all up, the impudent creature. He arose and, sustaining the infant with his left arm, with his right he raised the lid of the chest and drew from beneath it a bare skin, the one he called, as will be remembered, his real skin. Whilst he was doing this, he heard the other child eating and looked at him sideways. It will be something to do if, henceforth, I have to feed that growing glutton. It will be a worm gnawing at the vitals of my industry. He spread out, still with one arm, the bare skin on the chest, working his elbow and managing his movements so as not to disturb the sleep into which the infant was just sinking. Then he laid her down on the fur, on the side next the fire. Having done so, he placed the phial on the stove and exclaimed, "I'm thirsty, if you like." He looked into the pot. There were a few good mouthfuls of milk left in it. He raised it to his lips. Just as he was about to drink, his eye fell on the little girl. He replaced the pot on the stove, took the phial, uncorked it, poured into it all the milk that remained, which was just sufficient to fill it, replaced the sponge and the linen rag over it, and tied it round the neck of the bottle. "All the same, I'm hungry and thirsty," he observed. And he added, "When one cannot eat bread, one must drink water." Behind the stove, there was a jug with the spout off. He took it and handed it to the boy. "Will you drink?" The child drank and then went on eating. Ursus seized the pitcher again and conveyed it to his mouth. The temperature of the water which it contained had been unequally modified by the proximity of the stove. He swallowed some mouthfuls and made a grimace. "Water, pretending to be pure, thou resemblest false friends. Thou art warm at the top and cold at bottom." In the meantime, the boy had finished his supper. The porringer was more than empty, it was cleaned out. He picked up and ate pensively a few crumbs caught in the folds of the knitted jacket on his lap. Ursus turned towards him. "That is not all. Now, a word with you. The mouth is not made only for eating, it is made for speaking. Now that you are warmed and stuffed, you beast, take care of yourself. You are going to answer my questions. Whence do you come?" The child replied, "I do not know." "How do you mean, you don't know?" "I was abandoned this evening on the seashore." "You little scamp, what's your name? He is so good for nothing that his relations desert him." "I have no relations." "Give in a little to my tastes, and observe that I do not like those who sing to a tune of fibs. Thou must have relatives, since you have a sister." "It is not my sister." "It is not your sister." "No." "Who is it then?" "It is a baby that I found." "Found?" "Yes." "What, did you pick her up?" "Yes." "Where, if you lie, I will exterminate you." "On the breast of a woman who is dead in the snow." "When?" "An hour ago." "Where?" "A league from here." The arched brow of Ursus knitted and took that pointed shape which characterizes emotion on the brow of a philosopher. Dead, lucky for her, we must leave her in the snow. She is well off there. In which direction? In the direction of the sea. Did you cross the bridge? Yes. Ursus opened the window at the back and examined the view. The weather had not improved. The snow was falling thickly and mournfully. He shut the window. He went to the broken glass. He filled the hole with a rag. He heaped the stove with peat. He spread out as far as he could the bare skin on the chest, took a large book which he had in a corner, placed it under the skin for a pillow, and laid the head of the sleeping infant on it. Then he turned to the boy. "Lie down there." The boy obeyed and stretched himself at full length by the side of the infant. Ursus rolled the bearskin over the two children and tucked it under their feet. He took down from a shelf and tied round his waist a linen belt with a large pocket containing, no doubt, a case of instruments and bottles of restoratives. Then he took the lantern from where it hung to the ceiling and lighted it. It was a dark lantern. When lighted, it still left the children in shadow. Ursus half opened the door and said, "I am going out, do not be afraid. I shall return, go to sleep." Then letting down the steps, he called Homo. He was answered by a loving growl. Ursus, holding the lantern in his hand, descended. The steps were replaced, the door was reclosed. The children remained alone. From without, a voice, the voice of Ursus, said, "You boy who have just eaten up my supper, are you already asleep?" "No," replied the child. "Well, if she cries, give her the rest of the milk." The clinking of a chain being undone was heard, and the sound of a man's footsteps, mingled with that of the pads of an animal, died off in the distance. A few minutes after, both children slept profoundly. The little boy and girl, lying naked side by side, were joined through the silent hours, in the seraphic promiscuousness of the shadows. Such dreams as were possible to their age floated from one to the other. Beneath their closed eyelids there shone, perhaps, a starlight, if the word marriage were not inappropriate to the situation. They were husband and wife after the fashion of the angels. Such innocence in such darkness, such purity in such an embrace, such foretastes of heaven are possible only to childhood, and no immensity approaches the greatness of little children. Of all gulfs, this is the deepest. The fearful perpetuity of the dead chained beyond life, the mighty animosity of the ocean to a wreck, the whiteness of the snow over buried bodies, do not equal in pathos two children's mouths meeting divinely in sleep, and the meeting of which is not even a kiss. A betrothal perchance a catastrophe. The unknown weighs down upon their juxtaposition. It charms, it terrifies, who knows which, it stays the pulse. Innocence is higher than virtue. Innocence is holy ignorance. They slept. They were in peace. They were warm. The nakedness of their bodies embraced each in each, amalgamated with the virginity of their souls. They were there as in the nest of the abyss. Chapter 6. The Awaking. The beginning of day is sinister. A sad pale light penetrated the hut. It was the frozen dawn, that wan light which throws into relief the mournful reality of objects which are blurred into spectral forms by the night, did not awake the children, so soundly were they sleeping. The caravan was warm. Their breathings alternated like two peaceful waves. There was no longer a hurricane without. The light of dawn was slowly taking possession of the horizon. The constellations were being extinguished, like candles blown out one after the other. Only a few large stars resisted. The deep-toned song of the infinite was coming from the sea. The fire in the stove was not quite out. The twilight broke, little by little, into daylight. The boy slept less heavily than the girl. At length, a ray brighter than the others broke through the pane, and he opened his eyes. The sleep of childhood ends in forgetfulness. He lay in a state of semi-stupor, without knowing where he was or what was near him, without making an effort to remember, gazing at the ceiling, and setting himself an aimless task as he gazed dreamily at the letters of the inscription, Ursus, philosopher, which, being unable to read, he examined without the power of deciphering. The sound of the key turning in the lock caused him to turn his head. The door turned on its hinges, the steps were let down. Ursus was returning. He ascended the steps, his extinguished lantern in his hand. At the same time, the pattering of 4 paws fell upon the steps. It was Homo following Ursus, who had also returned to his home. The boy awoke with somewhat of a start. The wolf, having probably an appetite, gave him a morning yawn, showing 2 rows of very white teeth. He stopped when he had got halfway up the steps and placed both forepaws within the caravan, leaning on the threshold, like a preacher with his elbows on the edge of the pulpit. He sniffed the chest from afar, not being in the habit of finding it occupied as it then was. His wolfen form, framed by the doorway, was designed in black against the light of morning. He made up his mind and entered. The boy, seeing the wolf in the caravan, got out of the bare skin and, standing up, placed himself in front of the little infant, who was sleeping more soundly than ever. Ursus had just hung the lantern up on a nail in the ceiling. Silently and with mechanical deliberation, he unbuckled the belt in which was his case and replaced it on the shelf. He looked at nothing and seemed to see nothing. His eyes were glassy. Something was moving him deeply in his mind. His thoughts at length found breath, as usual, in a rapid outflow of words. He exclaimed, "Happy, doubtless, dead, stone dead." He bent down and put a shovelful of turf mold into the stove, and as he poked the peat, he growled out, "I had a deal of trouble to find her. The mischief of the unknown had buried her under 2 feet of snow. Had it not been for Homo, who sees as clearly with his nose as Christopher Columbus did with his mind, I should be still there, scratching at the avalanche and playing hide and seek with death. Diogenes took his lantern and sought for a man. I took my lantern and sought for a woman. He found a sarcasm, and I found mourning. How cold she was. I touched her hand, a stone. What silence in her eyes. How can anyone be such a fool as to die and leave a child behind? It will not be convenient to pack 3 into this box. A pretty family I have now, a boy and a girl." Whilst Ursus was speaking, Homo sidled up close to the stove. The hand of the sleeping infant was hanging down between the stove and the chest. The wolf set to licking it. He licked it so softly that he did not awake the little infant. Ursus turned round. "Well done, Homo. I shall be father and you shall be uncle." Then he betook himself again to arranging the fire with philosophical care, without interrupting his aside. "Adoption, it is settled. Homo is willing." He drew himself up. "I should like to know who is responsible for that woman's death. Is it man, or—" He raised his eyes, but looked beyond the ceiling, and his lips murmured, "Is it thou?" Then his brow dropped, as if under a burden, and he continued, "The knight took the trouble to kill the woman." Raising his eyes, they met those of the boy just awakened, who was listening. Ursus addressed him abruptly. "What are you laughing about?" The boy answered, "I am not laughing." Ursus felt a kind of shock, looked at him fixedly for a few minutes, and said, "Then you are frightful." The interior of the caravan, on the previous night, had been so dark that Ursus had not yet seen the boy's face. The broad daylight revealed it. He placed the palms of his hands on the 2 shoulders of the boy, and examining his countenance more and more piercingly, exclaimed, "Do not laugh any more." "I am not laughing," said the child. Ursus was seized with a shudder from head to foot. "You do laugh, I tell you." Then seizing the child with a grasp which would have been one of fury, had it not been one of pity, he asked him, roughly, "Who did that to you?" The child replied, "I don't know what you mean." "How long have you had that laugh?" "I have always been thus," said the child. Ursus turned towards the chest, saying in a low voice, "I thought that work was out of date." He took from the top of it, very softly, so as not to awaken the infant, the book which he had placed there for a pillow. "Let us see Conquest," he murmured. It was a bundle of paper in folio, bound in soft parchment. He turned the pages with his thumb, stopped at a certain one, open the book wide on the stove, and read. "De Denissatis, it is here." And he continued, "Bucafissa usque ad horas, genisivis denudatis, nassoque murdradato, masca eris, et ridebis semper." There it is, for certain. Then he replaced the book on one of the shelves, growling. It might not be wholesome to inquire too deeply into a case of the kind. We will remain on the surface. Laugh away, my boy. Just then the little girl awoke. Her good day was a cry. "Come, nurse, give her the breast," said Ursus. The infant sat up. Ursus, taking the phial from the stove, gave it to her to suck. Then the sun arose. He was level with the horizon. His red rays gleamed through the glass and struck against the face of the infant, which was turned towards him. Her eyeballs, fixed on the sun, reflected his purple orbit like two mirrors. The eyeballs were immovable, the eyelids also. "See," said Ursus, "she is blind." Part 2. Book the First. The everlasting presence of the past. Man reflects man. Chapter 1. Lord Clancharlie. 1. There was, in those days, an old tradition. That tradition was Lord Lyn-O's Clancharlie. Lyn-O's Baron Clancharlie, a contemporary of Cromwell, was one of the peers of England, few in number, be it said, who accepted the Republic. The reason of his acceptance of it might, indeed, for want of a better, be found in the fact that for the time being the Republic was triumphant. It was a matter of course that Lord Clancharlie should adhere to the Republic, as long as the Republic had the upper hand. But after the close of the Revolution and the fall of the parliamentary government, Lord Clancharlie had persisted in his fidelity to it. It would have been easy for the noble patrician to re-enter the reconstituted upper house, repentance being ever well received on restorations, and Charles Roman II being a kind prince enough to those who returned to their allegiance to him. But Lord Clancharlie had failed to understand what was due to events. While the nation overwhelmed with acclamation the king come to retake possession of England, while unanimity was recording its verdict, while the people were bowing their salutation to the monarchy, while the dynasty was rising anew amidst a glorious and triumphant recantation, at the moment when the past was becoming the future, and the future becoming the past, that nobleman remained refractory. He turned his head away from all that joy and voluntarily exiled himself. While he could have been a peer, he preferred being an outlaw. Years had thus passed away. He had grown old in his fidelity to the dead Republic, and was therefore crowned with the ridicule which is the natural reward of such folly. He had retired into Switzerland, and dwelt in a sort of lofty ruin on the banks of the Lake of Geneva. He had chosen his dwelling in the most rugged nook of the lake, between Chillon, where is the dungeon of Bonnivard, and Vevey, where is Ludlow's tomb. The rugged Alps, filled with twilight winds and clouds, were around him, and he lived there, hidden in the great shadows that fall from the mountains. He was rarely met by any passerby. The man was out of his country, almost out of his century. At that time, to those who understood and were posted in the affairs of the period, no resistance to established things was justifiable. England was happy. A restoration is as the reconciliation of husband and wife. Prince and nation return to each other. No state can be more graceful or more pleasant. Great Britain beamed with joy. To have a king at all was a good deal, but furthermore the king was a charming one. Charles II was amiable, a man of pleasure, yet able to govern, and great, if not after the fashion of Louis XIV. He was essentially a gentleman. Charles II was admired by his subjects. He had made war in Hanover for reasons best known to himself. At least no one else knew them. He had sold Dunkirk to France, a maneuver of state policy. The Whig peers, concerning whom Chamberlain says, "The cursed republic infected with its stinking breath several of the high nobility," had had the good sense to bow to the inevitable, to conform to the times, and to resume their seats in the House of Lords. To do so, it sufficed that they should take the oath of allegiance to the king. When these facts were considered, the glorious reign, the excellent king, august princes given back by divine mercy to the people's love, when it was remembered that persons of such consideration as Monk, and later on Jeffreys, had rallied round the throne, that they had been properly rewarded for their loyalty and zeal by the most splendid appointments and the most lucrative offices, that Lord Clancharlie could not be ignorant of this, and that it only depended on himself to be seated by their side, glorious in his honours, that England had, thanks to her king, risen again to the summit of prosperity, that London was all banquets and carousals, that everybody was rich and enthusiastic, that the court was gallant, gay, and magnificent. If by chance, far from these splendours, in some melancholy, indescribable half-light, like nightfall, that old man, clad in the same garb as the common people, was observed pale, absent-minded, bent towards the grave, standing on the shore of the lake, scarce heeding the storm and the winter, walking as though at random, his eye fixed, his white hair tossed by the wind of the shadow, silent, pensive, solitary, who could forbear to smile. It was the sketch of a madman. Thinking of Lord Clancharlie, of what he might have been and what he was, a smile was indulgent. Some laughed out aloud, others could not restrain their anger. It is easy to understand that men of sense were much shocked by the insolence implied by his isolation. One extenuating circumstance: Lord Clancharlie had never had any brains. Everyone agreed on that point. Chapter 2. It is disagreeable to see one's fellows practice obstinacy. Imitations of Regulus are not popular, and public opinion holds them in some derision. Stubborn people are like reproaches, and we have a right to laugh at them. Besides, to sum up, are these perversities, these rugged notches, virtues? Is there not in these excessive advertisements of self-abnegation and of honor a good deal of ostentation? It is all parade more than anything else. Why such exaggeration of solitude and exile? To carry nothing to extremes is the wise man's maxim. Be in opposition if you choose, blame if you will, but decently, and crying out all the while, "Long live the king." The true virtue is common sense. What falls ought to fall, what succeeds ought to succeed. Providence acts advisedly. It crowns him who deserves the crown. Do you pretend to know better than Providence? When matters are settled, when one rule has replaced another, when success is the scale in which truth and falsehood are weighed, in one side the catastrophe, in the other the triumph, then doubt is no longer possible. The honest man rallies to the winning side, and although it may happen to serve his fortune and his family, he does not allow himself to be influenced by that consideration, but thinking only of the public weal, holds out his hand heartily to the conqueror. What would become of the state if no one consented to serve it? Would not everything come to a standstill? To keep his place is the duty of a good citizen. Learn to sacrifice your secret preferences. Appointments must be filled, and someone must necessarily sacrifice himself. To be faithful to public functions is true fidelity. The retirement of public officials would paralyze the state. What, banish yourself? How weak! As an example, what vanity? As a defiance? What audacity? What do you set yourself up to be, I wonder? Learn that we are just as good as you. If we chose, we too could be intractable and untamable and do worse things than you, but we prefer to be sensible people. Because I am a Trimalchian, you think that I could not be a Cato. What nonsense! Chapter 3. Never was a situation more clearly defined or more decisive than that of 1660. Never had a course of conduct been more plainly indicated to a well-ordered mind. England was out of Cromwell's grasp. Under the Republic, many irregularities had been committed. British preponderance had been created. With the aid of the 30 Years' War, Germany had been overcome. With the aid of the Fronde, France had been humiliated. With the aid of the Duke of Braganza, the power of Spain had been lessened. Cromwell had tamed Mazarin. In signing treaties, the Protector of England wrote his name above that of the King of France. The United Provinces had been put under a fine of 8 millions. Algiers and Tunis had been attacked. Jamaica conquered. Lisbon humbled. French rivalry encouraged in Barcelona and Masaniello in Naples. Portugal had been made fast to England. The seas had been swept of Barbary pirates from Gibraltar to Crete. Maritime domination had been founded under two forms: victory and commerce. On the 10th of August, 1653, the man of 33 victories, the old admiral who called himself the sailor's grandfather, Martin Hapertz van Tromp, who had beaten the Spanish, had been destroyed by the English fleet. The Atlantic had been cleared of the Spanish navy, the Pacific of the Dutch, the Mediterranean of the Venetian, and by the patent of navigation, England had taken possession of the sea-coast of the world. By the ocean she commanded the world. At sea, the Dutch flag humbly saluted the British flag. France, in the person of the ambassador Mancini, bent the knee to Oliver Cromwell, and Cromwell played with Calais and Dunkirk as with two shuttlecocks on a battledore. The continent had been taught to tremble, peace had been dictated, war declared, the British ensign raised on every pinnacle. By itself, the Protector's regiment of Ironsides weighed in the fears of Europe against an army. Cromwell used to say, "I wish the Republic of England to be respected, as was respected the Republic of Rome." No longer were delusions held sacred. Speech was free, the press was free. In the public street men said what they listed. They printed what they pleased without control or censorship. The equilibrium of thrones had been destroyed. The whole order of European monarchy, in which the Stuarts formed a link, had been overturned. But at last England had emerged from this odious order of things and had won its pardon. The indulgent Charles II had granted the Declaration of Breda. He had conceded to England oblivion of the period in which the son of the Huntingdon brewer placed his foot on the neck of Louis XIV. England said its mea culpa and breathed again. The cup of joy was, as we have just said, full, gibbets for the regicides adding to the universal delight. A restoration is a smile, but a few gibbets are not out of place, and satisfaction is due to the conscience of the public. To be good subjects was thenceforth the people's sole ambition. The spirit of lawlessness had been expelled. Royalty was reconstituted. Men had recovered from the follies of politics. They mocked at revolution, they jeered at the republic, and as to those times when such strange words as right, liberty, progress had been in the mouth, why, they laughed at such bombast. Admirable was the return to common sense. England had been in a dream. What joy to be quit of such errors! Was ever anything so mad? Where should we be if everyone had his rights? Fancy everyone's having a hand in the government. Can you imagine a city ruled by its citizens? Why, the citizens are the team, and the team cannot be driver. To put to the vote is to throw to the winds. Would you have states driven like clouds? Disorder cannot build up order. With chaos for an architect, the edifice would be a Babel. And besides, what tyranny is this pretended liberty? As for me, I wish to enjoy myself, not to govern. It is a bore to have to vote. I want to dance. A prince is a providence and takes care of us all. Truly, the king is generous to take so much trouble for our sakes. Besides, he is to the manor born. He knows what it is. It's his business. Peace, war, legislation, finance, what have the people to do with such things? Of course the people have to pay, of course the people have to serve, but that should suffice them. They have a place in policy. From them come two essential things, the army and the budget. To be liable to contribute and to be liable to serve, is not that enough? What more should they want? They are the military and the financial arm, a magnificent role. The king reigns for them, and they must reward him accordingly. Taxation and the civil list are the salaries paid by the peoples and earned by the prince. The people give their blood and their money in return for which they are led. To wish to lead themselves, what an absurd idea! They require a guide. Being ignorant, they are blind. Has not the blind man his dog? Only the people have a lion, the king, who consents to act the dog. How kind of him, but why are the people ignorant? Because it is good for them. Ignorance is the guardian of virtue. Where there is no perspective, there is no ambition. The ignorant man is in useful darkness, which, suppressing sight, suppresses covetousness, whence innocence. He who reads thinks, who thinks reasons, but not to reason is duty, and happiness as well. These truths are incontestable, society is based on them. Thus had sound social doctrines been re-established in England, thus had the nation been reinstated. At the same time, a correct taste in literature was reviving. Shakespeare was despised, Dryden admired. Dryden is the greatest poet of England, and of the century, said Atterbury, the translator of Achitophel. It was about the time when M. Hewitt, Bishop of Avranches, wrote to Saumaise, who had done the author of Paradise Lost the honor to refute and abuse him. How can you trouble yourself about so mean a thing as that, Milton? Everything was falling into its proper place, Dryden above, Shakespeare below, Charles II on the throne, Cromwell on the gibbet. England was raising herself out of the shame and the excesses of the past. It is a great happiness for nations to be led back by monarchy to good order in the state and good taste in letters. That such benefits should be misunderstood is difficult to believe. To turn the cold shoulder to Charles II, to reward with ingratitude the magnanimity which he displayed in ascending the throne, was not such conduct abominable. Lord Lyn's Clancharlie had inflicted this vexation upon honest men. To sulk at his country's happiness, alack, what aberration! We know that in 1650 Parliament had drawn up this form of declaration: I promise to remain faithful to the Republic, without king, sovereign, or lord. Under pretext of having taken this monstrous oath, Lord Clancharlie was living out of the kingdom, and in the face of the general joy, thought that he had the right to be sad. He had a morose esteem for that which was no more, and was absurdly attached to things which had been. To excuse him was impossible. The kindest-hearted abandoned him. His friends had long done him the honor to believe that he had entered the Republican ranks only to observe the more closely the flaws in the Republican armor, and to smite it the more surely when the day should come for the sacred cause of the king. These lurkings in ambush for the convenient hour to strike the enemy a death blow in the back are attributes to loyalty. Such a line of conduct had been expected of Lord Clancharlie, so strong was the wish to judge him favorably. But in the face of his strange persistence in republicanism, people were obliged to lower their estimate. Evidently, Lord Clancharlie was confirmed in his convictions, that is to say, an idiot. The explanation given by the indulgent wavered between puerile stubbornness and senile obstinacy. The severe and the just went further. They blighted the name of the renegade. Folly has its rights, but it has also its limits. A man may be a brute, but he has no right to be a rebel. And after all, what was this Lord Clancharlie? A deserter. He had fled his camp, the aristocracy, for that of the enemy, the people. This faithful man was a traitor. It is true that he was a traitor to the stronger and faithful to the weaker. It is true that the camp repudiated by him was the conquering camp, and the camp adopted by him the conquered. It is true that by his treason he lost everything, his political privileges and his domestic hearth, his title and his country. He gained nothing but ridicule, he attained no benefit but exile. But what does all this prove? That he was a fool. Granted. Plainly a dupe and traitor in one. Let a man be as great a fool as he likes, so that he does not set a bad example. Fools need only be civil, and in consideration thereof they may aim at being the basis of monarchies. The narrowness of Clancharlie's mind was incomprehensible. His eyes were still dazzled by the phantasmagoria of the Revolution. He had allowed himself to be taken in by the Republic, yes, and cast out. He was an affront to his country. The attitude he assumed was downright felony. Absence was an insult. He held aloof from the public joy as from the plague. In his voluntary banishment, he found some indescribable refuge from the national rejoicing. He treated loyalty as a contagion. Over the widespread gladness at the revival of the monarchy, denounced by him as a lazaretto, he was the black flag. What could he look thus askance at order reconstituted, a nation exalted, and a religion restored? Over such serenity why cast his shadow, take umbrage at England's contentment? Must he be the one blot in the clear blue sky, be as a threat, protest against a nation's will? Refuse his yes to the universal consent? It would be disgusting if it were not the part of a fool. Clancharlie could not have taken into account the fact that it did not matter if one had taken the wrong turn with Cromwell, as long as one found one's way back into the right path with Monk. Take Monk's case. He commands the Republican army. Charles II, having been informed of his honesty, writes to him. Monk, who combines virtue with tact, dissimulates at first, then suddenly at the head of his troops dissolves the rebel parliament and re-establishes the king on the throne. Monk is created Duke of Albemarle, has the honor of having saved society, becomes very rich, sheds a glory over his own time, is created Knight of the Garter, and has the prospect of being buried in Westminster Abbey. Such glory is the reward of British fidelity. Lord Clancharlie could never rise to a sense of duty thus carried out. He had the infatuation and obstinacy of an exile. He contented himself with hollow phrases. He was tongue-tied by pride. The words conscience and dignity are but words, after all. One must penetrate to the depths. These depths Lord Clancharlie had not reached. His eye was single, and before committing an act, he wished to observe it so closely as to be able to judge it by more senses than one. Hence arose absurd disgust to the facts examined. No man can be a statesman who gives way to such overstrained delicacy. Excess of conscientiousness degenerates into infirmity. Scruple is one-handed when a scepter is to be seized, and a eunuch when fortune is to be wedded. Distrust scruples, they drag you too far. Unreasonable fidelity is like a ladder leading into a cavern, one step down, another, then another, and there you are in the dark. The clever reascend, fools remain in it. Conscience must not be allowed to practice such austerity. If it be, it will fall until from transition to transition it at length reaches the deep gloom of political prudery. Then one is lost. Thus it was with Lord Clancharlie. Principles terminate in a precipice. He was walking, his hands behind him, along the shores of the Lake of Geneva, a fine way of getting on. In London they sometimes spoke of the exile. He was accused before the tribunal of public opinion. They pleaded for and against him. The cause having been heard, he was acquitted on the ground of stupidity. Many zealous friends of the former republic had given their adherence to the Stuarts. For this they deserve praise. They naturally calumniated him a little. The obstinate are repulsive to the compliant. Men of sense, in favor and good places at court, weary of his disagreeable attitude, took pleasure in saying, if he has not rallied to the throne, it is because he has not been sufficiently paid, etc. He wanted the chancellorship which the king has given to hide. One of his old friends went so far as to whisper, he told me so himself. Remote as was the solitude of Lino's Clancharlie, something of this talk would reach him through the outlaws he met, such as old regicides like Andrew Broughton, who lived at Lausanne. Clancharlie confined himself to an imperceptible shrug of the shoulders, a sign of profound deterioration. On one occasion he added to the shrug these few words, murmured in a low voice, I pity those who believe such things. Chapter 4. Charles Roman II, good man, despised him. The happiness of England under Charles Roman II was more than happiness, it was enchantment. A restoration is like an old oil painting, blackened by time and revarnished. All the past reappeared, good old manners returned, beautiful women reigned and governed. Evelyn notices it. We read in his journal, luxury, profaneness, contempt of God. I saw the king on Sunday evening with his courtesans, Portsmouth, Cleveland, Mazarin, and 2 or 3 others, all nearly naked, in the gaming room. We feel that there is ill nature in this description, for Evelyn was a grumbling Puritan, tainted with republican reveries. He did not appreciate the profitable example given by kings in those grand Babylonian gaieties, which, after all, maintain luxury. He did not understand the utility of vice. Here is a maxim, do not extirpate vice if you want to have charming women. If you do, you are like idiots who destroy the chrysalis whilst they delight in the butterfly. Charles Roman II, as we have said, scarcely remembered that a rebel called Clancharlie existed, but James Roman II was more heedful. Charles Roman II governed gently, it was his way. We may add that he did not govern the worse on that account. A sailor sometimes makes on a rope intended to baffle the wind, a slack knot which he leaves to the wind to tighten. Such is the stupidity of the storm and of the people. The slack knot very soon becomes a tight one. So did the government of Charles II. Under James II, the throttling began, a necessary throttling of what remained of the revolution. James II had a laudable ambition to be an efficient king. The reign of Charles II was, in his opinion, but a sketch of restoration. James wished for a still more complete return to order. He had, in 1660, deplored that they had confined themselves to the hanging of 10 regicides. He was a more genuine reconstructor of authority. He infused vigor into serious principles. He installed true justice, which is superior to sentimental declamations and attends, above all things, to the interests of society. In his protecting severities, we recognize the father of the state. He entrusted the hand of justice to Jeffreys and its sword to Kirke. That useful colonel one day hung and rehung the same man, a Republican, asking him each time, "Will you renounce the Republic?" The villain, having each time said no, was dispatched. "I hanged him 4 times, said Kirke, with satisfaction. The renewal of executions is a great sign of power in the executive authority. Lady Lisle, who, though she had sent her son to fight against Monmouth, had concealed 2 rebels in her house, was executed. Another rebel, having been honorable enough to declare that an Anabaptist female had given him shelter, was pardoned, and the woman was burned alive. Kirke, on another occasion, gave a town to understand that he knew its principles to be republican by hanging 19 burgesses. These reprisals were certainly legitimate, for it must be remembered that, under Cromwell, they cut off the noses and ears of the stone saints in the churches. James II, who had had the sense to choose Jeffreys and Kirke, was a prince imbued with true religion. He practiced mortification in the ugliness of his mistresses. He listened to Le Père la Colombière, a preacher almost as unctuous as Le Père Quéménez, but with more fire, who had the glory of being, during the first part of his life, the counselor of James II, and during the latter, the inspirer of Mary Alcock. It was, thanks to this strong religious nourishment, that later on James II was enabled to bear exile with dignity and to exhibit, in his retirement at Saint-Germain, the spectacle of a king rising superior to adversity, calmly touching for king's evil and conversing with Jesuits. It will be readily understood that such a king would trouble himself to a certain extent about such a rebel as Lord Lynn O's Clancharlie. Hereditary peerages have a certain hold on the future, and it was evident that if any precautions were necessary with regard to that Lord, James Roman II was not the man to hesitate. Chapter 2. Lord David de Remois. 1. Lord Lynn O's Clancharlie had not always been old and proscribed. He had had his phase of youth and passion. We know from Harrison and Pride that Cromwell, when young, loved women and pleasure, a taste which, at times, another reading of the text woman betrays a seditious man. Distrust the loosely clasped girdle. Male prosanctam juvenum cavit. Lord Clancharlie, like Cromwell, had had his wild hours and his irregularities. He was known to have had a natural child, a son. This son was born in England in the last days of the Republic, just as his father was going into exile. Hence, he had never seen his father. This bastard of Lord Clancharlie had grown up as page at the court of Charles Roman II. He was styled Lord David de Remois. He was a lord by courtesy, his mother being a woman of quality. The mother, while Lord Clancharlie was becoming an owl in Switzerland, made up her mind, being a beauty, to give over sulking, and was forgiven that Garth, her first lover, by one undeniably polished, and at the same time a royalist, for it was the king himself. She had been but a short time the mistress of Charles II, sufficiently long, however, to have made his Majesty, who was delighted to have won so pretty a woman from the Republic, bestow on the little Lord David, the son of his conquest, the office of Keeper of the Stick, which made that bastard officer, boarded at the king's expense, by a natural revulsion of feeling, an ardent adherent of the Stuarts. Lord David was for some time one of the 170 wearing the great sword, while afterwards, entering the corps of pensioners, he became one of the 40 who bear the gilded halberd. He had, besides being one of the noble company instituted by Henry VIII, as a bodyguard, the privilege of laying the dishes on the king's table. Thus it was that, whilst his father was growing grey in exile, Lord David prospered under Charles II. After which he prospered under James II. The king is dead, long live the king. It is the non-deficit alter aureus. It was on the accession of the Duke of York that he obtained permission to call himself Lord David de Remois, from an estate which his mother, who had just died, had left him, in that great forest of Scotland, where is found the crag, a bird which scoops out a nest with its beak in the trunk of the oak. Chapter 2. James II was a king and affected to be a general. He loved to surround himself with young officers. He showed himself frequently in public on horseback, in a helmet and cuirass, with a huge projecting wig hanging below the helmet and over the cuirass, a sort of equestrian statue of imbecile war. He took a fancy to the graceful mien of the young Lord David. He liked the royalist for being the son of a republican. The repudiation of a father does not damage the foundation of a court fortune. The king made Lord David gentleman of the bedchamber at a salary of 1,000 a year. It was a fine promotion. A gentleman of the bedchamber sleeps near the king every night on a bed which is made up for him. There are 12 gentlemen who relieve each other. Lord David, whilst he held that post, was also head of the king's granary, giving out corn for the horses and receiving a salary of £260. Under him were the 5 coachmen of the king, the 5 postilions of the king, the 5 grooms of the king, the 12 footmen of the king, and the 4 chair-bearers of the king. He had the management of the race horses which the king kept at Newmarket, and which cost his majesty £600 a year. He worked his will on the king's wardrobe, from which the knights of the garter are furnished with their robes of ceremony. He was saluted to the ground by the usher of the black rod, who belongs to the king. That usher, under James Roman II, was the Knight of Duper, Mr. Baker, who was Clerk of the Crown, and Mr. Brown, who was Clerk of the Parliament, kowtowed to Lord David. The Court of England, which is magnificent, is a model of hospitality. Lord David presided, as one of the 12, at banquets and receptions. He had the glory of standing behind the king on offertory days, when the king give to the church the golden Byzantium, on collar days, when the king wears the collar of his order, on communion days, when no one takes the sacrament excepting the king and the princes. It was he who, on Holy Thursday, introduced into his majesty's presence the 12 poor men to whom the king gives as many silver pence as the years of his age, and as many shillings as the years of his reign. The duty devolved on him when the king was ill, to call to the assistance of his majesty the 2 grooms of the almonry, who are priests, and to prevent the approach of doctors without permission from the Council of State. Besides, he was Lieutenant Colonel of the Scotch Regiment of Guards, the one which plays the Scottish March. As such, he made several campaigns, and with glory, for he was a gallant soldier. He was a brave lord, well-made, handsome, generous, and majestic in look and in manner. His person was like his quality. He was tall in stature as well as high in birth. At one time he stood a chance of being made groom of the stole, which would have given him the privilege of putting the king's shirt on his majesty. But to hold that office, it was necessary to be either prince or peer. Now, to create a peer is a serious thing. It is to create a peerage, and that makes many people jealous. It is a favor which gives the king 1 friend and 100 enemies, without taking into account that the 1 friend becomes ungrateful. James II, from policy, was indisposed to create peerages, but he transferred them freely. The transfer of a peerage produces no sensation. It is simply the continuation of a name. The order is little affected by it. The goodwill of royalty had no objection to raise Lord David Dirry-Moir to the upper house so long as it could do so by means of a substituted peerage. Nothing would have pleased His Majesty better than to transform Lord David Dirry-Moir, Lord by courtesy, into a Lord by right. Chapter 3. The opportunity occurred. One day it was announced that several things had happened to the old exile, Lord Clancharlie, the most important of which was that he was dead. Death does just this much good to folks. It causes a little talk about them. People related what they knew, or what they thought they knew, of the last years of Lord Linneau's. What they said was probably legend and conjecture. If these random tales were to be credited, Lord Clancharlie must have had his republicanism intensified towards the end of his life, to the extent of marrying strange obstinacy of the exile. Anne Bradshaw, the daughter of a regicide, they were precise about the name. She had also died, it was said, but in giving birth to a boy. If these details should prove to be correct, his child would of course be the legitimate and rightful heir of Lord Clancharlie. These reports, however, were extremely vague in form, and were rumors rather than facts. Circumstances which happened in Switzerland in those days were as remote from the England of that period as those which take place in China from the England of today. Lord Clancharlie must have been 59 at the time of his marriage, they said, and 60 at the birth of his son, and must have died shortly after, leaving his infant orphaned both of father and mother. This was possible, perhaps, but improbable. They added that the child was beautiful as the day, just as we read in all the fairy tales. King James put an end to these rumors, evidently without foundation, by declaring, one fine morning, Lord David Dirry-Moir sole and positive heir in default of legitimate issue, and by his royal pleasure, of Lord Linneau's Clancharlie, his natural father, the absence of all other issue and descent being established, patents of which grant were registered in the House of Lords. By these patents, the King instituted Lord David Dirry-Moir in the titles, rights, and prerogatives of the late Lord Linneau's Clancharlie, on the sole condition that Lord David should wed, when she attained a marriageable age, a girl who was at that time a mere infant a few months old, and whom the king had in her cradle created a duchess. No one knew exactly why, or rather everyone knew why. This little infant was called the Duchess Josiana. The English fashion then ran on Spanish names, one of Charles II. Bastards was called Carlos, Earl of Plymouth. It is likely that Josiana was a contraction for Josephiana. Josiana, however, may have been a name, the feminine of Joges, one of Henry VIII's gentlemen, was called Joges du Passage. It was to this little duchess that the king granted the peerage of Clancharlie. She was a peeress till there should be a peer. The peer should be her husband. The peerage was founded on a double castlewood, the barony of Clancharlie and the barony of Hunkerville. Besides, the barons of Clancharlie were, in recompense of an ancient feat of arms, and by royal license, marquises of Corleone in Sicily. Peers of England cannot bear foreign titles. There are nevertheless exceptions. Thus, Henry Arundel, Baron Arundel of Wardour, was, as well as Lord Clifford, a count of the Holy Roman Empire, of which Lord Cowper is a prince. The Duke of Hamilton is Duke of Châtelherault in France. Basil Fielding, Earl of Denbigh, is Count of Habsburg, of Laufenburg, and of Rheinfelden in Germany. The Duke of Marlborough was Prince of Mindelheim in Suabia, just as the Duke of Wellington was Prince of Waterloo in Belgium. The same Lord Wellington was a Spanish Duke of Ciudad Rodrigo and Portuguese Count of Vimiera. There were in England, and there are still, lands both noble and common. The lands of the lords of Clancharlie were all noble. These lands, burghs, bailiwicks, fiefs, rents, freeholds, and domains, adherent to the peerage of Clancharlie Hunkerville, belonged provisionally to Lady Josiana, and the king declared that, once married to Josiana, Lord David Durimois should be Baron Clancharlie. Besides the Clancharlie inheritance, Lady Josiana had her own fortune. She possessed great wealth, much of which was derived from the gifts of Madame Sans-Q to the Duke of York. Madame Sans-Q is short for Madame. Henrietta of England, Duchess of Orleans, the lady of highest rank in France after the Queen, was thus called. Chapter 4. Having prospered under Charles and James, Lord David prospered under William. His Jacobite feeling did not reach to the extent of following James into exile. While he continued to love his legitimate king, he had the good sense to serve the usurper. He was, moreover, although sometimes disposed to rebel against discipline, an excellent officer. He passed from the land to the sea forces and distinguished himself in the White Squadron. He rose in it to be what was then called captain of a light frigate. Altogether, he made a very fine fellow, carrying to a great extent the elegancies of vice. A bit of a poet, like everyone else. A good servant of the state, a good servant to the prince, assiduous at feasts, at galas, at ladies' receptions, at ceremonies, and in battle, servile in a gentlemanlike way, very haughty, with eyesight dull or keen, according to the object examined, inclined to integrity, obsequious or arrogant, as occasion required, frank and sincere on first acquaintance, with the power of assuming the mask afterwards, very observant of the smiles and frowns of the royal humor, careless before a sword's point, always ready to risk his life on a sign from his majesty with heroism and complacency, capable of any insult but of no impoliteness, a man of courtesy and etiquette, proud of kneeling at great regal ceremonies, of a gay valor, a courtier on the surface, a paladin below, quite young at 45. Lord David sang French songs, an elegant gaiety which had delighted Charles II. He loved eloquence and fine language. He greatly admired those celebrated discourses which are called the funeral orations of Bossuet. From his mother he had inherited almost enough to live on, about £10,000 a year. He managed to get on with it by running into debt. In magnificence, extravagance, and novelty he was without a rival. Directly he was copied he changed his fashion. On horseback he wore loose boots of cowhide, which turned over with spurs. He had hats like nobody else's, unheard of lace, and bands of which he alone had the pattern. Chapter 3. The Duchess Josina. Towards 1705, although Lady Josiana was 23 and Lord David 44, the wedding had not yet taken place, and that for the best reasons in the world. Did they hate each other? Far from it. But what cannot escape from you inspires you with no haste to obtain it. Josiana wanted to remain free, David to remain young. To have no tie until as late as possible appeared to him to be a prolongation of youth. Middle-aged young men abounded in those rakish times. They grew grey as young fops. The wig was an accomplice. Later on, powder became the auxiliary. At 55, Lord Charles Gerard, Baron Gerard, one of the Gerards of Bromley, filled London with his successes. The young and pretty Duchess of Buckingham, Countess of Coventry, made a fool of herself for love of the handsome Thomas Bellasyse, Viscount Falconberg, who was 67. People quoted the famous verses of Corneille, the septuagenarian, to a girl of 20, Marquise Simone Visage. Women, too, had their successes in the autumn of life. Witness Ninon and Marion. Such were the models of the day. Josiana and David carried on a flirtation of a particular shade. They did not love, they pleased each other. To be at each other's side sufficed them. Why hasten the conclusion? The novels of those days carried lovers and engaged couples to that kind of stage which was the most becoming. Besides, Josiana, while she knew herself to be a bastard, felt herself a princess, and carried her authority over him with a high tone in all their arrangements. She had a fancy for Lord David. Lord David was handsome, but that was over and above the bargain. She considered him to be fashionable. To be fashionable is everything. Caliban, fashionable and magnificent, would distance Ariel poor. Lord David was handsome, so much the better. The danger in being handsome is being insipid, and that he was not. He betted, boxed, ran into debt. Josiana thought great things of his horses, his dogs, his losses at play, his mistresses. Lord David, on his side, bowed down before the fascinations of the Duchess Josiana, a maiden without spot or scruple, haughty, inaccessible, and audacious. He addressed sonnets to her, which Josiana sometimes read. In these sonnets, he declared that to possess Josiana would be to rise to the stars, which did not prevent his always putting the ascent off to the following year. He waited in the antechamber outside Josiana's heart, and this suited the convenience of both. At court, all admired the good taste of this delay. Lady Josiana said, "It is a bore that I should be obliged to marry Lord David, I who would desire nothing better than to be in love with him." Josiana was the flesh. Nothing could be more resplendent. She was very tall, too tall. Her hair was of that tinge which might be called red gold. She was plump, fresh, strong, and rosy, with immense boldness and wit. She had eyes which were too intelligible. She had neither lovers nor chastity. She walled herself round with pride. Men, oh fie, a god only would be worthy of her, or a monster. If virtue consists in the protection of an inaccessible position, Josiana possessed all possible virtue, but without any innocence. She disdained intrigues, but she would not have been displeased had she been supposed to have engaged in some, provided that the objects were uncommon and proportioned to the merits of one so highly placed. She thought little of her reputation, but much of her glory. To appear yielding and to be unapproachable is perfection. Josiana felt herself majestic and material. Hers was a cumbrous beauty. She usurped rather than charmed. She trod upon hearts. She was earthly. She would have been as much astonished at being proved to have a soul in her bosom as wings on her back. She discoursed on Locke. She was polite. She was suspected of knowing Arabic. To be the flesh and to be woman are two different things. Where a woman is vulnerable, on the side of pity, for instance, which so readily turns to love, Josiana was not. Not that she was unfeeling. The ancient comparison of flesh to marble is absolutely false. The beauty of flesh consists in not being marble. Its beauty is to palpitate, to tremble, to blush, to bleed, to have firmness without hardness, to be white without being cold, to have its sensations and its infirmities. Its beauty is to be life, and marble is death. Flesh, when it attains a certain degree of beauty, has almost a claim to the right of nudity. It conceals itself in its own dazzling charms as in a veil. He who might have looked upon Josiana nude would have perceived her outlines only through a surrounding glory. She would have shown herself without hesitation to a satyr or a eunuch. She had the self-possession of a goddess. To have made her nudity a torment, ever eluding a pursuing Tantalus, would have been an amusement to her. The king had made her a duchess, and Jupiter a nereid, a double irradiation of which the strange brightness of this creature was composed. In admiring her, you felt yourself becoming a pagan and a lackey. Her origin had been bastardy and the ocean. She appeared to have emerged from the foam. From the stream had risen the first jet of her destiny, but the spring was royal. In her there was something of the wave, of chance, of the patrician, and of the tempest. She was well read and accomplished. Never had a passion approached her, yet she had sounded them all. She had a disgust for realizations, and at the same time a taste for them. If she had stabbed herself, it would, like Lucretia, not have been until afterwards. She was a virgin stained with every defilement in its visionary stage. She was a possible Astarte in a real Diana. She was, in the insolence of high birth, tempting and inaccessible. Nevertheless, she might find it amusing to plan a fall for herself. She dwelt in a halo of glory, half wishing to descend from it, and perhaps feeling curious to know what a fall was like. She was a little too heavy for her cloud. To err is a diversion. Princely unconstraint has the privilege of experiment, and what is frailty in a plebeian is only frolic in a duchess. Josiana was in everything, in birth, in beauty, in irony, in brilliancy, almost a queen. She had felt a moment's enthusiasm for Louis de Bouffles, who used to break horseshoes between his fingers. She regretted that Hercules was dead. She lived in some undefined expectation of a voluptuous and supreme ideal. Morally, Josiana brought to one's mind the line, "Un beau torse de femme, en hider si termin." Hers was a noble neck, a splendid bosom, heaving harmoniously over a royal heart, a glance full of life and light, a countenance pure and haughty, and who knows, below the surface was there not, in a semi-transparent and misty depth, an undulating, supernatural prolongation, perchance deformed and dragon-like, a proud virtue ending in vice in the depth of dreams. Chapter 2. With all that she was a prude. It was the fashion. Remember Elizabeth. Elizabeth was of a type that prevailed in England for 3 centuries, the 16th, 17th, and 18th. Elizabeth was more than English, she was Anglican, hence the deep respect of the Episcopalian Church for that queen, respect resented by the Church of Rome, which counterbalanced it with a dash of excommunication. In the mouth of Sixtus V, when anathematizing Elizabeth, malediction turned to madrigal. Un gran cervello di principessa, he says. Mary Stuart, less concerned with the church and more with the woman part of the question, had little respect for her sister Elizabeth, and wrote to her as queen to queen and coquette to prude. Your disinclination to marriage arises from your not wishing to lose the liberty of being made love to. Mary Stuart played with the fan, Elizabeth with the axe, an uneven match. They were rivals, besides, in literature. Mary Stuart composed French verses, Elizabeth translated Horace. The ugly Elizabeth decreed herself beautiful, liked quatrains and acrostics, had the keys of towns presented to her by cupids, bit her lips after the Italian fashion, rolled her eyes after the Spanish, had in her wardrobe 3,000 dresses and costumes, of which several were for the character of Minerva and Amphitrite, esteemed the Irish for the width of their shoulders, covered her farthingale with braids and spangles, loved roses, cursed, swore, and stamped, struck her maids of honor with her clenched fists, used to send Dudley to the devil, beat Burleigh, the chancellor, who would cry, poor old fool, spat on Matthew, collared Hatton, boxed the ears of Essex, showed her legs to Bassompierre, and was a virgin. What she did for Bassompierre, the Queen of Sheba had done for Solomon. Consequently, she was right, Holy Writ, having created the precedent. That which is biblical may well be Anglican. Biblical precedent goes so far as to speak of a child who was called Ebni Hakwim or Melauchit, that is to say, the wise man's son. Why object to such manners? Cynicism is at least as good as hypocrisy. Nowadays England, whose Loyola is named Wesley, casts down her eyes a little at the remembrance of that past age. She is vexed at the memory, yet proud of it. These fine ladies, moreover, knew Latin. From the 16th century, this had been accounted a feminine accomplishment. Lady Jane Grey had carried fashion to the point of knowing Hebrew. The Duchess Josiana Latinized. Then another fine thing, she was secretly a Catholic, after the manner of her uncle Charles II, rather than her father James II. James II had lost his crown for his Catholicism, and Josiana did not care to risk her peerage. Thus it was that while a Catholic amongst her intimate friends and the refined of both sexes, she was outwardly a Protestant for the benefit of the riffraff. This is the pleasant view to take of religion. You enjoy all the good things belonging to the official Episcopalian Church, and later on you die, like Grotius, in the odor of Catholicity, having the glory of a Mass being said for you by Le Père Petau. Although plump and healthy, Josiana was, we repeat, a perfect prude. At times her sleepy and voluptuous way of dragging out the end of her phrases was like the creeping of a tiger's paws in the jungle. The advantage of prudes is that they disorganize the human race. They deprive it of the honor of their adherents. Beyond all, keep the human species at a distance. This is a point of the greatest importance. When one has not got Olympus, one must take the Hotel de Rambouillet. Juno resolves herself into Araminta. A pretension to divinity not admitted creates affectation. In default of thunderclaps, there is impertinence. The temple shrivels into the boudoir. Not having the power to be a goddess, she is an idol. There is besides, in prudery, a certain pedantry which is pleasing to women. The coquette and the pedant are neighbors. Their kinship is visible in the fop. The subtle is derived from the sensual. Gluttony affects delicacy. A grimace of disgust conceals cupidity. And then woman feels her weak point guarded by all that casuistry of gallantry which takes the place of scruples in prudes. It is a line of circumvallation with a ditch. Every prude puts on an air of repugnance. It is a protection. She will consent, but she disdains for the present. Josiana had an uneasy conscience. She felt such a leaning towards immodesty that she was a prude. The recoils of pride in the direction opposed to our vices lead us to those of a contrary nature. It was the excessive effort to be chaste which made her a prude. To be too much on the defensive points to a secret desire for attack. The shy woman is not straight-laced. She shut herself up in the arrogance of the exceptional circumstances of her rank, meditating, perhaps, all the while, some sudden lapse from it. It was the dawn of the 18th century. England was a sketch of what France was during the Regency. Walpole and Dubois are not unlike. Marlborough was fighting against his former king, James Roman II, to whom it was said he had sold his sister, Miss Churchill. Bolingbroke was in his meridian, and Richelieu in his dawn. Gallantry found its convenience in a certain medley of ranks. Men were equalized by the same vices as they were later on, perhaps, by the same ideas. Degradation of rank, an aristocratic prelude, began what the Revolution was to complete. It was not very far off the time when Gilliatt was seen publicly sitting, in broad daylight, on the bed of the Marquise d'Épinay. It is true, for manners re-echo each other, that in the 16th century Smeton's nightcap had been found under Anne Boleyn's pillow. If the word woman signifies fault, as I forget what council decided, never was woman so womanlike as then. Never, covering her frailty by her charms and her weakness by her omnipotence, has she claimed absolution more imperiously. In making the forbidden the permitted fruit, Eve fell. In making the permitted the forbidden fruit, she triumphs. That is the climax. In the 18th century, the wife bolts out her husband. She shuts herself up in Eden with Satan. Adam is left outside. Chapter 3. All Josiana's instincts impelled her to yield herself gallantly rather than to give herself legally. To surrender on the score of gallantry implies learning, recalls Menalcas and Amaryllis, and is almost a literary act. Mademoiselle de Scudery, putting aside the attraction of ugliness for ugliness' sake, had no other motive for yielding to Pelisson. The maiden a sovereign, the wife a subject, such was the old English notion. Josiana was deferring the hour of this subjection as long as she could. She must eventually marry Lord David, since such was the royal pleasure. It was a necessity, doubtless, but what a pity. Josiana appreciated Lord David and showed him off. There was between them a tacit agreement neither to conclude nor to break off the engagement. They eluded each other. This method of making love, one step in advance and two back, is expressed in the dances of the period, the minuet and the gavotte. It is unbecoming to be married, fades one's ribbons, and makes one look old. An espousal is a dreary absorption of brilliancy. A woman handed over to you by a notary, how commonplace. The brutality of marriage creates definite situations, suppresses the will, kills choice, has a syntax like grammar, replaces inspiration by orthography, makes a dictation of love, disperses all life's mysteries, diminishes the rights both of sovereign and subject by a turn of the scale, destroys the charming equilibrium of the sexes, the one robust in bodily strength, the other all-powerful in feminine weakness, strength on one side, beauty on the other, makes one a master and the other a servant, while without marriage one is a slave, the other a queen. To make love prosaically decent, how gross! To deprive it of all impropriety, how dull! Lord David was ripening, 40, tease a marked period. He did not perceive this, and in truth he looked no more than 30. He considered it more amusing to desire Josiana than to possess her. He possessed others, he had mistresses. On the other hand, Josiana had dreams. The Duchess Josiana had a peculiarity less rare than it is supposed. One of her eyes was blue and the other black. Her pupils were made for love and hate, for happiness and misery. Night and day were mingled in her look. Her ambition was this, to show herself capable of impossibilities. One day she said to Swift, "You people fancy that you know what scorn is." You people meant the human race. She was a skin-deep papist. Her Catholicism did not exceed the amount necessary for fashion. She would have been a Puseyite in the present day. She wore great dresses of velvet, satin, or moire, some composed of 15 or 16 yards of material, with embroideries of gold and silver, and round her waist many knots of pearls, alternating with other precious stones. She was extravagant in gold lace. Sometimes she wore an embroidered cloth jacket like a bachelor. She rode on a man's saddle, notwithstanding the invention of side saddles, introduced into England in the 14th century by Anne, wife of Richard II. She washed her face, arms, shoulders, and neck in sugar candy diluted in white of egg, after the fashion of Castile. There came over her face, after anyone had spoken wittily in her presence, a reflective smile of singular grace. She was free from malice and rather good-natured than otherwise. Chapter 4. The Leader of Fashion. Josiana was bored. The fact is so natural as to be scarcely worth mentioning. Lord David held the position of judge in the gay life of London. He was looked up to by the nobility and gentry. Let us register a glory of Lord David's. He was daring enough to wear his own hair. The reaction against the wig was beginning. Just as in 1824 Eugene de Virieu was the first to allow his beard to grow, so in 1702 Prince de Virieu was the first to risk wearing his own hair in public disguised by artful curling. For to risk one's hair was almost to risk one's head. The indignation was universal. Nevertheless, Prince de Virieu was Viscount Hereford and a peer of England. He was insulted, and the deed was well worth the insult. In the hottest part of the Row, Lord David suddenly appeared without his wig and in his own hair. Such conduct shakes the foundations of society. Lord David was insulted even more than Viscount Hereford. He held his ground. Prince de Virieu was the first, Lord David Durimoir the second. It is sometimes more difficult to be second than first. It requires less genius, but more courage. The first, intoxicated by the novelty, may ignore the danger. The second sees the abyss and rushes into it. Lord David flung himself into the abyss of no longer wearing a wig. Later on, these lords found imitators. Following these two revolutionists, men found sufficient audacity to wear their own hair, and powder was introduced as an extenuating circumstance. In order to establish, before we pass on, an important period of history, we should remark that the first blow in the War of Wigs was really struck by a queen, Christina of Sweden, who wore man's clothes, and had appeared in 1680 in her hair of golden brown, powdered and brushed up from her head. She had, besides, says Misson, a slight beard. The Pope, on his part, by a bull of March 1694, had somewhat let down the wig, by taking it from the heads of bishops and priests, and in ordering churchmen to let their hair grow. Lord David, then, did not wear a wig, and did wear cowhide boots. Such great things made him a mark for public admiration. There was not a club of which he was not the leader, not a boxing match in which he was not desired as referee. The referee is the arbitrator. He had drawn up the rules of several clubs in high life. He founded several resorts of fashionable society, of which one, the Lady Guinea, was still in existence in Pall Mall in 1772. The Lady Guinea was a club in which all the youth of the peerage congregated. They gamed there. The lowest stake allowed was a rouleau of 50 guineas, and there was never less than 20,000 guineas on the table. By the side of each player was a little stand on which to place his cup of tea, and a gilt bowl in which to put the rouleaus of guineas. The players, like servants when cleaning knives, wore leather sleeves to save their lace, breastplates of leather to protect their ruffles, shades on their brows to shelter their eyes from the great glare of the lamps, and to keep their curls in order, broad-brimmed hats covered with flowers. They were masked to conceal their excitement, especially when playing the game of quins. All, moreover, had their coats turned the wrong way for luck. Lord David was a member of the Beefsteak Club, the Surly Club, and of the Split-Farthing Club, of the Cross Club, the Scratchpenny Club, of the Sealed Knot, a Royalist Club, and of the Martinus Scriblerus, founded by Swift, to take the place of the Rhoda, founded by Milton. Though handsome, he belonged to the Ugly Club. This club was dedicated to deformity. The members agreed to fight, not about a beautiful woman, but about an ugly man. The hall of the club was adorned by hideous portraits. Thersites, Tribolit, Duns, Hudibras, Scarron. Over the chimney was a sop between two men, each blind of an eye, Cockles and Camerins, Cockles being blind of the left, Camerins of the right eye, so arranged that the two profiles without eyes were turned to each other. The day that the beautiful Mrs. Vissart caught the smallpox, the Ugly Club toasted her. This club was still in existence in the beginning of the 19th century, and Murraybow was elected an honorary member. Since the restoration of Charles II, revolutionary clubs had been abolished. The tavern in the little street by Moorfields, where the Calf's Head Club was held, had been pulled down. It was so called because on the 30th of January, the day on which the blood of Charles I flowed on the scaffold, the members had drunk red wine out of the skull of a calf to the health of Cromwell. To the Republican clubs had succeeded monarchical clubs. In them people amused themselves with decency. There was the Hellfire Club, where they played at being impious. It was a joust of sacrilege. Hell was at auction there to the highest bidder in blasphemy. There was the Butting Club, so called from its members butting folks with their heads. They found some street porter with a wide chest and a stupid countenance. They offered him, and compelled him, if necessary, to accept a pot of porter, in return for which he was to allow them to butt him with their heads 4 times in the chest, and on this they betted. One day a man, a great brute of a Welshman named Gogengerd, expired at the 3rd butt. This looked serious. An inquest was held, and the jury returned the following verdict: died of an inflation of the heart, caused by excessive drinking. Gogengerd had certainly drunk the contents of the pot of porter. There was the Fun Club. Fun is like cant, like humor, a word which is untranslatable. Fun is to farce what pepper is to salt. To get into a house and break a valuable mirror, slash the family portraits, poison the dog, put the cat in the aviary, is called cutting a bit of fun. To give bad news which is untrue, whereby people put on mourning by mistake, is fun. It was fun to cut a square hole in the Holbein at Hampton Court. Fun would have been proud to have broken the arm of the Venus of Milo. Under James II, a young millionaire lord who had during the night set fire to a thatched cottage, a feat which made all London burst with laughter, was proclaimed the king of fun. The poor devils in the cottage were saved in their night clothes. The members of the Fun Club, all of the highest aristocracy, used to run about London during the hours when the citizens were asleep, pulling the hinges from the shutters, cutting off the pipes of pumps, filling up cisterns, digging up cultivated plots of ground, putting out lamps, sawing through the beams which supported houses, breaking the window panes, especially in the poor quarters of the town. It was the rich who acted thus towards the poor. For this reason no complaint was possible. That was the best of the joke. Those manners have not altogether disappeared. In many places in England and in English possessions, at Guernsey, for instance, your house is now and then somewhat damaged during the night, or a fence is broken, or the knocker twisted off your door. If it were poor people who did these things, they would be sent to jail, but they are done by pleasant young gentlemen. The most fashionable of the clubs was presided over by an emperor who wore a crescent on his forehead and was called the Grand Mohawk. The Mohawk surpassed the fun. Do evil for evil's sake was the program. The Mohawk Club had one great object to injure. To fulfill this duty, all means were held good. In becoming a Mohawk, the members took an oath to be hurtful, to injure at any price, no matter when, no matter whom, no matter where, was a matter of duty. Every member of the Mohawk Club was bound to possess an accomplishment. One was a dancing master. That is to say, he made the rustics frisk about by pricking the calves of their legs with the point of his sword. Others knew how to make a man sweat. That is to say, a circle of gentlemen with drawn rapiers would surround a poor wretch, so that it was impossible for him not to turn his back upon someone. The gentleman behind him chastised him for this by a prick of his sword, which made him spring round. Another prick in the back warned the fellow that one of noble blood was behind him, and so on, each one wounding him in his turn. When the man, closed round by the circle of swords and covered with blood, had turned and danced about enough, they ordered their servants to beat him with sticks, to change the course of his ideas. Others hit the lion, that is, they gaily stopped a passenger, broke his nose with a blow of the fist, and then shoved both thumbs into his eyes. If his eyes were gouged out, he was paid for them. Such were, towards the beginning of the 18th century, the pastimes of the rich idlers of London. The idlers of Paris had theirs. M. de Charolais was firing his gun at a citizen standing on his own threshold. In all times, youth has had its amusements. Lord David Dirry-Moir brought into all these institutions his magnificent and liberal spirit. Just like anyone else, he would gaily set fire to a cot of woodwork and thatch and just scorch those within, but he would rebuild their houses in stone. He insulted two ladies. One was unmarried, he gave her a portion. The other was married, he had her husband appointed chaplain. Cockfighting owed him some praiseworthy improvements. It was marvelous to see Lord David dress a cock for the pit. Cocks lay hold of each other by the feathers, as men by the hair. Lord David, therefore, made his cock as bald as possible. With a pair of scissors, he cut off all the feathers from the tail, and from the head to the shoulders, and all those on the neck. So much less for the enemy's beak, he used to say. Then he extended the cock's wings, and cut each feather, one after another, to a point, and thus the wings were furnished with darts. So much for the enemy's eyes, he would say. Then he scraped its claws with a penknife, sharpened its nails, fitted it with spurs of sharp steel, spat on its head, spat on its neck, anointed it with spittle, as they used to rub oil over athletes. Then set it down in the pit, a redoubtable champion, exclaiming, "That's how to make a cock an eagle, and a bird of the poultry yard a bird of the mountain." Lord David attended prize fights, and was their living law. On occasions of great performances, it was he who had the stakes driven in and ropes stretched, and who fixed the number of feet for the ring. When he was a second, he followed his man step by step, a bottle in one hand, a sponge in the other, crying out to him to hit hard, suggesting stratagems, advising him as he fought, wiping away the blood, raising him when overthrown, placing him on his knee, putting the mouth of the bottle between his teeth, and from his own mouth, filled with water, blowing a fine rain into his eyes and ears, a thing which reanimates even a dying man. If he was referee, he saw that there was no foul play, prevented anyone, whosoever he might be, from assisting the combatants, excepting the seconds, declare the man beaten who did not fairly face his opponent, watched that the time between the rounds did not exceed half a minute, prevented butting, and declared whoever resorted to it beaten, and forbade a man's being hit when down. All this science, however, did not render him a pedant, nor destroy his ease of manner in society. When he was referee, rough, pimple-faced, unshorn friends of either combatant never dared to come to the aid of their failing man, nor, in order to upset the chances of the betting, jumped over the barrier, entered the ring, broke the ropes, pulled down the stakes, and violently interposed in the battle. Lord David was one of the few referees whom they dared not thrash. No one could train like him. The pugilist whose trainer he consented to become was sure to win. Lord David would choose a Hercules, massive as a rock, tall as a tower, and make him his child. The problem was to turn that human rock from a defensive to an offensive state. In this he excelled. Having once adopted the Cyclops, he never left him. He became his nurse. He measured out his wine, weighed his meat, and counted his hours of sleep. It was he who invented the athlete's admirable rules, afterwards reproduced by Morley. In the mornings, a raw egg and a glass of sherry. At 12, some slices of a leg of mutton, almost raw, with tea. At 4, toast and tea. In the evening, pale ale and toast. after which he undressed his man, rubbed him, and put him to bed. In the street he never allowed him to leave his sight, keeping him out of every danger, runaway horses, the wheels of carriages, drunken soldiers, pretty girls. He watched over his virtue. This maternal solicitude continually brought some new perfection into the pupil's education. He taught him the blow with the fist which breaks the teeth, and the twist of the thumb which gouges out the eye. What could be more touching? Thus he was preparing himself for public life, to which he was to be called later on. It is no easy matter to become an accomplished gentleman. Lord David Dirry Moir was passionately fond of open-air exhibitions, of shows, of circuses with wild beasts, of the caravans of mountebanks, of clowns, tumblers, merrymen, open-air farces, and the wonders of a fair. The true noble is he who smacks of the people. Therefore it was that Lord David frequented the taverns and low haunts of London and the Cinque Ports, in order to be able at need, and without compromising his rank in the White Squadron, to be cheek by jowl with a topman or a calker. He used to wear a sailor's jacket when he went into the slums. For such disguise, his not wearing a wig was convenient, for even under Louis Roman XIV, the people kept to their hair like the lion to his mane. This gave him great freedom of action. The low people whom Lord David used to meet in the stews, and with whom he mixed, held him in high esteem, without ever dreaming that he was a lord. They called him Tom Jim Jack. Under this name he was famous and very popular amongst the dregs of the people. He played the blackguard in a masterly style. When necessary, he used his fists. This phase of his fashionable life was highly appreciated by Lady Josiana. Chapter 5. Queen Anne. 1. Above this couple there was Anne, Queen of England. An ordinary woman was Queen Anne. She was gay, kindly, august, to a certain extent. No quality of hers attained to virtue, none to vice. Her stoutness was bloated, her fun heavy, her good nature stupid. She was stubborn and weak. As a wife she was faithless and faithful, having favorites to whom she gave up her heart, and a husband for whom she kept her bed. As a Christian, she was a heretic and a bigot. She had one beauty, the well-developed neck of a Niobe. The rest of her person was indifferently formed. She was a clumsy coquette and a chaste one. Her skin was white and fine. She displayed a great deal of it. It was she who introduced the fashion of necklaces of large pearls clasped round the throat. She had a narrow forehead, sensual lips, fleshy cheeks, large eyes, short sight. Her short sight extended to her mind. Beyond a burst of merriment now and then, almost as ponderous as her anger, she lived in a sort of taciturn grumble and a grumbling silence. Words escaped from her which had to be guessed at. She was a mixture of a good woman and a mischievous devil. She liked surprises, which is extremely womanlike. Anne was a pattern, just sketched roughly, of the universal Eve. To that sketch had fallen that chance, the throne. She drank. Her husband was a Dane, thoroughbred. A Tory, she governed by the Whigs, like a woman, like a mad woman. She had fits of rage. She was violent, a brawler. Nobody more awkward than Anne in directing affairs of state. She allowed events to fall about as they might chance. Her whole policy was cracked. She excelled in bringing about great catastrophes from little causes. When a whim of authority took hold of her, she called it giving a stir with the poker. She would say with an air of profound thought, "No peer may keep his hat on before the king except de Courcy, Baron Kingsale, an Irish peer. Or, it would be an injustice were my husband not to be Lord High Admiral, since my father was." And she made George of Denmark High Admiral of England and of all her Majesty's plantations. She was perpetually perspiring bad humor. She did not explain her thought, she exuded it. There was something of the Sphinx in this goose. She rather liked fun, teasing, and practical jokes. Could she have made Apollo a hunchback, it would have delighted her, but she would have left him a god. Good-natured, her ideal was to allow none to despair and to worry all. She had often a rough word in her mouth, a little more, and she would have sworn like Elizabeth. From time to time she would take from a man's pocket, which she wore in her skirt, a little round box of chased silver, on which was her portrait in profile between the two letters QA. She would open this box and take from it on her finger a little pomade with which she reddened her lips, and having colored her mouth, would laugh. She was greedily fond of the flat Zealand gingerbread cakes. She was proud of being fat. More of a Puritan than anything else, she would, nevertheless, have liked to devote herself to stage plays. She had an absurd academy of music, copied after that of France. In 1700, a Frenchman named Fortroque wanted to build a royal circus at Paris at a cost of 400,000 francs, which scheme was opposed by 500 Argenson. This Fortroque passed into England and proposed to Queen Anne, who was immediately charmed by the idea, to build in London a theatre with machinery, with a fourth understage finer than that of the King of France. Like Louis Roman XIV, she liked to be driven at a gallop. Her teams and relays would sometimes do the distance between London and Windsor in less than an hour and a quarter. Chapter 2. In Anne's time, no meeting was allowed without the permission of 2 justices of the peace. The assembly of 12 persons, were it only to eat oysters and drink porter, was a felony. Under her reign, otherwise relatively mild, pressing for the fleet was carried on with extreme violence, a gloomy evidence that the Englishman is a subject rather than a citizen. For centuries, England suffered under that process of tyranny which gave the lie to all the old charters of freedom, and out of which France especially gathered a cause of triumph and indignation. What in some degree diminishes the triumph is, that while sailors were pressed in England, soldiers were pressed in France. In every great town of France, any able-bodied man, going through the streets on his business, was liable to be shoved by the crimps into a house called the oven. There he was shut up with others in the same plight. Those fit for service were picked out, and the recruiters sold them to the officers. In 1695, there were 30 of these ovens in Paris. The laws against Ireland, emanating from Queen Anne, were atrocious. Anne was born in 1664, 2 years before the Great Fire of London, on which the astrologers, there were some left, and Louis XIV, was born with the assistance of an astrologer and swaddled in a horoscope, predicted that, being the elder sister of fire, she would be queen. And so she was, thanks to astrology and the Revolution of 1688. She had the humiliation of having only Gilbert, Archbishop of Canterbury, for godfather. To be godchild of the Pope was no longer possible in England. A mere primate is but a poor sort of godfather. Anne had to put up with one, however. It was her own fault. Why was she a Protestant? Denmark had paid for her virginity, virginitas empta, as the old charters expressed it, by a dowry of £6,250 a year, secured on the bailiwick of Wardenburg and the island of Fehmarn. Anne followed, without conviction and by routine, the traditions of William. The English, under that royalty born of a revolution, possessed as much liberty as they could lay hands on between the Tower of London, into which they put orators, and the pillory, into which they put writers. Anne spoke a little Danish in her private chats with her husband, and a little French in her private chats with Bolingbroke. Wretched gibberish, but the height of English fashion, especially at court, was to talk French. There was never a bon mot but in French. Anne paid a deal of attention to her coins, especially to copper coins, which are the low and popular ones. She wanted to cut a great figure on them. 6 farthings were struck during her reign. On the back of the first 3 she had merely a throne struck. On the back of the 4th she ordered a triumphal chariot, and on the back of the 6th a goddess holding a sword in one hand and an olive branch in the other, with the scroll Bello et Pace. Her father, James Roman II, was candid and cruel. She was brutal. At the same time she was mild at bottom, a contradiction which only appears such. A fit of anger metamorphosed her. Heat sugar and it will boil. Anne was popular. England liked feminine rulers. Why? France excludes them. There is a reason at once. Perhaps there is no other. With English historians, Elizabeth embodies grandeur and good nature, as they will, be it so. But there is nothing delicate in the reigns of these women. The lines are heavy. It is gross grandeur and gross good nature. As to their immaculate virtue, England is tenacious of it, and we are not going to oppose the idea. Elizabeth was a virgin tempered by Essex, Anne, a wife complicated by Bolingbroke. Chapter 3. One idiotic habit of the people is to attribute to the king what they do themselves. They fight. Who's the glory? The king's. They pay. Who's the generosity? The king's. Then the people love him for being so rich. The king receives a crown from the poor and returns them a farthing. How generous he is! The colossus, which is the pedestal, contemplates the pygmy, which is the statue. How great is this myrmidon? He is on my back. A dwarf has an excellent way of being taller than a giant. It is to perch himself on his shoulders. But that the giant should allow it, there is the wonder, and that he should admire the height of the dwarf, there is the folly. Simplicity of mankind. The equestrian statue, reserved for kings alone, is an excellent figure of royalty. The horse is the people, only that the horse becomes transfigured by degrees. It begins in an ass, it ends in a lion. Then it throws its rider, and you have 1642 in England and in France, and sometimes it devours him, and you have in England and in France 1793. That the lion should relapse into the donkey is astonishing, but it is so. This was occurring in England. It had resumed the pack saddle, idolatry of the crown. Queen Anne, as we have just observed, was popular. What was she doing to be so? Nothing. Nothing, that is all that is asked of the sovereign of England. He receives for that nothing £1,250,000 a year. In 1705, England, which had had but 13 men of war under Elizabeth and 36 under James I, counted 150 in her fleet. The English had 3 armies, 5,000 men in Catalonia, 10,000 in Portugal, 50,000 in Flanders, and besides, was paying £1,666,666 a year to monarchical and diplomatic Europe, a sort of prostitute the English people has always had in keeping. Parliament having voted a patriotic loan of 34 million francs of annuities, there had been a crush at the Exchequer to subscribe it. England was sending a squadron to the East Indies and a squadron to the west of Spain under Admiral Leake, without mentioning the reserve of 400 sail, under Admiral Sir Cloudesley Shovel. England had lately annexed Scotland. It was the interval between Hochstadt and Ramillies, and the first of these victories was foretelling the second. England, in its cast of the net at Hochstadt, had made prisoners of 27 battalions and 4 regiments of dragoons, and deprived France of 100 leagues of country, France drawing back dismayed from the Danube to the Rhine. England was stretching her hand out towards Sardinia and the Balearic Islands. She was bringing into her ports in triumph 10 Spanish line-of-battle ships, and many a galleon laden with gold. Hudson Bay and Straits were already half given over by Louis XIV. It was felt that he was about to give up his hold over Acadia, St. Christopher, and Newfoundland, and that he would be but too happy if England would only tolerate the King of France fishing for cod at Cape Breton. England was about to impose upon him the shame of demolishing himself the fortifications of Dunkirk. Meanwhile, she had taken Gibraltar and was taking Barcelona. What great things accomplished! How was it possible to refuse Anne admiration for taking the trouble of living at the period? From a certain point of view, the reign of Anne appears a reflection of the reign of Louis XIV. Anne, for a moment even with that king in the race which is called history, bears to him the vague resemblance of a reflection. Like him, she plays at a great reign. She has her monuments, her arts, her victories, her captains, her men of letters, her privy purse to pension celebrities, her gallery of chefs d'oeuvre, side by side with those of His Majesty. Her court, too, was a cortege, with the features of a triumph, an order, and a march. It was a miniature copy of all the great men of Versailles, not giants themselves. In it there is enough to deceive the eye. Add God Save the Queen, which might have been taken from Lully, and the ensemble becomes an illusion. Not a personage is missing. Christopher Wren is a very passable Mansard. Somers is as good as Lamagnan. Anne has a Racine in Dryden, a Boileau in Pope, a Colbert in Godolphin, a Louvois in Pembroke, and a Turenne in Marlborough. Heighten the wigs and lower the foreheads. The whole is solemn and pompous, and the Windsor of the time has a faded resemblance to Marley. Still, the whole was effeminate, and Anne's Pierre Tellier was called Sarah Jennings. However, there is an outline of incipient irony, which 50 years later was to turn to philosophy in the literature of the age, and the Protestant Tartuffe is unmasked by Swift, just in the same way as the Catholic Tartuffe is denounced by Molière. Although the England of the period quarrels and fights France, she imitates her and draws enlightenment from her, and the light on the facade of England is French light. It is a pity that Anne's reign lasted but 12 years, or the English would not hesitate to call it the century of Anne, as we say the century of Louis XIV. Anne appeared in 1702 as Louis XIV, declined. It is one of the curiosities of history that the rise of that pale planet coincides with the setting of the planet of purple, and that at the moment in which France had the king's sun, England should have had the queen moon. A detail to be noted, Louis XIV, although they made war with him, was greatly admired in England. "He is the kind of king they want in France," said the English. The love of the English for their own liberty is mingled with a certain acceptance of servitude for others. That favorable regard of the chains which bind their neighbors sometimes attains to enthusiasm for the despot next door. To sum up, Anne rendered her people heureux, as the French translator of Beverell's book repeats 3 times, with graceful reiteration at the 6th and 9th page of his dedication and the 3rd of his preface. Chapter 4. Queen Anne bore a little grudge to the Duchess Josiana for 2 reasons. Firstly, because she thought the Duchess Josiana handsome. Secondly, because she thought the Duchess Josiana's betrothed handsome. 2 reasons for jealousy are sufficient for a woman. 1 is sufficient for a queen. Let us add that she bore her a grudge for being her sister. Anne did not like women to be pretty. She considered it against good morals. As for herself, she was ugly, not from choice, however. A part of her religion she derived from that ugliness. Josiana, beautiful and philosophical, was a cause of vexation to the queen. To an ugly queen, a pretty duchess is not an agreeable sister. There was another grievance, Josiana's improper birth. Anne was the daughter of Anne Hyde, a simple gentlewoman, legitimately but vexatiously married by James II, when Duke of York. Anne, having this inferior blood in her veins, felt herself but half royal, and Josiana, having come into the world quite irregularly, drew closer attention to the incorrectness, less great, but really existing, in the birth of the queen. The daughter of mésalliance looked without love upon the daughter of bastardy, so near her, it was an unpleasant resemblance. Josiana had a right to say to Anne, "My mother was at least as good as yours." At court no one said so, but they evidently thought it. This was a bore for her royal majesty. Why this Josiana? What had put it into her head to be born? What good was a Josiana? Certain relationships are detrimental. Nevertheless, Anne smiled on Josiana. Perhaps she might even have liked her had she not been her sister. Chapter 6. Barkilphedro. It is useful to know what people do, and a certain surveillance is wise. Josiana had Lord David watched by a little creature of hers, in whom she reposed confidence, and whose name was Barkilphedro. Lord David had Josiana discreetly observed by a creature of his, of whom he was sure, and whose name was Barkilphedro. Queen Anne, on her part, kept herself secretly informed of the actions and conduct of the Duchess Josiana, her bastard sister, and of Lord David, her future brother-in-law by the left hand, by a creature of hers, on whom she counted fully, and whose name was Barkilphedro. This Barkilphedro had his fingers on that keyboard. Josiana, Lord David, a queen, a man between 2 women. What modulations possible, what amalgamation of souls. Barkilphedro had not always held the magnificent position of whispering into 3 ears. He was an old servant of the Duke of York. He had tried to be a churchman, but had failed. The Duke of York, an English and a Roman prince, compounded of royal popery and legal Anglicanism, had his Catholic house and his Protestant house, and might have pushed Barkilphedro in one or the other hierarchy. But he did not judge him to be Catholic enough to make him almoner, or Protestant enough to make him chaplain. So that between 2 religions, Barkilphedro found himself with his soul on the ground. Not a bad posture either for certain reptile souls. Certain ways are impracticable, except by crawling flat on the belly. An obscure but fattening servitude had long made up Barkilphedro's whole existence. Service is something, but he wanted power besides. He was, perhaps, about to reach it when James II fell. He had to begin all over again. Nothing to do under William III, a sullen prince, and exercising in his mode of reigning a prudery which he believed to be probity. Barkilphedro, when his protector, James II, was dethroned, did not lapse all at once into rags. There is a something which survives deposed princes and which feeds and sustains their parasites. The remains of the exhaustible sap causes leaves to live on for 2 or 3 days on the branches of the uprooted tree. Then all at once, the leaf yellows and dries up, and thus it is with the courtier. Thanks to that embalming which is called legitimacy, the prince himself, although fallen and cast away, lasts and keeps preserved. It is not so with the courtier, much more dead than the king. The king, beyond there, is a mummy, the courtier here is a phantom. To be the shadow of a shadow is leanness indeed. Hence Barkilphedro became famished. Then he took up the character of a man of letters. But he was thrust back even from the kitchens. Sometimes he knew not where to sleep. Who will give me shelter? He would ask. He struggled on. All that is interesting in patience in distress he possessed. He had, besides, the talent of the termite, knowing how to bore a hole from the bottom to the top, by dint of making use of the name of James II. Of old memories, of fables of fidelity, of touching stories, he pierced as far as the Duchess Josiana's heart. Josiana took a liking to this man of poverty and wit, an interesting combination. She presented him to Lord Durimoire, gave him a shelter in the servants' hall among her domestics, retained him in her household, was kind to him, and sometimes even spoke to him. Barkilphedro felt neither hunger nor cold again. Josiana addressed him in the second person. It was the fashion for great ladies to do so to men of letters, who allowed it. The Marquise de Mailly received Roy, whom she had never seen before, in bed, and said to him, 100 toi qui as fait Hélène galante, bonjour. Later on, the men of letters returned the custom. The day came when Faber d'Eglantine said to the Duchesse de Rohan, "N'est-ce pas la Chabat?" For Barkilphedro to be thee'd and thou'd was a success. He was overjoyed by it. He had aspired to this contemptuous familiarity. Lady Josiana, these and thous me, he would say to himself, and he would rub his hands. He profited by this theeing and thouing to make further way. He became a sort of constant attendant in Josiana's private rooms, in no way troublesome, unperceived. The Duchess would almost have changed her shift before him. All this, however, was precarious. Barkilphedro was aiming at a position. A duchess was halfway, an underground passage which did not lead to the queen was having bored for nothing. One day Barkilphedro said to Josiana, "Would your grace like to make my fortune?" "What dost thou want?" "An appointment." "An appointment for thee?" "Yes, madam." "What an idea, thou to ask for an appointment, thou who art good for nothing." "That's just the reason." Josiana burst out laughing. "Among the offices to which thou art unsuited, which dost thou desire?" "That of cork drawer of the bottles of the ocean." Josiana's laugh redoubled. "What meanest thou? Thou art fooling." "No, madam." "To amuse myself, I shall answer you seriously," said the Duchess. "What dost thou wish to be? Repeat it." "Uncorker of the bottles of the ocean." "Everything is possible at court. Is there an appointment of that kind?" "Yes, madam." "This is news to me. Go on." "There is such an appointment." "Swear it on the soul which thou dost not possess." "I swear it." "I do not believe thee." "Thank you, madam." "Then thou wishest, begin again." "To uncork the bottles of the ocean." "That is a situation which can give little trouble. It is like grooming a bronze horse." "Very nearly." "Nothing to do. Well, 'tis a situation to suit thee. Thou art good for that much." "You see, I am good for something." "Come, thou art talking nonsense. Is there such an appointment?" Barkilphedro assumed an attitude of deferential gravity. "Madam, you had an august father, James II, the king, and you have an illustrious brother-in-law, George of Denmark, Duke of Cumberland. Your father was, and your brother is, Lord High Admiral of England. Is what thou tellest me fresh news? I know all that as well as thou. But here is what your grace does not know. In the sea there are three kinds of things, those at the bottom, lagan, those which float, flotsam, those which the sea throws up on the shore, jetsam. And then, these three things, lagan, flotsam, and jetsam, belong to the Lord High Admiral. And then, your grace understands." No. All that is in the sea, all that sinks, all that floats, all that is cast ashore, all belongs to the Admiral of England. Everything, really, and then. Except the sturgeon, which belongs to the king. I should have thought, said Josiana, all that would have belonged to Neptune. Neptune is a fool. He has given up everything. He has allowed the English to take everything. Finish what thou wert saying. Prizes of the sea is the name given to such treasure trove. Be it so. It is boundless. There is always something floating, something being cast up. It is the contribution of the sea, the tax which the ocean pays to England. With all my heart, but pray conclude. Your Grace understands that in this way the ocean creates a department. Where? At the Admiralty. What department? The Sea Prize Department. Well, the department is subdivided into 3 offices, Lagan, Flotsam, and Jetsam, and in each there is an officer. And then, a ship at sea writes to give notice on any subject to those on land, that it is sailing in such a latitude, that it has met a sea monster, that it is in sight of shore, that it is in distress, that it is about to founder, that it is lost, etc. The captain takes a bottle, puts into it a bit of paper on which he has written the information, corks up the flask, and casts it into the sea. If the bottle goes to the bottom, it is in the department of the Lagan officer. If it floats, it is in the department of the Flotsam officer. If it be thrown upon shore, it concerns the Jetsam officer. And wouldst thou like to be the Jetsam officer? Precisely so. And that is what thou callest uncorking the bottles of the ocean. Since there is such an appointment, why dost thou wish for the last-named place in preference to both the others? Because it is vacant just now. In what does the appointment consist? Madam, in 1598, a tarred bottle, picked up by a man, conger fishing on the strand of Epidium Promontorium, was brought to Queen Elizabeth, and a parchment drawn out of it gave information to England that Holland had taken, without saying anything about it, an unknown country, Nova Zembla, that the capture had taken place in June 1596, that in that country people were eaten by bears, and that the manner of passing the winter was described on a paper enclosed in a musket case hanging in the chimney of the wooden house built in the island and left by the Dutchmen, who were all dead, and that the chimney was built of a barrel with the end knocked out, sunk into the roof. I don't understand much of thy rigmarole. Be it so, Elizabeth understood. A country the more for Holland was a country the less for England. The bottle which had given the information was held to be of importance, and thenceforward an order was issued that anybody who should find a sealed bottle on the seashore should take it to the Lord High Admiral of England, under pain of the gallows. The Admiral entrusts the opening of such bottles to an officer, who presents the contents to the Queen, if there be reason for so doing. Are many such bottles brought to the Admiralty? But few, but it's all the same. The appointment exists. There is for the office a room and lodgings at the Admiralty. And for that way of doing nothing, how is one paid? 100 guineas a year. And thou wouldst trouble me for that much? It is enough to live upon. Like a beggar. As it becomes one of my sort. 100 guineas, it's a bagatelle. What keeps you for a minute, keeps us for a year. That's the advantage of the poor. Thou shalt have the place. A week afterwards, thanks to Josiana's exertions, thanks to the influence of Lord David Durimoir, Barkilphedro, safe thenceforward, drawn out of his precarious existence, lodged and boarded, with a salary of 100 guineas, was installed at the Admiralty. Chapter 7. Barkilphedro gnaws his way. There is one thing the most pressing of all, to be ungrateful. Barkilphedro was not wanting therein. Having received so many benefits from Josiana, he had naturally but one thought, to revenge himself on her. When we add that Josiana was beautiful, great, young, rich, powerful, illustrious, while Barkilphedro was ugly, little, old, poor, dependent, obscure, he must necessarily revenge himself for all this as well. When a man is made out of night, how is he to forgive so many beams of light? Barkilphedro was an Irishman who had denied Ireland, a bad species. Barkilphedro had but one thing in his favor, that he had a very big belly. A big belly passes for a sign of kind-heartedness, but his belly was but an addition to Barkilphedro's hypocrisy, for the man was full of malice. What was Barkilphedro's age? None. The age necessary for his project of the moment. He was old in his wrinkles and grey hairs, young in the activity of his mind. He was active and ponderous, a sort of hippopotamus monkey, a royalist certainly, a republican who knows, a Catholic perhaps, a Protestant without doubt, for Stuart probably, for Brunswick evidently. To be for is a power only on the condition of being at the same time against. Barkilphedro practiced this wisdom. The appointment of drawer of the bottles of the ocean was not as absurd as Barkilphedro had appeared to make out. The complaints, which would in these times be termed declamations, of Garcia Fernandez in his Chartbook of the Sea, against the robbery of jetsam, called right of wreck, and against the pillage of wreck by the inhabitants of the coast, had created a sensation in England, and had obtained for the shipwrecked this reform, that their goods, chattels, and property, instead of being stolen by the country people, were confiscated by the Lord High Admiral. All the debris of the sea cast upon the English shore, merchandise, broken hulls of ships, bales, chests, etc., belonged to the Lord High Admiral, and here was revealed the importance of the place asked for by Barkilphedro. The floating receptacles containing messages and declarations awakened particularly the attention of the Admiralty. Shipwrecks are one of England's gravest cares. Navigation being her life, shipwreck is her anxiety. England is kept in perpetual care by the sea. The little glass bottle thrown to the waves by the doomed ship contains final intelligence, precious from every point of view. Intelligence concerning the ship, intelligence concerning the crew, intelligence concerning the place, the time, the manner of loss, intelligence concerning the winds which have broken up the vessel, intelligence concerning the currents which bore the floating flask ashore. The situation filled by Barkilphedro has been abolished more than a century, but it had its real utility. The last holder was William Hussey of Doddington in Lincolnshire. The man who held it was a sort of guardian of the things of the sea. All the closed and sealed up vessels, bottles, flasks, jars, thrown upon the English coast by the tide were brought to him. He alone had the right to open them. He was first in the secrets of their contents. He put them in order and ticketed them with his signature. The expression "loger un papier o gref," still used in the Channel Islands, is thence derived. However, one precaution was certainly taken. Not one of these bottles could be unsealed, except in the presence of two jurors of the Admiralty sworn to secrecy, who signed, conjointly with the holder of the jetsam office, the official report of the opening. But these jurors being held to secrecy, there resulted for Barkilphedro a certain discretionary latitude. It depended upon him, to a certain extent, to suppress a fact or bring it to light. These fragile floating messages were far from being what Barkilphedro had told Josiana, rare and insignificant. Sometimes they reached land with little delay, at others, after many years. That depended on the winds and the currents. The fashion of casting bottles on the surface of the sea has somewhat passed away, like that of vowing offerings, but in those religious times, those who were about to die were glad thus to send their last thought to God and to men, and at times these messages from the sea were plentiful at the Admiralty. A parchment preserved in the hall at Audleyne, ancient spelling, with notes by the Earl of Suffolk, Grand Treasurer of England under James I, bears witness that in the 1 year, 1615, 52 flasks, bladders, and tarred vessels, containing mention of sinking ships, were brought and registered in the records of the Lord High Admiral. Court appointments are the drop of oil in the widow's cruse, they ever increase. Thus it is that the porter has become chancellor and the groom, constable. The special officer charged with the appointment desired and obtained by Barkilphedro was invariably a confidential man. Elizabeth had wished that it should be so. At court, to speak of confidence is to speak of intrigue, and to speak of intrigue is to speak of advancement. This functionary had come to be a personage of some consideration. He was a clerk, and ranked directly after the two grooms of the almonry. He had the right of entrance into the palace, but we must add what was called the humble entrance, humiles introitus, and even into the bedchamber. For it was the custom that he should inform the monarch, on occasions of sufficient importance, of the objects found, which were often very curious. The wills of men in despair, farewells cast to fatherland, revelations of falsified logs, bills of lading and crimes committed at sea, legacies to the crown, etc., that he should maintain his records in communication with the court, and should account, from time to time, to the king or queen, concerning the opening of these ill-omened bottles. It was the black cabinet of the ocean. Elizabeth, who was always glad of an opportunity of speaking Latin, used to ask Tonfield, of Coley in Berkshire, jetsam officer of her day, when he brought her one of these papers cast up by the sea, quid mihi scribit Neptunus? What does Neptune write me? The whey had been eaten, the insect had succeeded. Barkilphedro approached the queen. This was all he wanted. To make his fortune. No. To unmake that of others. A greater happiness. To hurt is to enjoy. To have within one the desire of injuring, vague but implacable, and never to lose sight of it, is not given to all. Barkilphedro possessed that fixity of intention. As the bulldog holds on with his jaws, so did his thought. To feel himself inexorable gave him a depth of gloomy satisfaction. As long as he had a prey under his teeth, or in his soul, a certainty of evil-doing, he wanted nothing. He was happy shivering in the cold which his neighbor was suffering. To be malignant is an opulence. Such a man is believed to be poor, and in truth is so, but he has all his riches in malice, and prefers having them so. Everything is in what contents one. To do a bad turn, which is the same as a good turn, is better than money. Bad for him who endures, good for him who does it. Catesby, the colleague of Guy Fawkes, in the Popish powder plot said, "To see Parliament blown upside down, I wouldn't miss it for £1,000,000. What was Barkilphedro, that meanest and most terrible of things, an envious man? Envy is a thing ever easily placed at court. Courts abound in impertinent people, in idlers, in rich loungers hungering for gossip, in those who seek for needles in trusses of hay, in triflers, in banterers bantered, in witty ninnies, who cannot do without converse with an envious man. What a refreshing thing is the evil spoken to you of others. Envy is good stuff to make a spy. There is a profound analogy between that natural passion, envy, and that social function, espionage. The spy hunts on others' account, like the dog. The envious man hunts on his own, like the cat. A fierce myself, such is the envious man. He had other qualities. Barkilphedro was discreet, secret, concrete. He kept in everything and racked himself with his hate. Enormous baseness implies enormous vanity. He was liked by those whom he amused and hated by all others, but he felt that he was disdained by those who hated him and despised by those who liked him. He restrained himself. All his gall simmered noiselessly in his hostile resignation. He was indignant, as if rogues had the right to be so. He was the Fury's silent prey. To swallow everything was his talent. There were deaf wraths within him, frenzies of interior rage, black and brooding flames unseen. He was a smoke-consuming man of passion. The surface was smiling. He was kind, prompt, easy, amiable, obliging. Never mind to whom, never mind where he bowed. For a breath of wind he inclined to the earth. What a source of fortune to have a reed for a spine! Such concealed and venomous beings are not so rare as is believed. We live surrounded by ill-omened, crawling things. Wherefore the malevolent, a keen question, the dreamer constantly proposes it to himself, and the thinker never resolves it. Hence the sad eye of the philosophers, ever fixed upon that mountain of darkness which is destiny, and from the top of which the colossal spectre of evil casts handfuls of serpents over the earth. Barkilphedro's body was obese and his face lean, a fat bust and a bony countenance. His nails were channeled and short, his fingers knotted, his thumbs flat, his hair coarse, his temples wide apart, and his forehead a murderer's, broad and low. The littleness of his eye was hidden under his bushy eyebrows. His nose, long, sharp, and flabby, nearly met his mouth. Barkilphedro, properly attired, as an emperor, would have somewhat resembled Domitian. His face of muddy yellow might have been modeled in slimy paste. His immovable cheeks were like putty. He had all kinds of ugly refractory wrinkles. The angle of his jaw was massive, his chin heavy, his ear underbred. In repose and seen in profile, his upper lip was raised at an acute angle, showing 2 teeth. Those teeth seem to look at you. The teeth can look, just as the eye can bite. Patience, temperance, continence, reserve, self-control, amenity, deference, gentleness, politeness, sobriety, chastity, completed and finished Barkilphedro. He calumniated those virtues by their possession. In a short time, Barkilphedro took a foothold at court. Chapter 8.